we used in any capacity to get those down to a single level. RAFTA asked that we establish a date certain for use or relocation of those bridge spans. We had a project that was that's still under consideration for placement of those bridge spans along Brush Creek. We're also exploring alternatives, open space and trails. Felt comfortable that the resolution of use of the structure would occur within a year. And so we did make a commitment that we would be either using or disposing of those bridge sections within a year, of finding an alternative storage location for them.
So that's a year this October?
September.
A year September?
Yeah.
Okay. Questions? Okay. What other items?
It seems to me that it may be good to update each other on our letters or position that each entity has taken on the proposed transfer facility in Carbondale right now. This is not a quasi-judicial consideration for Carbondale. It's clearly with the Garfield County Board of Commissioners. It'd probably be good to discuss our support for the town of Carbondale's opposition to that facility and get any other perspectives that they may have or want to share with us on that.
Okay. Yes, Jack.
I'm wondering, are we, Pitkin County, considered at least a referral agency in that application? Formal?
I don't believe so, because we don't fall within the noticing area, and I think we're aware of it, and we can certainly make comments, but there's no formal standing.
We're not within a comp plan area, planning area, or obviously contiguous, so we know that.
Right. No, we have no jurisdictional authority there.
Okay. Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys had already covered it, but I also thought it might be good to reconfirm our joint positions on Thompson Divide Coalition and the Bennett withdrawal legislation. Kind of get their update, what their thoughts are. And then I wasn't sure, depending on how full the agenda already is, whether some sort of economic update of the communities, to see where they're trending and what type of issues they're dealing with.
Did the county have any other thoughts on it, John?
Not from a staff level, but
Okay.
certainly if the board has.
Jack?
Yeah, I'm wondering if we should just touch base with them on the extension for the EIS with the Forest Service, oil and gas.
We do have an update for you on that. An extension apparently is forthcoming, but we can certainly touch base with them on that.
And just, ask them if they intend to make some comments or whatever. I mean, not really a in-depth conversation.
George?
I'm not sure what the timing is for our filing of opposition in water court for the West Divide project up the Cristo. That will be coming this coming year, but perhaps we should just give them an update if we have any information to let them know the status of that protest.
That's the due diligence?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other items for?
Certainly look forward to having them propose, give us feedback. Have you touched base on that?
Jay and I have not touched base yet, but we'll certainly be talking here this week.
What's the county manager's name?
Jay Harrington?
Jay Harrington.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where I believe he came out of, his past work history has been Telluride and Salida. I can't remember which one he came to Carbondale from.
Anything else for Carbondale?
So if you don't mind, I just want to be sure I captured all of our items. We have the update on support for the Thompson Divide Coalition and Senator Bennett's bill, an economic update, how the community's doing, an update on the transfer station and certainly sharing our position there, a discussion about the oil and gas EIS, whether they're going to be submitting comments or not, and just making sure they're aware of the extension of the comment deadline. An update on our filing of opposition for the West Divide water project, and then an update on the Maroon Creek Bridge. The only other one that we've been bringing up, Michael, and I don't know if you feel it's appropriate for the municipalities because it may not play as big a role, would be the DMV discussion that you like to bring up. And we have not, I don't know if it's worthwhile talking to them about the potential for broadband projects that we've been updating the entities on too. Those are the two.
I think that's worthwhile. I think, we'll be going up to Crystal and at least looking at the Crystal and the corridor, and DMV just mentioned.
Okay. All right.
Michael?
Yes.
I was going to ask a question of our grassroots television camera person. Is the backlighting making it hard for us on us, or are we all shadowed out?
No, it's actually not too bad.
Okay, just wanted to check.
I wonder maybe if we could turn it down a little so it's on the right where you're at.
Okay.
But otherwise it doesn't seem
Yeah, I'm wondering, Michael, since we went through that pretty quickly, if we want to go on to future agendas, it's really an open discussion. Those are only two items after the update from the Department of Human Services, and that would leave us more time then for
Sure.
break for executive session. One thing we've been struggling with is bringing back in workshop time the housing discussion and how we're going to use the assets, and we'll be able to talk at a high level what our thoughts are today. I suspect the board may want to dive down a little bit deeper to understand how we're doing some of our economic modeling and such. If not, that's fine, but we're having some difficulty finding that within a timeline because of our budget discussions and such. My thinking is to bring it to you as a memo of interest initially and discussion item, and maybe hit that on November 13th. Which would be our next work session, but not necessarily block out an hour because we're already starting at 9:30 that morning and going till 5. We don't have any memos of interest right now, and that would leave us a little bit of time to have a little bit more in-depth discussion and a memo describing kind of what staff is recommending as a philosophy, if that's okay with the board.
Is that okay with the board?
Okay, so you'll see that.
Yes, Chad.
Excuse me, John. Maybe under the ideal scenario, we could fit that in, but I'm wondering, maybe we could consider at the end of a Wednesday meeting to fit that in, because I think we need to be able to have a conversation even before we'd have a memo in preparation, I'm sure. But we ought to be able to evaluate a number of things, and honestly, I'm not even pre-thinking what that might mean, but just to kind of slip it in from MOI time No, I think we ought to have time enough to do it instead of just touch base on it.
Well, how much time would you like, Jack?
Well, after a meeting, I would suggest an hour.
So really,
You have
but
to
what you're
reg-
talking about is a meeting set aside for that discussion.
Yeah.
My feeling is that after a regular meeting, I'm not really prepared for a discussion, but I can see having an hour discussion fit in at some point within our, but I'd like to have it within our workday, not at the end of a regular meeting, unless the regular meeting ends at 2.
Or, I'm looking at November, well, airport master plan, of course,
That's what we kept running up against. I think the airport master plan is going to be a pretty robust discussion, and that's why we felt, and we're also, it kept getting farther and farther back away from these. And I think what can happen is we can initiate that discussion. Jack, see if you have a comfort level with this. The MOI, I think, can be a good initiation. I don't think this necessarily is going to be an overly complicated discussion. We met with APSHA and we met with staff, and I think we have a good set of recommendations to put in front of you. But I do think we need some time set aside to at least start that discussion. You can give us some feedback at that point, and we can make whatever tweaks or changes that the board feels is appropriate. I think it'd be good to try and get the discussion started as soon as possible. And unfortunately, MOIs, given that we're at the end of the year and we're in budget season and such, it's becoming difficult to find that time even on Wednesdays.
Well, what about starting the Tuesday meeting, November 13th at 9 o'clock? That gives us at least an extra half hour somewhere. And if we get that should do it, right? Is that okay, Jack?
Yeah, I have, and I was going to bring this up at open discussion, but future agendas, whichever. But I also have another item I would like us to consider. The elections are really important, but we have canceled a Tuesday and a Wednesday, and that's kind of why we're a little compressed on time. But I would like us to consider having some meeting time for the guardrail discussion. While it's fresh in our minds from that site visit, it was very important to do that. We had a bunch of thoughts. We've gotten an email from Tom State, really laying out some ideas, and I'd like us to consider touching base on that. And I'm not considering having final decisions or directions, but yeah, this is what we heard. Let's confirm the sections, and they'd have to come in and do a presentation, so we could have an interactive discussion. But I think it's timely to get that done while that site visit is in our minds.
I think that's a good idea, Jack. But let's try.
Because the two of these, Michael, is why I'm just stating
Right.
it's bigger than just the one issue.
Right.
Thank you.
George and then Ray.
I can't remember why. I thought we had originally discussed coming in on Wednesday the 7th for a special meeting on. I forget the issue.
It's a lack of rooms, lack of meeting rooms.
But I wonder if there's a space that we could have a meeting on Wednesday and tackle both of these issues that day.
We could probably look, it wouldn't necessarily be broadcast over grassroots, but we could look at the library meeting room. We could also see if City Hall meeting room is available.
Firehouse.
If you wanted to have, what's that?
The firehouse as well.
Or the firehouse. I think the advantage of the City Hall meeting rooms, we could broadcast on grassroots. I think on the other, I don't believe we can do that from the firehouse.
I believe that, Michael, we decided that the day after election we weren't going to have a meeting, and I'm trying to work with that agreement amongst us, and I don't, okay, and also I certainly will not be here the 7th. I get back the 9th, but the board certainly can deal with issues without me. though I'd like to be involved in those too. I'm just suggesting that let's find a time, and John, even your idea, getting back to Michael's thought, touching base on the issue of housing and how we use that, that would be an initial discussion, and we could identify some, points or whatever. So, for me, I'm real flexible, but because there are two outstanding issues, I wouldn't even have a problem coming in an extra day, like a Thursday or a Monday, and tackle a couple hours, if we have some things, those two or more.
Well, Jack, how about we just start our regular work sessions an hour early? That puts us in a regular meeting schedule. It's a schedule we put aside, and we just add an extra hour. I mean, we can add an extra hour until the end of the year, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm up for any way to get business
Yeah.
done.
Thanks.
If I'm
You know,
here.
the 20th, we're driving down to Carbondale and then having dinner with them. So that's going to be a 10 or 12-hour day, I don't know, depending on when we get back home. So that would be a long day to add another hour or two in the morning, for beneficial discussions.
Well, what do you suggest?
If I could, try to finish my comment. I support your idea of getting an extra half hour, on the 13th by coming in at 9. I think that works. I think that even if it's a preliminary discussion of the housing, it should be noted as something separate on the agenda as opposed to an MOI. I'm okay with fitting it in under the normal MOI time period or whenever you'd like, but it should be noted on the agenda. And then the last comment is, actually, I'm not as inclined to feel that we need a guardrail discussion before the end of the year. I mean, we worked hard to squeeze in the site visit while the snow was not flying, and at least for myself, I want to try to be able to continue to look at those same spots during the snow and during the winter. And when we were on the site visit, we kind of, I at least heard some comments that, with our budget schedule, we're not going to be coming back and trying to push this in and decide this before the end of the year. And given that I think that we probably have a lot of neighbors, a lot of people interested in that, I don't want to call them all in for a meeting that's, this is just us looking at it and we're not making any decisions and it's a preliminary. So that's just my thought. But that's me.
Jack?
I respectfully disagree because of what we did. The consultants really have no direction to even proceed. And then in January, for example, we tell them, okay, we'll get together. Then they have to go out and engineer what we've decided on. Because according to Tom, he said the next step is, confirmation with us, some engineering. I think this project should probably be done next spring. So, what are we going, it doesn't make sense anyway to delay this preliminary discussion. And I think it's important that we benefit from what we saw there, because though they laid out some very general parameters, they need to touch base with us to even take another step. So I'm asking the board
How do you feel,
to
George?
consider this.
I think it's just going to be a challenge. It's really up to, if it's feasible to do, given our time frame of the budget and everything else. And so for me, I don't have a sense of urgency on the guardrails. It's not something that we have instigated. And so if it fits in, great. If we want to come in for an extra day to tackle a few things, I'm happy to do that. So I'll leave that up to staff to see if there's a way to come up with some ideas.
What about November 21st? I guess the day before Thanksgiving. It's a little too crazy. A lot of people will be traveling. I can still support the idea of a work session on Wednesday, November 7th. my real request is that we don't start, we do something like 1 to 5 or something, we don't start early. I think, again, with the elections and all the tension that's gone into those nationally and locally, I don't want to start a 9 a.m. meeting the next day.
I guess if Jack's not going to be here November 7th, he's the one that's pushing this, so there's no sense using it.
That's right, that's right. I'm sorry, I forgot about that.
So I would just leave it to staff and see if you come up with something that can, great, that can't. I'm happy to push it forward. I think the idea of starting a half hour earlier for the housing is a good idea. We can tackle that.
Yeah, I definitely captured that. It wasn't as clear to me where to go with the guardrail, but we'll keep working with the calendar and see if there's time that we can fit that discussion in. The only other note before we move on is we do have the airport master plan scheduled for first read on November 14th. However, we've scheduled the second read for December 5th. There's more time between that, and that's to be sure that we have 5 commissioners for both of those readings. And that's all I have.
Was there someone going to be out?
My understanding is,
Well, I'll be at CCI on the 28th.
yeah, CCI on the 28th, and so thank you, Rachel. I was just scrolling through to
Figure it
and
out.
then, December 5th then was the next date, and we felt it was important to have all 5.
Well, I appreciate everyone's considerations. I'm comfortable with if John can put it in, let's do it.
Okay. That's all I have for future agenda.
Okay.
One last
Okay.
thing on future agenda. So I noticed certification of mill levies is a Friday, the 21st. Is that, I think the 15th is the cutoff date when special districts, towns have to have their stuff in.
Have to have it in, then we need some time to put it into format and post. So unfortunately, that's the soonest we can get it in. I believe the 21st is also the required date. It's either 21st or 22nd for us to certify the mill levies.
Yeah, and that's an understandable explanation.
Any other future agenda items?
Well, just for your consideration on that last item, if there's any way to do it on Thursday, the 20th, instead of the 21st, I'll just leave it to you to look at, but, that way people can make plans for going into the holiday weekends, and if there's any way to do it on Thursday instead of Friday, that'd be great. Mike, can we take a 3-minute break, please?
Sure. Go ahead. Caitlin, we'll be off just for a few minutes here.
Connie's on her way down.
Welcome, Nan, and we'll start right at 10 o'clock if we can. Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session for October 23rd, 2012. The next item is a special meeting. We're going to convene as the Board of Social Services. Is there a motion to convene as the Board of Social Services?
So moved.
Second.
Also known as BOSS, which is kind of
The
nice.
boss. You guys be the boss.
Yeah. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So welcome, Nan. And you have some colleagues with you. Would you introduce everyone, please?
I am happy to. I'm Nan Sundin, the Health and Human Services Director for Pitkin County. And I'll have you guys introduce yourselves, our team.
Becky Lyons, Economic Services Director. Kim Dubois, Adult Family Services Manager. Connie Baracala, from the Finance Department.
So as you know, we sit here as a blended team. So Kathy works for Eagle County and covers Pitkin, and Kim works for Pitkin County and covers Eagle. How awesome is that?
Yeah.
So awesome. And Connie and I, we just go with the flow. So this is the third of 4 quarterly Board of Social Services meetings. As you all know, your obligation as the Board of Social Services is to review the expenditures that are done through social services. We call them human services here in Pitkin County. And also to review and approve the payrolls, which are the direct benefits to our clients, our public assistance benefits. And then, in addition, we've added some updates that you all have asked for around some client numbers, and specifically, you have asked for quarterly reports on Child Care Assistance Program, which we'll give you today. We have an update on the Low Energy Assistance Program, and then an update on the child welfare merger with Eagle County and where we stand with that. So just a reminder that Human Services / Social Services is comprised of public assistance services, all the programs that people who are poor qualify for, and child welfare and adult protection. And we also include the Emergency Assistance Fund in this report. So we're going to give you a report out on that. And so I'm not sure how to, let's see. Okay, hold on. Okay, so you can't really see this. This is meant to be a reflection of what's in your packet. This is the Human Services budget to actual from January to August. Connie, you want to speak to that?
Sure. All of the different allocations, the program areas in our budget are tracking well this year through the month of August. All of them are right on track. The only one that stands out a little bit is the child care. Child care, we have spent less than what we were anticipating when we did the budget for 2012. And we have also been fully mitigated in that area. Apart from child care, all of our other program areas are on track to meet the budget. So that's really the main thing that I would have to say about this chart. But if you move on to the next page, I'd like to talk just a little bit about the closeout and mitigation.
Michael,
Unless there are
yes,
questions.
a quick question. Connie, it looks like we're doing reasonably to very well on expenditures relative to budget. But in the variances, it looks like all the state and federal revenues are way behind, or some degree, we'll call it. Is that because of time lag?
It's partially because of time, yes. The way the timing works, we're working on a calendar year for our fiscal year, whereas the state is on a July through June fiscal year. What happens with the programs is that starting in July, the county gets fully reimbursed up to the maximum that they offer, which is usually 80% for all of the programs. And
Is
then
that for the previous year, though?
State fiscal
for the
year.
state
Yeah,
fiscal
the
year.
fiscal,
Starting
that's
on
what I
the-
mean.
June
Starting on
30th.
the new
June
state
30th
fiscal-
back.
Starting on the new state fiscal year in July, we're fully reimbursed But once we get around the calendar back to June, then the state goes through the closeout process. And that's where sometimes there's money to be paid back that we're already reimbursed for in July, August, but we're already on another calendar year. So it gets a little confusing between the two different fiscal years. So that's why you do see some variances there. I don't have any particular concerns right now with these program areas. If you look at the total programs, the state and federal road revenue is at about 64%. Expenditures are about 61%. So I see that it's tracking well overall.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Michael.
Okay.
And then as I was mentioning, the state fiscal year finishes in June. The State Department of Human Services then goes through a process which is called closeout and mitigation. It takes about a month and a half to 2 months for them to complete everything. There are areas like child welfare where the state sets aside right from the beginning of the year a certain percentage of the allocations for a mitigation pool. At the end of the year, they will see which counties are overspent, which are underspent. And there's quite a complicated, the spreadsheet goes on and on and on for all of the different iterations as they're doing percentages and calculations to figure out how to close out and mitigate the different counties. What you end up with in the end, though, is basically taking counties who have not spent their full allocation and reallocating those monies back to counties that were overspent. For the state fiscal year 2012, the county was fully mitigated or closed out in every program area except for admin. So child welfare, even though we were quite a bit overspent compared to what the state gives us for an allocation, there were many counties that did not use their monies, and so we were able to be fully mitigated. The same is true for child care and for TANF. So we were made whole in those areas. Admin is an area that is not just administrative expenses, but also covers adult protection. And in this area, on a statewide level, there's really a shortage in the allocation. The allocation does not meet the needs really of any county. It falls far short. And so you see that on a statewide level, counties overall were overspent by roughly $20 million. That's about 25% overspent as a whole in the state. So it shows the lack of funding in a lot of these areas that counties are providing services. Pitkin County falls right in line with a lot of the other counties that way, that we were overspent in admin. There were some counties that were, no, not much. The feds provide some pass-through monies, and at the end of the year, there's a process where pass-through monies get allocated out on a percentage basis to different counties. We received some of those monies. But we were still lacking by about $66,000 when all was said and done. This was not a surprise. We had budgeted for this. We were expecting that we would not be fully closed out in this area.
One thing I would just add is, as you guys know, I participate in the Colorado Human Services Directors Association statewide, and we are working on a proposal, legislative proposal, to try to get the state to focus on better funding for administration. And this comes at the same time that the state is trying to develop mandatory reporting for adult protection. And I know Rachel just sent me something on that. So we support mandatory reporting for adult protection. In the legislation that's being proposed, it's only for older adults. We're prepared for that, but the thing is, if we're going to be getting more referrals for adult protection statewide, we need to see more dollars to cover the admin charges, which, as Connie said, to remind you, includes adult protection. 80% of our public assistance to Eagle County comes out of our admin, and some of the charges for my time come out of admin. So we're working on a statewide level to, you know, try to help the joint budget group look for other funding. There's lots of machinations that go on at the state and trading and taking from this pot and that pot, and things have become very complicated. So,
Rachel?
Yep, thank you, Michael. For Jack's method, Nancy Sharp is kind of heading up CCI's legislative task force, where she's their rep to the larger group. And I did hear back from her again last night with a couple of my questions in terms of what was the general other counties' sense. And she felt that kind of the train had left the station, that this is an important thing to move forward, that most other states, although not all of them, have mandatory reporting, and that is now relating to physicians and others, so that if you believe you're seeing someone, even for a common cold, but they seem to have issues that may indicate abuse of some sort to an elder or to an adult, they are required to report, and right now they're not. She said that for the most part, the counties were supportive with additional funding.
right.
And that there are some concerns about, do we really need more reporting or not, but again, the kind of experience with other states is pointing the way to say, yes, this is something we should be more involved in. What particularly strikes me is our aging demographic, and that you know, this is just really, really going to be a growing area of concern and need throughout the state, let alone here. So I'm just kind of wondering, what do we, you know, form as a legislative strategy next year, so that we don't end up with some unfunded mandates being thrown on the communities for new reporting, new referrals, and constant or less revenue. So that's kind of the issue I see. Actually, only 4 states do not have mandatory reporting. So we are in this extreme minority. And the Human Services directors all believe that mandatory reporting is the right thing to do. But we are historically underfunded in adult protection already. So unless there's some kind of give, we're basically, with mandatory reporting, we're going to have more caseload. The mandatory reporting is, I think, only the legislation only for people 70 and older. And of course, adult protection covers anyone 18 or older. And so, anyway, we have not been impacted very much with admin dollars for adult protection because our caseload is so low, but we're working on, our caseload is growing, and we're working on getting all of our cases in the database so we get counted, so we start to recoup some more admin dollars. Just a brief follow-up. Nan, I know you can't go into specifics and should not, but just for the viewing audiences, what are adult protection services? What can they range from and to?
Yeah, go ahead, answer. Adult protection, so when we get a call about an at-risk adult, it can be due to self-neglect or someone neglecting them or abuse. And our referrals have actually increased quite a bit in the last year. And with our smaller demographic population, the increase seems much higher, of course, percentage-wise. The services that we offer, we determine whether there's an issue that we need to investigate or go out and talk to the person that's involved in the referral. We work with doctors, home health. We really try to do a lot of case management and support with all of the different agencies or family members or whatever that are have a vested interest in this person. We see financial exploitation, which all of these are pretty complex and involved, but the financial exploitation doesn't always rise to legal involvement, although we do notify law enforcement of those situations. But it takes a lot of time and energy. We have to interview people. We have to go through a similar process that they do to just assure that the person that is the subject of the referral is getting what they need, they're not being abused or neglected, or the tipping point for us too is when someone might have dementia or their executive functioning, their ability to make decisions really affects their ability to take care of themselves or other people to take care of them at home. So those are the types of things that we address. We've had the gamut of situations, and we just take each one as it comes. And most of our referrals are over 60, I would say. There's very few between that 18 and 59 range. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if you need any more information.
Okay.
Okay, so Connie made these, I just have to figure out this. Connie made these great charts to show you how mitigation is the term that is used for child welfare, and closeout is the term that's used more for admin. So you can see in child welfare we were fully mitigated, and in closeout there was a discrepancy, and I think we probably can anticipate that level of discrepancy going forward, since statewide we're overspent so significantly without an infusion of new dollars. We're always going to be overspent.
Yes, Chad.
A question on allocation, and it really does go back to the previous page also. What happens with that $20 million that's a deficit? Do counties have to
Pick it up.
Yeah.
pick that number up, or is there some kind of share back later on that might catch up?
Apart from the federal pass-through dollars, it's just on the calendar.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that you guys will make a motion at the end to approve the expenditures, do all of it at once, or do you want to do it now since we just talked about it?
Michael,
Board, how do you feel?
Is this where we have to approve expenditures in some formal way?
Right, you have to make a motion to approve the expenditures, and then after we do the payrolls, you have to do the same. Or you can wait and do it all at once.
How's the board feel?
Well, let's go ahead and do expenditures.
Is that okay, Chad? Make a motion to approve the expenditures now?
Yeah, I will make that motion as identified in the memo of October 23rd, 2012 for this quarter, the previous quarter.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Great. So that brings us to the,
George, you have a question?
Yeah, I have
sorry.
a question, but no, sort of going back a little bit as we're on the topic of looking at child care. I'm just a little confused on how this is balanced out, because as Connie, as you noted earlier on, the expenditures were actually down in child care, but we also have an overage in child care which we're getting funded back to. But then when I look at the little memo that you have on child care, it says that there's actually been a 25% decrease in child care assistant applications for year 2012 and a 40% decrease in ongoing caseload despite the removal of a cap on the number of households. So,
what the heck?
Yeah, I'm really confused. It sounds like it's all good news.
Well, we are going to talk about childcare in a second, but basically what you're seeing, I think, George, is that we were overexpended in state fiscal year 12. We lifted the cap in January, and then we were overexpended.
January 2011.
2012. We lifted the cap And so we were over by 47,217 for the fiscal year. Now, since about May, our caseload has dropped. So we're entering into state fiscal year 13, and that's where we're seeing the reduction in utilization. So you're just getting caught in the mid-year
Okay.
count, I think.
There's
Would you
also-
say?
Yeah, there's also a difference between the allocation and what we as a county budgeted for the program. Our allocation was not very big at the time we were doing the budget for 2012.
We thought it was
We were at a much
more.
higher point and thought it would be more, so we budgeted for the maximum that we thought it would be, even though our allocation is less. We came in somewhere in the middle there, and we had budgeted to make up for that difference between the allocation and where we ended up, but then it turned out that there was enough money left over to make us whole.
Okay.
But there's no guarantee that would happen in the future. I mean, you hope.
No, that's right. Remember, last year we bought dollars from Eagle County to make us whole. This year, because statewide was underexpended, we were advised to not buy any dollars. We always have that option, and we watch to see sort of where the state is. And Connie and I get reports every month on where every county is with their allocation and expenditures. And so we watch and we watch to see, do we need to buy dollars or will we be bailed out? Thank you. I forgot about that. Does that help, George?
Yeah, it's confusing, but I'm glad you guys have a good handle on it.
We are good bakers, George. No, Connie is brilliant, and Connie has made all the difference in helping us understand the fiscal piece of it. And I think the more that I've been doing this now 5 or 6 years directly, we have a better handle. And it really helps, I think, as well for me to be in the statewide meetings, to learn what's happening statewide so that we can take advantage here locally.
So, Michael, may I clarify, because George brought this point up and I heard the answer, but it doesn't read what I heard. Under child care well, there's no pages here, but anyway, there's been a 25% decrease in child care assistance and applications for year-to-date 2012. Now, the point that Connie, that you made was that is from July 1st going forward,
When the
where the 25% decrease is, because we were over for fiscal, I don't even know if you call it 11, 12 state.
For state fiscal year 11 and 12, we spent over our allocation. However, we could be down in our referrals, but still spending over our allocation.
Right, because people qualify for that type of support.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, right. Maybe we'll get to childcare in a minute because it's
Yeah,
a big
okay,
topic.
thank you.
And then there's also the issue of our childcare costs more than anybody else's childcare in the state. So even if our caseload is down, we may still, as Connie said, we may still be over. And that's even more complicated. We'll talk about that. Why don't we move on to the payrolls? Did you guys take a vote, actually, after George asked a question? Yeah, okay, thank you.
We took it before, George.
I'm like a slave driver here. Okay. So you want to talk about the client payrolls?
Sure. So your chart here reflects what the client payrolls are year-to-date for third quarter for the past 3 years, 2010, 11, and 12. And there are 2 programs where we've had decreases in the client payrolls, and that is the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, or LEAP. And the primary reason for that decrease was that for the last heating season, which ran November 2011 to April 2012, the state as a whole had less money, so they decreased the income eligibility requirement from 185% of federal poverty to 150%. And so we saw less approved cases for Pitkin County for last year, so the benefits were less. And in Colorado Works, we have had a decrease, and that primarily is because last year we had a couple of large diversion payments in that program, and this year we have not had any diversion payments.
Can you explain diversion?
Sure. So the diversion program under Colorado Works is it's a one-time lump sum payment that a household can get who's experienced some kind of a crisis that has put them behind in things like their rent, perhaps their car's broken down and it needs repairs in order for them to get back and forth to work. So some kind of a large expense that they have that needs to be covered, and they can't do it, but it's a one-time lump sum payment that they can receive through that program. And all of it is geared toward making sure they're able to either obtain employment or keep employment that they already have. And that's for households with children under 18.
Any questions about that? Okay, so that is the other piece that you need to approve. We have other information for you about the benefits. Why don't we get through that, and then you can, is that it? That's it?
And then the next chart you have is the average benefit per household per month. This was something we had started including the last couple times at your request to reflect what are the changes that are happening across the 3-year period. So again, this is a comparison of the year-to-date third quarters in each of the 3 years. And what you can see there is generally we have served, we've had more applications overall. We have a higher number of households served. Our discontinued numbers, we did not have that information available prior to this year, but out of the cases that we processed during the year, 212 of those have ended, but we've gotten 362 new applications. So that's why you see the caseload numbers continuing to increase. Our year-to-date benefits overall are slightly down, again, for the reasons we talked about on client payrolls. And for the most part, the average benefit per month, it's kind of a mix. It depends on the program. Some of the programs have lowered their actual benefits they pay per household, but it's still in the same range that it has been previously. I don't know if you have questions about any of that information.
Questions, board? Rachel?
Well, I think that this is a great tracking tool and continues to improve. The challenge is always to say how many are duplicated and not duplicated. And are we trying to work on a system so that we could get a better sense of, and I have no problem with someone being able to receive both Medicaid for their kid and perhaps food stamps if they're at that low income level. But is there a way that we can try to narrow that number so that, I know whether we're having discussions with the city about human service and support for some of the nonprofits or our own community, I like to make sure I'm not using an inflated number.
We have attempted from our database system that we can get reports from, we've attempted to get some valid data that's unduplicated, but we have not come up with anything that we feel like is a valid number. There are so many variables. The state does not necessarily create a report that is unduplicated, and so we would have to create our own. We've attempted to do that, but we don't feel like we've been able to come up with something that's valid information. We continue to work on it because we would like the same information for Eagle County, but we have struggled with it. So it does remain on our list.
Okay.
And we are reaching out to some other counties to find out have they created the report that they can share with us, the template for it, so we can do the same thing.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jack?
Yeah, on that chart, talks about number served duplicated. Does that mean an individual might qualify for a couple different programs? And that's what duplication means.
Yes. It can also mean that during the quarter, that same household received a benefit each of the 3 months.
Food assistance would go to the same family
Oh, okay.
3 months in a row.
So there's kind of a couple of ways of looking at it.
Yes.
Now, new application speaks for itself, but discontinued, the number here is 362 through all the different programs. Does that mean that individuals were able to be, let's see, how would I say, they're either self-sufficient or no longer can qualify under the standard of 185 or whatever, is determined in the program?
Right. What the number of the 212 of year-to-date discontinued represents is the number of households that were receiving benefits in one of the programs and have since then become ineligible for some reason. So there could be many reasons. One is their income goes above the current level. They could move out of the area. Their children, if their children are receiving Medicaid, their children may become over income. So those are the two primary reasons that people would be discontinued. They didn't complete their redetermination. When it is they have to re-qualify for their benefits, they may not go through that process, and then they're discontinued for that reason.
Well, and I'd hope people were actually, their income was rising, so they're doing a little better, but that's only one of the factors there.
Correct.
So thanks for that qualification.
So one of the topics that's big on the state level is if Obamacare and Medicaid reform comes into play next year, and or in 2014, and we expand Medicaid and have the healthcare exchanges all working, then what's going to happen is you're going to have people up to 400% of poverty moving between the exchange, which is your sort of publicly subsidized insurance, and Medicaid. And they're going to be moving back and forth because people's income changes, their status changes. And our argument from the Human Services Director's standpoint is we need to be a pivotal part of that process, because as people go in and apply for health insurance, we have the ability to see if they also qualify for food and other benefits. And that is an argument that is gaining momentum at the state as HCPF or Medicaid is getting more of an understanding of how complicated it's going to be when we move to the Accountable Care Act. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of that picture as you go to statewide meetings and hear about healthcare exchange, Medicaid, and what they call the churn, which is the people moving in between Medicaid and healthcare exchange. The feeling is that counties are going to feel that churn probably more than anybody. As people pop out of one, we're going to have to find them, move them into another, since insurance will be a requirement. And we'll bring you more information about that as it's developed and as HCPF involves us, as well as the healthcare exchange involves counties in the development of the process and the database and the system that's going to qualify people.
Rachel?
Knowing that it's not information we really have now, it's all still going forward, I think it'd be great when the time is appropriate to do a white paper of some sort to discuss that. And maybe it's something we need to update as we go forward, but it's something that, I'm wondering whether the state or the programs, whether it's coming state or federally, will really allow for enough lag time for someone. How long does it take to get into the new insurance program and then lose the Medicaid, but so you don't have the gaps.
Right.
And so that when someone does have an accident and they're billing, it wasn't like on the day that they switch from one policy to another and somebody says, well, you don't really qualify, and also fully understanding if someone has been able to have the assistance and buy through the exchanges, you know, can you terminate in 24 hours, or do you have to have a run-out period of some sort before you can get back into a Medicaid program? So, I mean, I see conflicts, and I think that the more we can track that or express it clearly, we can help influence that state conversation on how it's going to proceed. I also have a question on this chart, if we're on that. I guess a couple of things. Looking at the LEAP program, and I understand the cuts that happened, but it seems like a very dramatic decrease per household per month. And you know, even $321 a month, that seems like a lot of utilities. Are we trying to hook these same people up, say, with any of the energy retrofitting from Northwest Council of Governments and things like that?
Yes, we do make referrals through the weatherization program for households that come in and are in need of those services. We also look at their eligibility for other programs. In the LEAP program, they did also cut the benefit to households at the same time that they cut the eligibility level. So that is one reason you're seeing about that $100 decrease per household. That was the average of the state cut.
And then, you know, I just want to ask on the TANF Colorado Works, the decrease in the amount of benefit from 2010 to 2012 per household is, you know, a 75% reduction. Was that also cuts that came down in terms of what eligibility is, or you know, how's that not, or was the other number maybe artificially inflated somehow?
The reflection on that, I think, is really the large diversion payments that are made, because those can be up to $4,000 per household, whereas the average, if someone's on monthly Colorado Works, which is called basic cash assistance, they're getting a few $100s a month. So if you have some, you know, your steady caseload is getting that few $100s, and then you throw in a couple of $4,000 payments for a large diversion because of a one-time occurrence, then that's going to skew the benefit numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to talk about LEAP now while we're here?
Sure. So as you may know, we have done a contract on the LEAP program, which is the Low Income Energy Assistance. And what we've done is contracted with the goodwill of Southern and Western Colorado to manage that program for us for this heating season, which is November 1st, 2012 to April 30th of 2013. And what they have expertise in running this program. They've done it for El Paso County for about 17 years. They did it for La Plata and Routt counties also last year. And there are several counties, so Garfield County, Eagle County, and Pickens County have all contracted with Goodwill to do the program this year. The biggest benefit is to our clients because they focus solely on the LEAP program. For the first couple months, they actually run 3 shifts of staff, 24 hours a day, in order to process that initial influx of application. And their average processing time for an application is about a week shorter than what we have been able to achieve when we're trying to manage it along with all of our other programs. So we did the contract. The other benefit financially is they are doing the work simply for what the state gives the counties, their admin, LEAP, administrative allocation. And last year for Pickens County, we overspent that by, I think it was about $400 last year to do this program. And we just got our LEAP allocation numbers yesterday, and they're actually a little less than they were last year. So last year Pickens County received $2,131 to operate that program, and this year's allocation is $2,050. So the contract is specifically for that amount of money that they will operate the program. So we're doing a outreach to let everyone know this is how you apply, this is how you access services. Don't know if you're interested in any statistics on that program from last year. We had 75 applications total, 60 of those were approved, and it was pretty evenly split. 1/3 of those were at 75% of federal poverty or lower, a third were between 76 and 100%, and another third were 101 to 150%, so pretty even split. We had 30 cases that had households with members over 60, and 17 cases had disabled members. And the majority of people who applied lived in apartments or single-family homes who received the benefits.
Great. Okay, CCAP. Colorado Child Care Assistance Program. This is the payroll recap that tells you how much we spent each month, comparing state fiscal year 11 to 12. Do you have anything?
The only thing to note on that is on the state fiscal year 13 column in the months October through June. Those are the estimated or projected payrolls based on the average from the previous months in the state fiscal year.
Okay, and this is the utilization of the Child Care Assistance Program, the F signifying families, the K signifying kids, and it identifies the people based on their income. And since we are at 185% of poverty and below, you'll see the cutoff. Generally, when you lifted the cap and you kept it at 185, I don't know, we must have had cases in 2012 that were at 225 that had the right to stay on for a period of time, and that's why you'll see those numbers in the 225% caseload. But the numbers are less as you get into May, June, and then 2013. I think one thing that strikes me about this chart and the next one is that the bulk of the people who qualify, the children and the families, are making less than 130% of poverty. And you all have in your packets the federal poverty chart. That's the July chart. I think we even have a more updated one. But it's not very much income to be living in Pickens County. These are particularly low income families.
Rachel?
What does the F and the K stand for?
Family, F, families, K, kids.
Okay.
So these are the state fiscal year 2013 caseload that we have now in September. 6 families, 8 kids at 130% of poverty, and then 2 families and 2 children at 185% of poverty. We have, let me go back. Do you want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing to try to get the word out about CCAP?
So we currently are serving 9 households, but we do have, there were 6 applications pending when we did this. So what we've been doing is trying to outreach to those groups who are also serving these households. So we did a kind of a little outreach fair with Kids First up at the Aspen, by their location up there by the park. Did a little ice cream social to do some outreach around our program. We also talked with the providers during one of their regularly scheduled meetings to let them know about the program, how people can access it, how to apply, and providing all of those pieces. And we continue to do that. We're working on some, the state is working on some changes to how we process payrolls. And so we're also using that as an opportunity to talk with providers at the same time around how people can enroll for this program.
You may remember that, so CCAP is going to be kind of fluid. We're going to have too many cases, it'll feel like sometimes, and then we're going to have too few cases, and then too many and too few. And hopefully we're all going to even out at this place that we feel we can afford and manage. But right now we're in a down dip, and we're not sure if, why in particular it's down, but in January it could be up again. Yeah.
I somehow have lost sight of the acronym SNAP, S-N-A-P. What does that mean?
Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or
Food
previously known as food stamps, food assistance.
Oh,
It's a new name for food stamps. SNAP. Because that's intuitive, right? Not. That's a joke.
You want to make it sound like a vegetable.
Okay. Do you all want to make a motion about the payrolls?
so moved.
We're moving on.
Approving the payroll study.
Yes.
Third quarter
thank you,
payrolls.
Second.
As articulated in the memo.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Great. So we just wanted to give you a quick update on our emergency assistance fund. You will remember that the Healthy Community Fund gives us $40,000 a year. And then in addition to that, we get grants as we can. We got a $6,000 grant from El Pomar, 6 or 5 or. And here's how we've spent the money to date. And this, we did this table 2 weeks ago, and I can tell you that to date today, we are now fully spent on our emergency assistance fund. We had a bunch of applications come in for rental assistance and some utilities, but we now have no more funds for emergency assistance. And we feel that we've reached a lot of households with these dollars, and we are able to still give some city market vouchers that we have available, but those are limited as well. But these dollars are very well spent in helping families move through any kind of crisis, fiscal crisis that they may have.
George?
Yeah, Dan, I noticed that in terms of the expenditures, the largest amount went towards rent, with 37 households assisted in the amount of almost $30,000, and perhaps a good portion of that, well, not a good portion, but a portion went to help Hotel Jerome employees. When Hotel Jerome shut down for the remodeling, those employees, this is a supplement to help them pay the rent above what they were getting for unemployment benefits. Is that how I read this correctly? They're getting unemployment benefits because they were laid off while the Jerome is going through a remodel. But those unemployment benefits are not adequately covering all of their household expenses, including rent. So we are contributing to that.
Right, exactly.
Correct. I think there were 6 or 7 families of Jerome that we assisted with the rent, or individuals.
And do we know when they come back online, for the Jerome? I mean, it's
When they go back to work,
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you know?
I do not
We
know.
were able to link our public assistance tech with Hotel Jerome employees, and that was really nice. They called us in advance, told us what was happening, and we sent a public assistance technician to talk to them at a staff meeting and link them up to services.
Yeah, it just,
I'm sorry.
yeah, it just shows the impact to the community, to the employees, when a major employer shuts down for reasons that they need to. But it seems like there should be some sort of partnership, perhaps, that we could be working through the Healthy Community Fund with these organizations when they go through these transitional periods.
We have not thought about asking employers for money when they do that. That is something we could talk to them about.
I think that's a great point, George, and I hate to put a new burden on Nan, but it seems like perhaps, again, given that this fund is supposed to deal with the entire community, asking could they do some sort of matching component or something like that would be reasonable. I had two questions. One is that I was just surprised to see the name of the hotel in the memo, and is that standard, or is it more appropriate to say a larger motel, a hotel that has closed, or, I know there's the various confidentiality laws or things like that. We're certainly not listing the individuals, but I was just surprised to see the name.
I didn't think about that. Do you feel like it was inappropriate? Because we don't come into, it doesn't happen very often. I think
Yeah.
the only other time it happened was when the Grand Hyatt, whatever, I don't even remember, but it's so rare that they call us in advance and that we can partner with them and that we can help.
And I certainly support the assistance that's been given to the
Yeah.
employees, but it raises a kind of bigger question in a seasonal community of, will we get to a point where a lot of hotels close in September and don't open until December 1st? And is that an automatic big hit to the funds? And again, should employers offer some assistance for that instead of planning that public welfare will carry their people over until they can start again? It just kind of raises questions to me about that. And I don't have any answers, but I was just surprised. I mean, we've never that I've seen the memo say, this didn't open, and so we had that big of a use of the funds.
And we can keep our eye on that. I think because this was not a seasonal closure, but this was a remodel closure, and it's in the papers, and
Sure.
we all know it's happening. In some ways, we wanted to applaud the Jerome for calling us in advance and allowing us to support their employees. And but we don't, right, every season we don't come in and say, well, blah, blah, blah has closed, right, for the off-season, or this restaurant is closed. That's sort of standard fare for us.
Yeah.
But,
And I guess my last question is for the board as much as for Nan or anyone else, but, I'm looking at it and saying, well, there's 10 weeks till January 1st. Some of the hardest season to get through for families, Thanksgiving through Christmas. And because of this one hotel closure, we seem to have really blown right through that fund a lot quicker than we would have, and now other people may be unable to get assistance. And is it appropriate will we have to reconvene and ask the advisory committee on the Healthy Community Fund, would they consider an additional $4,000, $5,000 allocation so you guys can close out the year, or is that something?
just to let you know that the Healthy Community Fund has no dollars. We overspent last year, this year. So if you all wanted to make a contribution from your discretionary fund, that would be fantastic. But the Healthy Community Fund has no more dollars.
Chad?
Yeah, I guess since you asked the question, my sense is that we wouldn't mention the name of the hotel, because my comments that I'm going to make, I don't want them to be interpreted as, focusing on one specific property. But I really question this program because it's precedent setting for me. Everyone that, and you have to qualify, of course, and I understand that. But any time that there's a major shutdown renovation, we could be asked for this kind of help. And I don't find any difference between that kind of help, emergency assistant fund money going for this purpose, than what Rachel brought up, for example, the seasonal. I mean, there are so many people in our community that are hurt so bad because of the reality. We are a seasonal economy for major employers. That is it fair to the individual here from a remodel versus the one that gets laid off? Rightfully so, because there's no list going. for example. So I hope we can kind of think through this as to arriving at a policy. I'm for helping people, but, you know, just like in land use, when the consultants become aware of what happened over here, well, then you set the precedent and then you're going down that path. This is a concern for me, and I appreciate George and Rachel's comments.
I do want to note for the record that there are 37 households that received the rent assistance.
That's right.
And
And
there were
only-
6
yes.
from the Hotel Jerome. So it's not out of proportion, and I may have misstated that earlier, mischaracterized it in my previous comments. I was just concerned about the policy going forward, as Jack has kind of said. But I still think that brings us back to the question of would we want to consider you know, a supplemental appropriation from the general fund or additional assistance from our discretionary fund so that there is something left to finish out the year within this fund. I would be supportive.
Let me just say that, you know, although the Hotel Jerome was mentioned, it's really about helping people in need. And if the Hotel Jerome hadn't been mentioned, I don't think we'd be discussing this in terms of Hotel Jerome, seasonal closures, various hotel closures. So I think we can leave off specific institutions and close on a remodeling basis, but just as long as we're serving people in need and qualify, I think we're doing our job. That's what happens.
I appreciate this being mentioned because this is a policy question, because there's a much larger situation that occurs after every season, whether it's summer or winter.
Well, as Dan pointed out, it's not seasonal closures. It's particular closures of a business in midstream, essentially. So
Unexpected by the employees
Yeah.
versus seasonal, which is
yeah. So they're not necessarily covering seasonal closures. So,
No, they're not, and that's the problem I have.
so you would like them to cover
Well,
seasonal
I wish
closures?
we had the ability to help people no matter what the reason. This just pointed out a little bit of a inconsistency where I never ever considered a closure of a private business would generate the need for assistance versus the bigger picture of seasonal closures and the hundreds upon hundreds of people that lose their jobs for a valid reason, just as this is.
a lot of these other rental assistances are a result of seasonal closures. But we also have child welfare families that we're supporting, and we've got families that are living in affordable housing units that are having trouble paying their homeowners dues, and I think you all know some about that. And we don't pay homeowners dues, but we do pay rental or rental assistance. So we are, I think, we are out there trying to capture the whole, and I think it makes a meaningful difference in the lives of the families here in Beacon County to be able to support their rental costs.
We're getting close to 11 o'clock, which is when we're going to close this meeting. So George and then Jack.
So Dan, we actually have in the Emergency Assistance Fund for the year 2012, $45,000.
Right,
And
that
we
includes
spend-
money from El Pomar.
Right, and so we've spent to date $36,000. So we have about $9,000 left at this point, no?
No, well, as I said, this chart came 2 weeks ago when we wrote the memo, and we've now spent all the dollars except for some of the food voucher dollars that we have available. So all of the cash is gone, right? All of the cash is gone. We now only have city market vouchers left.
Yes, Jack.
Yeah, when we met jointly with the city of Aspen and had a discussion about future funding by the municipalities for our nonprofits relative to the Healthy Community Fund, there were several comments made about need. what this quarterly report demonstrates for me, that the need is equally greater every quarter that we move forward. And I would like us to consider, as that discussion goes forward about participation of municipalities, the county, and the Healthy Community Fund, that we might use some of this background to say, not only do we work with Healthy Community Fund and supporting the necessary functions of various nonprofits, but this is also what we do as a county, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think, equally valid, because it just sheds another light on the same needs of the general population who are in need. So this is valuable information.
I tried to say that at the meeting, that you all hear about the needs every quarter, not only from us, but from public health. And the city doesn't have that opportunity to hear about the needs and watch them grow, as you guys have been watching since 2008. So we'll try to find a way to help the city get the same information or similar information.
If there's a memo in the future as this evolves, this could be another snapshot that we offer.
Right. Well, we have, I know you're thinking about possibly giving the EAF more money, but if we could just have Kim do a quick update on child welfare and what's happening with that, and then we'll see where we go.
It's a little past.
She can talk really fast.
Yeah, I can. Had a lot of coffee. We were rolling about 3 weeks into our merge with LaSalle, Eagle County area, and so this is going to be very brief. Next time we come, we'll probably have much more of a report, but basically I just wanted to share with you that we opened the referral system October 1st. We had an open house in the LGFL building. We've been working with partners, we've been working with people in the community to let them know about our process and our services. And since October 1st, the first week was very slow in terms of getting referrals, but the last couple weeks have been quite busy. We received 16 total referrals. Of those referrals, 9 were from Eagle County. And we accepted for assessment, that's a longer term investigation, 4 of those. And Pitkin County, we had 7 referrals and we accepted 2 of those. That's just a brief overview of what we're getting. I think that I just want to say thanks again for everyone for having such a great vetting process, because I think we're ironing out some things, but I think that because of that vetting process, we started out pretty smoothly, and I anticipate that that will be the case in the future. I'm sending an email. We have lots of meetings with Eagle County to communicate often and broadly and with our partners, and one of the things that I'm doing is sending out a bi-weekly, I was calling it bi-monthly, bi-weekly email to all of our group, just to let them know what the referrals look like, what some of the trends and themes are, what some of the work with partners have been, and I'll summarize that for our next meeting. So far, so good after 3 weeks. So.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Nan, have we taken care of all the motions that we needed to do?
You have taken care of the formal motions, and the only thing, the hanging chad, is Rachel's suggestion about supporting the Emergency Assistance Fund, if you all, or if there's another process we should go through to
Board,
pursue
there's
that.
been a suggestion that we help fund the Emergency Assistance Fund out of our discretionary fund. Let's talk about that. Jack?
Yeah, I prefer not to have that discussion right now. Wait till Rob comes back and have all 5 of us, because we're stepping outside of our budget. We've been generous, but we need to have a discussion. We all understand the need, so we need to have a discussion, I think, as a full board.
The rest of the board? Rachel?
Well, Jack, the only thing that does is it says for 2 weeks there's a no and maybe come back later and talk to us. We'll see if the county was able to do something or not. And, you know, we've all been in the budget presentation so far. Fiscal year 2012 is coming in over our projections in sales tax because we were very conservative. Whether it's discretionary fund or supplemental appropriation, we deal with those regularly throughout the year, and I think it's more a matter of timing. I can understand your comment, but you know, business goes on in the county. We have 5 members. I was sick as a dog for the last week and had to miss my meetings, and I appreciated you guys going forward and making decisions and taking care of county business. So, you know, if it's appropriate, I would make a motion that we do a $4,000 supplemental appropriation to the Emergency Assistance Fund from our discretionary fund.
Is there a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion? George?
Yeah, Sean, how much do we have left in that discretionary fund?
Let's see if I can look that up. I believe you have about 8,500 left in there.
Okay, and you know, given that case, we haven't had a lot of requests, and usually at the very end of the year, we're just we're allocating those dollars, not
Food bank
arbitrarily,
and others.
but to organizations that could certainly use it. But here's a case where there may be some immediate need that perhaps would have eventually fit through some of these other organizations that we would have actually allocated those dollars to. So that still leaves us with about $4,000, give or take.
Yeah, it's 8,300 is
83,
what's
so
left.
4, so that's about half. So I think that's a great recommendation, and I support that.
Jack?
There's something sticking in my brain that we had some other requests on the table and I'm not remembering.
Jay, I think maybe the one you're thinking of is from Mountain Rescue for the planning fees, and
Oh, yeah,
that
that's
was such an amount that we bring that back as a separate appropriation from fund balance because they had requested 11,000.
Well, for me to move forward on something like this, I'd like to see how the $45,000 was used. You know, literally, where did all that go? Because we budgeted a certain amount. I prefer to try to stay in the budget, so I understand the logic of what's being said and the need, but I'm not going to support it.
Well, the expenditures are here on page 11 of our memo of how it was spent. And there was food assistance, utility assistance, emergency medical, dental, bus passes, gasoline assistance, and rent assistance.
So the only thing that's not on here is just what.
Yeah,
what's-
but
what's
it's-
spent
The
during
more
last couple of
recent
weeks, mostly
expenditures would have been around rentals.
Around rentals.
Yeah, to
But
me,
we could update it easily.
that's, you know, a snapshot. I just want more information, so.
Do you want case by case, Jack, or, because we can tell you exactly,
Well, I don't know. All of a sudden, case by case becomes, well, how deep are we getting into this? Are we micromanaging? I'm just not comfortable making this decision on the spur of the moment.
Any further discussion, board? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
thank you, that will really help local families. And we'll make sure to give you a report on those expenditures in January. Thank you.
Nan, let me ask you a question. When we go forward with the Healthy Communities Fund, and we have this emergency assistance fund, are we looking at increasing the request for that?
You know, we didn't because you all approved it for 5 years, and we have, I think, 2 years left at that same amount. But we can look at that as an option if we don't spend all the money. And we come to you on November 13th with the recommendations from the Citizen Grant Review Committee. And it's very close to spending all the money that we have. So why don't we look at that? We also will probably need to reduce some of the totals that we give to make sure that the money lasts all year as much as possible. Okay?
One last quick question. So Now, I understand what has occurred here. We also are over budget to the tune of $66,000 in
Adult protective services.
Yeah,
In admin,
the admin piece.
which is public assistance and adult
And
protection.
that one's not going to be, probably, we won't arrive at any more contributions.
We probably should expect that that's about the overage that we'll be seeing on an annual basis.
Well, consistent, obviously, with Michael's thought about, well, what happens with the emergency assistance, we need to consider what that means for that program, too. So we don't just go over. So I'm suggesting, as we prepare a budget, we might have to increase that. I'd rather be
Right.
more on target. The
Yeah.
$66,000 is beyond
That's a lot.
this kind of flexibility, appropriate as it is.
The really good news is that Eagle County's annual contract went down for 2013 because of a change in the formula that we use to the tune of, I think, about $14,000. So that's a good savings.
And let me just say, on the subject of the city expenditures for nonprofits and their social funding, essentially, I think, the issue really isn't, the issue partially is information, sharing of that information. But I think also, I think the issue, like our partnership with Eagle and our partnership with other organizations, is that there has to be a community-wide partnership in all these endeavors. And it doesn't work well if it falls just on one jurisdiction. And I think somehow we have to work on why we would have a partnership with social services, with the city of Aspen and other municipalities, even though our funding is the lion's share. And I think that needs to be thought about and brought forward to the city of Aspen in particular.
Okay.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And again, my apologies for being sick last week and not able to make that joint meeting that you guys were in. But from the feedback I've heard, I think it's just really important to note that we did have an election last year, and the Healthy Community Fund passed with a margin that was almost 10% smaller than the time before. We did ask for a small increase to deal with this need, and it seems there was a kind of a city resentment that we should have asked for a higher mill levy from everyone within Pickens County, whether they're in the Frying Pan or the Crystal or Emma, so that we could take the city's contribution out, so that they would no longer need to make a general fund contribution. And as someone who worked diligently on that campaign, and certainly others did as well, I think that if that election had been framed that we have to ask for this so much more, so the city in its $80 million a year budget does not have to contribute $300,000 or $400,000 to human service organizations, it would have failed. There is just I have no question that had that been, well, this is why they're asking for more, it would not have passed. And we all would be sitting here with no funding for these issues going forward. So I don't know how that's kind of been missed. And there was a time I was on the city council working with others, and we were always trying to up and increase that amount. Now, I know the city has been certainly generous, and I want to give them credit for that during the economic downturn. But I think we should try to look back to, say, 2006, 2007, and what was their contribution then as a minimum? So we have a rate of comparison, and I have a feeling that you have that as sort of past information. As Michael has noted, this is not funding to the county for these human service programs. This is funding to human service nonprofit organizations that create the total safety net for our community. And that's a very big distinction.
Yes, one last comment. And you alluded to this, Michael. I just want to reiterate that I just don't want to single the city of Aspen out because they have been strong supporters in the past, and hopefully they will continue. But I think we need to extend that ask and the partnership to the town of Snowmass Village, which is an integral part of Pickens County, and the town of Basalt, where many residents live in Pickett County. So we have to share the burden amongst all the other municipalities as well, and that would also perhaps proportionally lessen the share on one entity over the other. I think that's something we need to look at.
Right, so Snowmass and Basalt and Carbondale and Glenwood all contribute to Health and Human Services. And at this point, you know, I believe that the nonprofits are having direct discussions with City Council about the need and the value of city dollars. And I think that's where a lot of the education is going to take place, and we'll be monitoring that. We're trying to talk to staff about what do we need to do to help the city make this decision. We'll see what happens.
But now, what did you think about the idea of using the Healthy Community Fund as the source for this funding, so that these municipalities don't have to go through that process, that, you know, that they go through a grant process too?
All of the municipalities, or just City
Well, I
of Aspen?
was essentially talking about the City of Aspen, but
We're technically already doing that, so I think we're all fine with that. If they significantly reduce their dollars, it would be hard for us to decide how to spend it. If they go from 380 to 90, I don't know how to recommend what's important to the City of Aspen. If they stay at 380, I can help them determine how to spend that money based on the need and what's important to the City of Aspen. But with a cut like that, I think it will be very difficult for us to advise them.
well, it'd be difficult for the recipients also.
And difficult for the receiver, right, exactly. I'm, of course, thinking of myself.
Right. Okay,
Okay, thank you so much.
Motion, do we need a motion?
to adjourn?
Or
Yes, that's
the
the
chair
board of social
declare its
services.
No, I think you make the motion, Jack.
motion to end the special meeting for Health and Human the board as the Board of Social Service.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Do we need a motion to go into executive session?
Special meeting for executive session.
Jack, we're not done yet.
Hey, Jack. We
Okay,
need
what-
to do a motion to go into special meeting.
Okay. For what purpose? I'd be happy to make a motion, but I don't have the,
Oil and gas, and here's this.
This is special
It's on
meeting
there.
okay.
for oil and gas 24/6/4024B.
Okay, I will make that motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
So we are now going to go into executive session. Where were we going to hold that session?
We're going to go up to Plaza 3.
And we were going to go up there till 1 o'clock, is that right?
That's
In
right.
Plaza 3, the caterers are up there right now?
We were preparing a little refreshment.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Caitlin. We'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, so.
The counties, each of the three counties, that was the indication that we received from each of the counties in terms of what, if anything, was available for increased salaries and compensation. So we were asking that, and to not to justify it, but to make it more palatable. We went through the line items of the budget and trimmed where we could to offset that 2% that we're asking for increases for salaries. to offset that in other portions of the budget. So the net effect is that what we're asking for in this budget is about a 0.1% increase in the overall contribution of the three counties combined. So that's basically what I'm here for today. Our budget has been pretty much static for the last 3 or 4 years since 2009, and this budget that we are proposing and asking for approval for next year, it follows that trend. I would like to point one thing out in the hard copy. It's the page entitled Fiscal Responsibility. This kind of bar graph, if you will, for some of those years, 2012, 13, and 2010, the bar graph doesn't quite reach that $3 million line. That's because, for some reason, the program that we had just wouldn't take it up there. It's not. We're not trying to misrepresent anything here. I just want to make that clear, because I think each of the last 3 or 4 years, going back to 2009, the budget has been at or above $3 million.
So do you think that program has its own mind? Is that?
Perhaps so. But I wasn't the one trying to operate it. It was my IT director, so I'll deflect that responsibility. So that's basically what I have to present and to request. And I'm certainly willing to entertain any questions, any concerns, any comments.
Board, any questions? Yes, Rachel?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here today. I was just wondering if you could update us on how the one case went where you were having to have people go to England for depositions and...
Fair question, good question. We've not gone to do depositions. Every criminal defendant has a right to confrontation, so we have to bring them here to actually testify live in trial. We are geared up for trial. It was set to begin November the 5th and to go through December 12th. Last Friday, 4 days ago, 4 or 5 days ago, the judge in the case granted the defense motion to continue the trial. So the trial is now set to begin April 1st, 2013, and to run through May 10, 2013. So that trial will not affect the current budget for 2012. It may have an effect on this proposed budget that we've proposed for next year. And having said that, as I said in the letter, we do and we will do everything humanly possible to pay for that trial and everything else in the approved budget. And we have done that for each of the years that I've been in office. It is our desire, it is our goal, it is our objective to accomplish that again next year when that trial goes. And so, as I indicated in the letter, I think probably what will happen is once the trial is completed, and maybe later on down into the year when we get later into the budget year, if it looks like as a result of that trial and the costs incurred therein, we might come to ask for supplemental funding. But again, we will do everything in our power not to do that, to avoid that. And it'll be only after we've done that and we've gotten deep into the fiscal year next year that we may come back. I don't anticipate that we're going to do that, but I always want to keep that door open.
Yeah, just a little follow-up question. Two things. One is, did the judge's action interfere with airline tickets you'd already purchased for these?
Thankfully, no.
Thankfully, no. Okay.
One airline ticket, yes, and we incurred a fee to redo that. I think it was $150.
Okay.
The defense filed their motion, I think in mid to late September or maybe even early October.
So you had
and we had a feeling that they were going to file that motion because of the things that were said off and on during different hearings that proceeded through the past several months. So I instructed my victim witness coordinator to hold off until we got a ruling. And she was able to do that with everybody except for one witness. So that all has been put on the back burner until next year, and we'll start redoing that again.
And then was there any carryover or potential carryover from the 2012 budget to 2013 for not prosecuting that in
If you will authorize us to keep whatever monies we don't spend this year, then the answer would be yes, there'd be some carryover. But we don't do that, and it's another good question. We don't do that. We give the money back that we don't use. And if we need extra money next year, we will then come back to you and ask for it and give you the opportunity to look at the figures, look at what we have, and see if we've justified our request. But I guess the short answer is no, there won't be any carryover, because what we will do is, as has been our practice, is to give money back that we've not used.
George?
Martin, on the packet they just handed out to us, and the public hasn't seen this, but on one of your pages you have a page of results.
Yes.
Of convictions, and you list, dozen or so results. One of the criticisms that I've read in the DA's department is that the DA has pursued, they've questioned some of the cases that the DA has pursued, and I just was curious if we could see perhaps another page of results where perhaps you were not successful. So there's some sort of balance here. If this shows that you're doing a great job in some of these very egregious cases, which are great, but it's also good to sort of balance out and see what sort of cases that you were pursuing that did not lead to conviction, because there has been some criticism over the last few years.
There's always going to be criticism of any DA's office for cases that they've pursued and not been successful in terms of obtaining a conviction, if that's what success is. We don't measure success strictly by convictions. Our office, our official responsibility is not to pursue convictions, it's to pursue truth and justice, and that's what we do. That's the purpose of jury trials, is we put on our evidence, and the other side puts on their evidence, and then an objective jury makes a decision. So any office is going to be criticized. I don't think anybody that is safety conscious is going to criticize what we've done here with regard to these serious and violent offenders. And we have pretty much a 100% success rate with the serious violent offenders. We measure success sometimes by two different perspectives. From a perspective of public safety. Is it public safety by having these people that are on this list here living in the Department of Corrections? I submit that the public is. We also look at success and results in terms of the victim. Are the victims of these crimes, are they safer, and have we achieved justice on their behalf? And again, I submit the answer to that question is yes. So I understand that there's going to be criticism. I welcome criticism. It's a government office. It's a public office. These are the results that we have to show with regard to those very, very serious and very, very violent crimes. And this is a result of your wisdom, your foresight, along with the wisdom and foresight of the commissioners in Garfield and Rio Blanco counties, of giving me the funding ability to hire top-notch prosecutors. Like was quoted in the paper today, if you get a $48,000 a year felony prosecutor, you're going to get $48,000 a year felony results. These are top-notch results. And it's because you all have allowed that, and I appreciate that, and I applaud you for it.
Any other questions, Chad?
Yeah, thanks for coming all the way up Valley here for this.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
Question, you mentioned on page 2 of your letter that you had submitted for the budget, serious felony cases remain frequent. I'm wondering, when you take the sum total of felony cases, and I'm sure, does the DA, now I have to ask a question here, does the DA prosecute misdemeanor
Yes, we do.
cases?
In all 3 counties.
Because you don't hear, what percentage of, say, felony cases are there relative to the whole?
That's a good question, Jack. I don't have that number with me right now. I can tell you that several years ago, I think, when we came and asked for additional staffing to staff the 3rd criminal court in Garfield County, at that point, we were running about, in Garfield County alone, 800 felony cases per year. And I think somewhere around 100 to 150 in each of Pitkin and Rio Blanco counties. So the percentages of felonies as opposed to misdemeanors is small. It may be, and I'm guessing here, maybe a quarter to a third of the total cases. Maybe less, I'm not sure. So, good question. I don't have those exact figures. We've not run those percentages, but certainly the felony cases are a lot less than the misdemeanors and the traffic cases.
Well,
Well, I
we're
could
pleased
actually take a
about
stab
that.
at that, Jack.
Excuse me?
Because I could take a stab at that question. Because I have some, when we're in the budget process, I typically, for Martin's letter, and I'm sorry, Martin, you're not seeing this, but I actually brought a spreadsheet that I put together for when Martin's compiling his letter, with, which is usually at the time that we're starting this process, it's June. So usually I just have the case statistics from January through June. And so what I had through January 1 through June 30, 2012, for instance, in Aspen, in that period, you had 45 criminal cases, 10 juveniles, 112 misdemeanors, 198 traffic. Traffics would make up 11.49%. I'm not sure if this is actually probably a percentage of the total number of cases in the district, that percentage that I just mentioned. But it gives you some idea, 198 traffic to 112 misdemeanors to 10 juveniles to 45 criminals in a 6-month period in that window. For the district-wide for that period, total traffic 1,723, misdemeanors 876, juveniles 83, criminals 308, and it's a total of 2,990 cases filed in the first 6 months of 2012 in the district. If that kind of gives you a little bit of...
Well, it's a snapshot. You know, my brain works when I see it in front of me, but I can digest what you said. Another question would be, and you mentioned 2 examples of cases, sexual assaults and drug cases. Both of those can be very, very serious. I'm wondering if you've mentioned those, they must be more dominant than maybe others. I don't know. But for me, it would be helpful to understand, well, you know, what kind of challenges in the district, I don't know about breakdown per county, do we face relative to each of those as a percentage of the whole? The same question, but breakdown. Drug cases, they're felony and misdemeanor, I would assume. The misdemeanor piece, you know, we don't hear much about it, so I'm not very knowledgeable there, but you know, that would give us a snapshot about you know, the challenges in those specific areas, and there are others, I'm sure, and I'm not, you know, I don't know how to define them, so I won't even, you know, other than the general term traffic, for example.
Well, and where these numbers come from is from the clerk of the court in Garfield County, Jim Bradford, compiles these for the whole district. And usually they're a couple months behind. Like I think the most recent I've seen are I'm not sure I've seen August yet. I know I've got July's. I'm not sure if I've seen August yet. They do not break down in their statistics. They do not break down drug offenses from other felonies or other misdemeanors. They do break down domestic violence cases independently. We, however, in the software system that we use, probably have the ability, I think that we put in and Martin might correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think we put in an attribute for drug offense cases and what type of drug, so that we can run reports saying how many methamphetamine cases did we prosecute in a period, that kind of thing. So, but the statistics we get from the court, which these are based on, and the numbers that Martin's letters are based on, are more general than that.
Yeah. And Jack, the percentages, it's important information. But what's also important is to know that percentages alone can be somewhat deceptive. One felony case, for example, this murder case that we've been working on for the past 4 or 5 years, can take up the time and resources of maybe half a year's worth of misdemeanor cases district-wide. Most misdemeanor cases, they're resolved with probably 3, maybe 4 court appearances. Many of them are resolved at the first appearance. There aren't very many felony cases, if any, that are resolved at first appearance. And the more serious the crime, the more time and resources and effort you're going to have to put into it. That's just another variable that goes into the
Well,
equation.
and I'm sure, and that's relative to how you create a budget and understand the challenges with each case and the sum total. But the reason why I asked that is recently we've seen some national statistics about crime, quote unquote crime, and there were breakouts there about this percentage or that, and 18% increase in violent crime. But then when they broke it out, it at least didn't seem to my cursory reading as bad as we didn't have 18% of murders, whatever. I think it was more, and I don't mean to diminish the importance of an assault case, but assault versus murder, so that's what I'm saying here. And that's why I was interested, well, how does it play locally, those kind of cases? That's my question.
And in terms of how it plays locally in these three counties, I'm happy to say that here in Pitkin County, it's not responsible for a large share of the serious violent crime. There has been some serious violent crime here in Pitkin County, and I don't say this to denigrate either of the other two counties in the district. It's just the fact that in the years that I've been in office, the lion's share of the serious violent crime in this district has occurred in Garfield and Rio Blanco counties.
Thank you for the feedback.
You bet.
Any further questions? Martin, let me ask you, this 2% increase, did you came up with that given consultations with our staff? Is that what?
Yes.
Bill has been in consultation with
John
staff,
and Connie,
each of the three counties.
And with the finance departments of the other two counties, and basically getting a feel from them what they thought what they thought you guys were going to propose for your overall budget, and that's basically what we tailored it to the best information we had at the time, bearing in mind that this budget was submitted in the middle of July. So whatever may have changed between, which obviously in the budget cycle things can change in terms of, in fact, we've already heard that Rio Blanco may not be looking at a 2% increase for their staff now, but at the time that we prepared and submitted this budget, that's what we were kind of hearing that for all three counties.
John, you have a comment?
Yeah, Michael, just so you know, we conference with the county managers and finance staff from the three counties and discuss the budget proposal, the preparation. So we're providing common feedback to the district attorney's office, and it was, I think, the consensus view of the staffs of the three counties at that time. The budget as proposed, we had some questions, but nothing really stood out. We did have a discussion about the pay increases, and similar to what we did last year. Last year, Pitkin County was in the middle of the two counties. I believe that this year, Rio Blanco was in the middle with a 2% increase, and that seemed to be reasonable with what the three counties were all proposing in their budget. Obviously, nothing's been approved yet, and that's, I think, how we landed on the numbers there before you today.
And keep in mind, as I say every year, we're not coming here demanding anything. We're coming here with our hat in our hand, asking that you approve the budget that we propose. And if it's within your collective wisdom that you decide not to, we'll go back to the drawing board, we'll redraw, and we'll go back to the other two candidates also.
Rachel?
Yeah, I was just going to ask John for refresher and reference, what is your recommendation for our staff throughout?
Right now, what we have in our proposed budget, but the board has not approved yet, that's it's still up as a decision point for you in future meetings, is a 3% pool for compensation. Now, we're still working on how that will be divided up. We have an employee compensation committee. We're also going through and doing a market study right now to see how our benchmarks are. So some of that may be applied to the compensation study. Some of it may go into...
So we're kind of at 3, Garfield was at 2, and Rio Blanco's
Garfield was
0 to 1.
also, I believe, at 2. and Rio Blanco was at 2. So they're actually the lower of the
They may go lower.
yeah. But I think that was what was in the proposed budget at the time that came to us.
I believe so.
Yeah, John, I remember the 3%. Did we average it over the time period of 13 to 16? It was 2 to 4, the range, and we landed on 3, or?
Well, actually, what we looked at, Jack, in arriving at that 3% was, one, a more sustainable number. We were looking to match the growth of our anticipated growth of our personnel costs more to what we were projecting in revenues, so that structurally we weren't getting out of whack there, and that growing to that 4% in the out years started to have those personnel expenditures growing at a faster rate. And so it made sense to bring that down to 3. The trade-off then was to implement that more quickly, starting in 2013, because we had originally had in our 5-year plan a 2% increase, which was another reason I think we landed at the 2% at the time we talked back in July. We did have a 2% built in. And so, Jack, what the proposal was coming from staff was to go to 3% across the board, because that looked to be more sustainable. And it also actually, over the course of the 5-year plan, was a little less expensive than the previously approved.
Yeah, $70,000 or something to save somewhere in there. Okay, thank you. Or 77, I just looked at it, found it.
Any further comments? George?
Well, I'll just make a comment. Just as we'll have this discussion with our budget, I recognize the importance of being able to retain and recruit qualified professional staff. I think that's the essence of the strength of any organization. And so I think this is a reasonable request from the district attorney's office. I'm glad to see that you've compensated or mitigated that increase for wages by finding other savings in your budget. So your overall budget from last year to this year is really a meager 0.1%. And I wish, all budgets were able to hold that tight a line. So I would support this.
Thank you, George.
Any other comments? It looks like we'd support this budget, and I think that you avoided the past conflicts we've had about increases by consulting the various counties, and I think that's a good thing. And I agree with George that by trimming in other places, the increase in your budget is minuscule. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
We'll need just a couple of minutes probably to get our presentation set up.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to it, and I think I've done my share. When I walk away, it's going to be...
So I'm thinking on the last page, which you need to see.
Yeah.
This was from last year. I didn't maybe having different pie charts. I didn't see that in the package.
Oh, we can get those for you.
Yeah.
I think we're getting you
Okay, because these are
Yeah. So we'll definitely do that.
Okay, good.
We're kind of changing it up a little bit this year, and we'll talk about this. We've never done a budget getting the decision. And then we're going to do a final budget for the budget. Yeah, we can do that. We figured it might just make sense. George was just making
sure. Once a year.
Well, I think this, I'm going to speak to it.
She's sleeping Okay then? All set? Welcome back. This is Board of County Commissioners work session for October 23rd, 2012. We're beginning furthering our budget talks. And we have a budget presentation based on a flourishing natural and built environment. So, John, do you want to lead off this discussion?
I'll kick this off. Thank you, Michael. Today, we're going to be getting in, as you said, to the flourishing natural and built environment, which is one of 3 core focus areas for our strategic plan. It has 4 key success factors, all of which we're going to talk about today and how the budget relates to them. Conserve natural resources and environment, responsibly maintained and enhanced county assets, ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems, and well-planned and livable built environment. Really, our goal today is to start to bring decision points to you and get direction from the board so that we can build a final budget. So throughout the presentation, we'll reach certain points where we'll be asking you for specific direction. You, of course, are welcome to interrupt us or give us direction at any point during the presentation, but we'll definitely call out those specific areas where we're seeking direction. Today, we're going to cover several general fund departments. I'm not going to read them all off to you because you're going to hear plenty about them over the next few hours, as well as some special revenue funds, resource recovery, open space and trails, healthy rivers and streams, and the transit sales and use tax fund. We do have a lot of slides, a lot of information to get through today, so we'll try and hurry it along, but please, of course, stop us as you have questions.
Okay, John Redmond, Finance Director. This chart shows the total amount of expenditures for all funds. So that means general funds and the other funds that are included here. just to get you kind of a context, we have a total for all funds of projected spending of a little bit over $80 million. So this core focus area represents about 48% of total spending for Pickens County as it's set up. Now, within this $39 million, about 40% of it comes from the general fund. And then within the general fund itself, it represents about 52% of the general fund spending. So it's a capital-intensive area, and that's why the amount of, I mean, typically we think of everything being a third, but in reality, this represents almost 50%. Any questions on that?
Well, I was just hoping you could reference which page you're on
Oh.
in our larger book as we go through it. Or is there a handout that you have?
I think this page, it should be
Page 5, within what tab though, George? I was looking at the
Natural
original
and built
core
environment.
focuses.
Natural built environment.
October 23rd.
So we've organized it by date and presentation.
Okay.
And then
It's different this year.
Yeah. And just a comment on that, we have changed how we're building your budget books this year. We've typically given you a budget book of the preliminary budget, and then you guys make a lot of changes to that in the course of decision making, and we haven't brought back that final book of changes, although we do make the changes in the final materials we adopt. This year we felt like it'd be better to give you both the presentations and information as we were moving along, capture the changes, and we will provide you with a final budget book that can also be available to the public that represents your final decisions.
Thank you.
And John, I just missed this, John Redmond. The budget that we're looking at, the total budget of 39,503, you said that represents 40% of that comes from the general fund.
That's correct.
And then I missed the second statement after that.
Well, within the general fund spending itself, which is approximately $30 million this year, 52% of that general fund spending is winding up in here. So over half of our general fund spending flows into this.
Thank you. And then, just by way of reference, the transit sales and use tax, that is collected on behalf of the entire county, including the municipalities, and 81% is committed to RAFTA of the sales tax.
Of the 0.5%.
Of the 0.5%.
And then the 1% goes
to RAFTA as well, through a different agreement.
So, I mean, there's a large chunk of this, of 9 million,
Yeah.
1 million, is it really a pass-through?
Okay, that's what I wanted to point out, because it sounds like such a very big number. And so if we took the pass-through out, wouldn't this be a much larger percentage of our general fund?
Yes, it would.
That'd be an interesting statistic
Okay.
to have.
It wouldn't be a larger percentage of our general fund, because the transit and use tax is.
Because the 40% is still the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
40% is still the
Yeah, we can revise this.
But it's just that if 40% of this is from the general fund, I'd like to know what percent is the pass-through.
Okay.
37.
So we're going to go ahead and get into our department presentations now. And we will, like I said, be going through and asking for decision points. We're going to follow a similar format by each area to talk about some of the key indicators, what's in the proposed budget, and then reach decision points. And I'm going to turn it over to Cindy.
Thank you. On page 7 of your packet is where community development indicators begin. And we start with the planning and zoning fees, or revenues, if you will. And what we're showing here is that we actually are slowly increasing with our budget, but that we will be over the projected budget, we presume. That we will be. We feel that we're very confident in that, actually. So we are projecting that we'll be over the proposed budget in planning and zoning fees. The number of applications are shown on page 8, which indicate year-to-date that we are a bit down, but projection is that we will actually be back up again in terms of the number of applications that we've been seeing, back up to somewhere in the 2009 level of applications. The end of the year isn't really shown as well here maybe as what we know. As of September, we feel that we're, quite healthy in terms of the number of applications that we've had come in. It's been better as of September than the last 3 years as far as the number of applications that have come in. So if we added in September to these dates, we would show a higher indication level of applications. Building permit fee, inspection fees, and revenues are showing basically that we're close to 2011 as far as those revenues are concerned, but we are projecting to meet our budget this year. As far as issued permits on page 10, this is a little more of a story to tell, because while in the past, in some of the boom years, we may have had more solid residential starting permits, what we're finding now in this mix of permits that we have more, we're basically working harder for less money, because we have we have many more of the miscellaneous permits, which are the sub permits, if you will, the smaller permits for remodels and foundations and fence permits and that type of thing. We have much more volume of permits in the miscellaneous category that keep us busy, because each one has to be looked at by our staff. But we have the higher revenue permits, such as residential, at a lower rate than we have in the past. Commercial, however, has gone up as far as some of our commercial permits. As you know, in the county, we don't often have a lot of commercial, but over the last year, we've had the RAFTA applications and the school, the Country Day School, Music School applications. So another point about this slide on number 10, page 10, is that this, once again, is issued. It doesn't really indicate what's been applied for. So we actually have more permits that have been applied for as of right now this year than what we're showing as issued revenue. So are there any questions on those before I kind of summarize a little bit about some budget decisions?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay. What we're looking for as far as buy-ups this year are, it's basically 2 positions, and what we've thought about is looking at that more in a way that's looked at when we look at our revenue analysis, and we're looking at continuing work on that revenue analysis relative to some of our valuation studies with the use tax, and ensuring that in fact we're getting the value that we think is there in the value of each one of the building permits that come in the door. We're looking for a full-time position for the front desk. Right now, we utilize 20% of several positions to man that desk, if you will. When we had a turn down in our applications and in our permits, we decided that was the best way to keep skilled labor on our staff for each one of those areas and work that out with the front desk. What we're finding is that with the level of work that we're doing now, even though some of it might not be as revenue producing, we have a lot piling up on our desks for each one of those individuals. So we're trying to get back to the front desk position, but we're going to be looking at our revenues in order to trigger that position getting reinstated. And then we also have a 60% position in our plans examining position with Tony Pissarro, who had stepped down as the chief building official. He now works 60% of his time in our building department. but we're looking at reinstating that to 100% position just because of that volume of numbers of applications. But again, we'll look at that as it's triggered with our revenues and our and some of our shoring up of our valuations and our fees.
George?
Can I ask a question on that one? Because I know that was a request actually from Tony to go to a part-time position and sort of gave Brian an opportunity to step up. But I don't think that Tony wants to come back to 100% full-time, so what
Well,
do
we
you do
have
that
to-
extra 40%, another part-time?
Yeah, we have to look at the workload and the position and not necessarily the individuals involved when we're looking at this. There'd be different ways we may be able to work that out in terms of those hours spent, but we are looking at needing that full-time 40 hours a week to get the job done.
And this is a little bit of a change in terms of how we've approached it, because these currently are not built into the budget, but we're trying to anticipate where we might see pressures based on, how our workload trends and revenue trends are developing. And to give you an idea that it's possible that we're going to be coming back now over the course of 2013 in a supplemental capacity, looking for these if in fact we still see these trends of increased workload and revenues.
So are you asking for this buy-up now?
No.
So what you're saying is, given how it works out in the coming year, these might be positions that you have to consider.
Correct. We just wanted, and it's a little different than we have done it in the past, but we just wanted to put those on your radar screen because we felt that with the way our business runs, if you will, we have to keep on top of when those triggers are showing us that the trends are increasing, so the workload's increasing, so that we maintain our turnaround times to an acceptable level.
And then below that you have your comm dev fees. And how is that? How are we approaching that issue? Is that something to consider in the future, or are we considering it now?
Well, it's an analysis that we are preparing to conduct. I know we've done a little bit of work preliminarily on it. But again, that's something that we'd be looking at over the first quarter, I think, of this next year, and bringing the results of that analysis and some proposals back to the board. So, for example, one of the concerns that we have is that we're basing our permit fees based on estimates of value versus the reconciliation to actual value. And that may mean that for larger projects, if the estimate is low, and that's, I think, the analysis that we have to do and bring back to you, because we can reconcile that against use tax receipts, for example. Then what that means is we've probably got a little bit of a regressive fee structure where the larger projects, which have more room for estimating error, are paying less than smaller projects. And that would mean we need to look at, do we change our process? And does that allow us to look then at the rates that we're charging, for the different levels and complexity of projects? So that's an analysis we have not done, so we're not prepared to obviously give you the results of. But that, as a result of going through the budget exercise this year, we understand that's a project that we need to take on this first quarter and bring back to you next year.
George and Rachel.
I'm still a little confused. These buy-ups, they're just more like an FYI, they're pending, but they're also shown in the budget request?
They are not shown in the budget request. They're not recommended in the budget.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I'm okay with what we have presented in this budget going forward and evaluating the teacher buy-ups, in the future. But I would like to have more statistics or perhaps more of what is our goal for the turnaround for permitting fees. And, and I realize it would be different in each category for the complexity of the project, whether it's a remodel or whatever. But in terms of looking at this as a customer service point of view, that's what's missing for me. You know, if we're going from what used to be a 3-week turnaround to a 4.5-week turnaround, is that the trigger? Is it that, you know, what is the trigger? Is it another day and a half longer? You know, maybe that's not a trigger. So I think that that would be something to both track and understand what has it been in various years and for the different types of fees, and then how do we maintain that customer service level?
And Rachel, that is data that we've been tracking and looking at, and so I think at that point we can definitely provide that for you. That's good.
Yeah, and you know, some of this is always for each budget process improves from year to year, but I think it's important for our community to know what our goals are for turnaround time, and I don't know that any of us could state those now.
Well, as John said, we do have those numbers, and we're happy to bring them back. We could talk a little bit about it today, but we've been trying, I think my goal is really to not let the permits get out more than maybe an 6 to 8 week period for the bigger residential projects. I know those are the best. The commercial projects are a little different, but that's kind of where we've been holding our pattern on some of those. And if you get out past that, you start to lose a season. You start to lose your...
Oh, sure.
And so I think that there are ways we can explain that to you in more graphic form and bring that back.
Yeah, I'd love to look at that because I realize that Pickens County is different than other counties. We have more complex rules in certain areas, wildlife mitigation, wildfire issues, so on. But it'd be nice, I don't know if there's such a thing as an industry standard or resort industry standard, or where are we tracking in terms of public expectations as well? Thank you.
So we did talk about the fact that we're looking at reconciliation, if you will, between the valuation when a building permit comes in, as John mentioned, and the use tax. So hopefully we'll see if there's a gap there where we're leaving some revenues on the table that shouldn't be left on the table as far as our revenue source. And then we're also going to be taking a look at the yearly, just fee structure that we have. This is just a compilation of, over the years, some of the varied activities that we have in community development. Everything from, marijuana and regulations and how those work to pipelines and Thompson Divide and new grocery store expansions, all of that. So we just wanted to pull together a couple of our highlights over the year. Here we have some of the commercial activities, the Buttermilk Bus Rapid Transit Station and the music school, to show the expansiveness of some of those. Here, this one's kind of telling on some of our larger single-family homes. These are actually the mechanical spaces that we look at in some of those larger homes that look, they're pretty complicated and involved as far as construction goes. And then we have just some excavation and framing photos from the year to give you a little heads up on that. We look at everything from paths to footbridges on private properties, and then what we're seeing on the horizon as far as the strategic plan is concerned. We've been working to try to pull together kind of aligning our relationships with our state and federal and local agencies. It's one of actually the goals that the board came up with at your retreat, with the strategic plan under the built and natural environment. And as a part of that, we've been looking at how we're actually funding some of our environmental programs throughout the county, and whether or not we're doing that in an effective and efficient way, because as you know, we have varied sources out there, the healthy rivers and streams, the open space and trails, sometimes from my department, sometimes supplemental requests come into a variety of departments. So we're looking at how we can make our funding go to the community in the most efficient and effective way. And then we're also...
Excuse me, Michael. Cindy, you said make our funding go out to the community in the best way? You mean provide services in the best way we can?
Well, it's not just
Because funding
services.
is, something's not working, you don't distribute funds.
Well, we actually, through you, we actually do sometimes. An example, last year we were asked to fund a air quality study with, that was over. So that request could have come to community development, it could have come to a variety of the departments within the county. So we're just trying to work more closely together to understand where that various funding comes from. We recognize that in this year's budget review with our budget review team that maybe we were getting hit from different angles and we weren't really aware of the effectiveness of some of our funding relative to some of our natural resources. So that's just one thing we're working on as an overall organizational improvement. And then in our department, we're looking at implementing our new tracking system and trying to be as efficient as we can with our processes. So Rachel, once again, back to the turnaround time and the public accessibility to understanding the status of some of our permitting processes. I think this will go a long way to helping us in that.
So, and you also have the consolidated request for funding from
I'm sorry?
nonprofits here? And
That was the part about funding for various environmental issues to the nonprofit groups.
You're like consultant for the workshop to do the air quality stuff.
So Michael, what we found during our budget review is that we might have the same group coming to the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund and potentially Healthy Community Fund or to community development on projects. And we had not captured a process to really make sure that we were aligning all those requests as a county against all those funding sources, so we understood, okay, where are we putting our dollars? Are we being as effective as possible? So it's really more about an internal process to a certain degree to be sure that we're coordinated and that we have a better understanding how we're applying the dollars from these various sources to really start being more strategic with them. So it's, again, it's not necessarily reflected in changes in the numbers, but it's just, we wanted you to be aware that we're starting to look at these things a little bit differently.
So it's not solely a community development issue, it's
That's
more
correct.
a county issue that, because we have so many individual funding sources, that one funding source doesn't know what the other funding sources are.
Right, and a lot of the coordination has come in to Cindy's area to help build the matrices and understand where those fit from a community perspective.
What about the community? You know, we just had the sheriff come in and he asked us to waive planning and zoning fees. What are we doing about that?
Well, we're
Not that particular issue, but just in general, when we have nonprofits coming in saying, well, listen, we provide community benefit,
Yeah.
so why should we pay?
We don't waive fees. First, when those requests come in front of the board, it is an appropriation of the board. And it has typically, I think, for example, how we handled the mountain rescue most recently, I think, helps us set a precedence for how we deal with those, which is on that kind of project, we, as staff, supported it because that nonprofit in particular is fulfilling a responsibility that would otherwise rest with the county. So they're acting, in essence, as an arm of the county. And so we're participating in their project. The only other fees that we participate in, to my knowledge, Cindy, you may need to give some more history, is special events fees, where the nonprofits will come in and we have a policy that as long as they've met the conditions of their permit and the board makes a determination that it's in the community's interest, you participate either fully or partially in funding some of those permit fees for nonprofit events, if you deem them to have a community benefit.
And those come out of our discretionary.
Those come out of your discretionary fund, yeah.
Any further questions? Yes, please.
Just a clarification, I don't think you were saying this, but you're not talking about trying to set up a system in your department similar to Healthy Community Funds where all applications have to be in by August 1st for the following year and they're evaluated, because the various funding opportunities that any of these groups may be pursuing and needing local match come up quarterly throughout the year.
Not at all, but really having an ongoing, almost a matrix set up so that we can share information quickly among the various funding sources that, whether it be Healthy Rivers and Streams, Healthy Community Fund, and our general fund areas, and community development tends to get hit on the environmental kinds of requests in the general fund most frequently. That we're sure that we're coordinating between those entities when the requests come in.
And I think the value in that is that, in fact, when you look at your strategic plan to really look at how we affect the natural environment, this gives you a much more succinct way of looking at it, where you can say, we've done this for air quality in the community this year. We've done this relative to water quality. We've done this relative to meeting our goals in all of those areas.
Yeah, and so again, for community development, we don't have a lot of we don't have specific decision points right now. This is more making you aware of horizon issues, what we are doing relative to budget, whether it be fees, how we're doing grants, and particularly the potential for FTE requests if our current trends continue. Thanks, Cindy. All right, on to success factor 2, responsibly maintain and enhance county assets. And we're going to get into where you are going to have plenty of decision points, I believe, which will be the capital plan.
Overall, the next presentation will be about capital spending on road and bridge, facilities, and fleet. Overall, over the next 5 years, we've got in excess of $28 million of expenditures. And the resource for that is primarily a designation of sales tax. Sales tax receipt for the general fund currently runs around $7 million a year, of which we are currently designating 46% of that annually towards funding of this. There's some additional grant money and a little bit of anticipated savings, but the bulk of the money is coming from sales tax revenue. Well, as you can see here, we've had a tremendous amount of spending of the capital fund, primarily on roads. And so it does somewhat dwarf the out years, but I think in the effort to gain even greater savings is the reason why we've done this over the last year. Over the next couple of years, it does go down where it gets pretty close to zero, but then the fund itself actually builds up.
The real point,
John, 2016, we see that it really drops down. I think it dropped down to around $86,000. Is that getting precariously low in case we have some disaster?
Well, I think
it falls down.
No, I think that's historically we are not probably going to spend it all. So the 586 could very well be $1 million by the time we get a couple years out. A. B, we have various levels, as you will recall from our total fund balance of, let's say it's $15 million when we get down here. You know, we have a $4 million contingency fund, and we have another $8 million of designated funds. So worst case, you would go into that remaining $12 million, and I don't anticipate that happening.
And we do have some contingencies built into the appropriations on capital too for unforeseen repairs. Do you remember what we got under that? We'll have to look. But we do have some appropriations built in, George, for contingencies if we have a failure or an unintended.
John, let me ask you, you mentioned that 2012's expenditures were high, but we did that because we wanted to take advantage of the possible savings. Do we know what those savings were?
I think JR is probably the one that can quantify that.
He'd need a microphone.
Well, we haven't been able to necessarily get a specific quantity on the amount of money that we've been able to save by being able to take advantage of economies of scale by piggybacking on with the state on a paving contract. But when we estimate a project for a county paving project, we typically estimate asphalt at about $110 a ton. This summer, our contract price, depending on the road, was more around the $85 a ton range. So we saw significant savings on the added projects that we had done this summer.
In addition, the scope of work went from being a chip and seal to an overlay, and therefore, it's looking out, there's savings.
Yes, and we were also able to do, as John said, a hardier type of treatment to the road. We'll get a longer lifespan out of that structure that we've added to the road. Most specifically, Castle Creek would be a good example of that.
So we might have saved 25%, 50%, but we haven't qualified this.
We have to close out the projects before we'll have that number nailed in. So we're still closing out our constructions.
Yes, Richard?
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with the budget as we're seeing it going forward, but, kind of to George's point, we're taking advantage of good opportunities now, and we're spending down money that had been very cautiously saved over the years. Although there's some replenishment in the budget, it really doesn't go back to the type of magnitude of the type of work we've needed to do in the past. And so I know these roads now have an extended life, but it doesn't give us millions of dollars to take care of the subsidence on the frying pan or other roads or things like that. I mean, I don't want to give the impression that, wow, we're just going to be great out here, because for me, looking at out years where I won't be at the table, but 2019, 2020, 2021, those magnitudes of potential capital spending are probably deficit spending, in the sense that we will again not be keeping up with the real maintenance needs of our roads. And it's worth noting. It's balanced for now. We're coming out of a bad economy, but this won't hold for being sufficient funding for capital needs.
Yeah, Rachel, I think what we've done is we've made a huge improvement by being able to increase our capital investment almost tenfold what it was during the downturn. But you're right. I think it leaves some unmet needs. And, I think we've got a good pavement management program, but where we have to make, seriously new capital investments, if that be the Frying Pan Road, or if that be
the senior center.
Yeah, if that be increased capacity, whether it be in facilities or roads, that's going to require us to really take another look at revenues. Right now, I think we've put ourselves in a position where we're not doing a poor job maintaining our assets, so we're not going to lose, ground in the future on our existing assets. But you're absolutely right. We're not going to have room for new capacity. If we do have a major, then we'll have to look at, there's that discretionary fund balance that we haven't, dug into, and that's that operating fund balance that is balanced going into the future. Future boards would either need to look at that or look at other financing mechanisms or revenue sources, and that problem has not been addressed in this.
Thank you.
So what we can do is just do a quick recap of what we did get done this year. In total, we looked at maintenance of condition with a lot of these overlays and chip seals. And we got to touch over 21.5 miles of our 110 paved miles. So we were very close to touching 20%. And while everything that Rachel and John just said is very true, and that really is the theme, is that we took advantage of a great opportunity this year. But obviously, that's not a sustainable practice moving forward because we just don't have the money to do that. So we're going to be shifting back into really that maintenance of condition and doing some much needed capital improvements moving into 2013. A few of the projects that we did do, we just wanted to touch base with the board with is like the Coal Creek culvert. We set a massive culvert into Coal Creek. We worked with a lot of different landowners. We worked with several different agencies, particularly the Forest Service, who's undergoing a restoration project up in Coal Basin this summer as well. We are going down to do a final inspection on the project on Thursday, and we're really excited to see this project get wrapped up.
Gerard, let me ask you, what's the expected life of this culvert?
I believe when we estimated everything out, it was a 50-year estimate for the
50-year culvert.
The big theme of the summer, though, was the overlay program that the board funded. We were able to piggyback onto the state's contract, as I mentioned earlier. We got Castle Creek Road, Willoughby Way, Magnifico Road, Jack Reddick Road, Emma Road, Sopers Creek Road, and Smith Way, all into our overlay program this year. Despite a very truncated design process to get all of this done, we did get in. We did a lot of good patching in areas that were failed on a lot of these roads before we got the overlay done. That will prevent early failure on these roads moving forward. With the kind of the hallmark of the summer being the over 12.5 miles of Castle Creek Road that we had paved. We've gotten a lot of compliments on Castle Creek Road, in particular from the bicycling community. It's a real asset to the community from both a transportation and recreational standpoint. What we look to do to move forward, and I might need to borrow Brian Pettit when we get to the pedestrian underpass, but the first project that we have listed is the AABC roadway reconstruction. We've had a number of work sessions with the board regarding this project. It includes a massive drainage upgrade for this area. The ABC right now is vastly under-designed for the drainage that needs to be handled in that area. We also have included enhanced pedestrian amenities in the ABC, providing for sidewalks on some of the busier roads and separated pedestrian pathways through others. And reconstruction and repaving of all of the actual asphalt in the ABC. That project is in the budget for $2.6 million for next year. Staff is looking for some other revenues to go towards that project. The one update that we do have is we do have the thumbs up from the Open Space and Trails Board to move forward with the detention pond located adjacent to the Stein Trail.
The next project on the list is the Aspen Airport Business Center pedestrian crossing. And it's listed here at $3 million. And that's the total cost of the project. Really, all we're asking the county to fund is $500,000 of that total cost. Given last Thursday, the blessing of the BOCC giving $1 million, we are slowly accumulating enough money to complete this project. CDOT has given us $500,000 previously, so with the Commissioner's blessing on this $500,000 ask, we're at $2 million. We're $1 million short of having the budget to complete the project. And we're hoping that CDOT, either through grants or through shuffling money within Region 3, will be able to complete this project this coming spring, along with RAFTA's BRT station renovation and move.
The next project that we have listed is the Castle Creek Upper Bridge. This is the bridge. It's about 9 miles up Castle Creek Road. It's our lowest rated bridge in the system right now. We are going to be starting the planning and design of that bridge this winter. And so we'll be scheduling several work sessions with the board to go over some options moving that project forward. A lot of times with these bridge projects, we really do look to do them later in the season as our streams and creeks have lower flows and it's easier to work around the structures then. As we have in the this last year too, we have some capital maintenance projects in the tune of $125,000. That includes some of our contingency money that John mentioned. Also, it includes some money towards some bridge maintenance. That's one of the areas that we haven't been funding probably nearly as much as we should the last few years. So we're looking to ramp up that. And I believe we also have a few dollars in for another patching project next year.
Yes, John. Frying pan roads and sidings, how much of, what approach are we taking there? I mean, is $250,000 to solve it or to a giant Band-Aid?
Well, that's a good question, Jack. Right now we have $255,000 in the budget. It really is a guess at this point because we don't have necessarily a path that we know that we're going to go down. We want to start the planning and design of that this winter. It's another thing that we'll bring to the board in work session to discuss our options, see what different funding levels for that type of project will get us.
So this is to initiate, trying to understand what challenge we have.
It's a bit of a placeholder, I guess is the best way to put it. It's kind of, we don't, until we investigate it, we don't know what the real root of the problem is there. So we don't know if we have a solution at $255,000 or a Band-Aid.
What mile mark was that?
About 21.
So, in the long-range capital plan, was a frying pan designated as a project to be worked on in 2013 or 2014? I forget what year.
It's in one of the out years, but we do have some budget in for the frying pan road for, I believe, it's some pavement restoration, whether it be patching and a chip seal or a small overlay. I'm not sure yet.
So again, back to Jack's question, the 255 that's in this budget, at this point, we're not really sure what the use will be and whether that is going to be adequate or not to really address the needs up there?
That's correct. We're really looking at one specific failure area, and that's for those that have driven up the frying pan. It's right when you get into Pitkin County out of the Eagle County section. It's a pretty significant subsidence that we've been filling in with asphalt for the past probably 15 years or so. And so it continues to slip, and we continue to build the road back up, and we figured it's probably about time that we took a good hard look at what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I'm a little concerned that your numbers are not really realistic, and you'll have to come back next year for a supplemental budget that may be substantially more and may catch us a little by surprise.
Well, the hard part with this right now, George, is with the additional work that we've had to undergo this year, a lot of our planning efforts for next year have had to be put on the back burner. We've been working hard to try to keep the AABC project moving forward. with all of our construction that we're still wrapping up now, it's been hard to try to get some specifics put to a couple of these projects. So.
And we may be back to ask for more money once we get this thing defined. Just to go with what GR was saying, this road isn't going to fail. This has been the situation for a while. We're just trying to solve it so we don't have to go in and add more asphalt again. So it's not an emergency situation.
Or we have to listen to the Frying Pan Caucus complain about that every year, which I have for the last 4 years.
Right.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that some of the $255,000 is going to be for contracted professional work and investigation of this?
Yes.
Do you have a sense of how much you're going to spend to get a handle on it? I mean, it seems like they might need to do core samples, and, you know.
I honestly haven't put my pen to paper yet to come up with estimates of what we're going to need for the design. We have some opportunity too with our design because we do have some money plugged into our total numbers for the year for design support for consulting engineering work. Because my office won't be able to get done the amount of work and the volume of work that we need to get done. So,
Thank you.
This just shows the level of funding that's gone into our capital program in the red, and then the blue shows our operations, and those are fairly static. And really, the variable there is our winter season. As we get a lot of snow, which we all hope we do, the costs of our operations within the road and bridge go up.
The interesting thing about this slide is when we were putting together the presentation a few weeks ago, I don't remember who it was, but notice that this slide wouldn't have fit on the chart that we've used over the last several years because of the money that we've been able to put back into the road system. This is just a few things that we've talked a lot about over the last couple of years to get us to the point of funding where we're at now. One of the adages that we've used over the last several years is for every dollar spent today, we can save as much as $4 moving into the future. It's easier and cheaper to maintain a road than it is to reconstruct it once it's failed, is what that really means. While we're laying out this long-term plan with the board, one thing that we do want to remind everybody is we've done such a good job being able to be flexible and being able to take advantage of different circumstances as they arose by piggybacking onto a state contract or partnering with other agencies and taking advantage of economies of scale. And sometimes these types of planning efforts aren't static. And so in the years to come, expect staff to come back with other opportunities for us to try to save some money in the long term.
Any questions on the road? We're going to keep rolling through the capital to get you a decision point. But any further questions on the road before we go into facilities? No. Okay. Jody.
So the facilities capital projects in 2012 were based on our facilities condition audit that was done, and then also the energy audit. And those projects were based on life safety, energy savings, and then some capital repairs that we did. And we were able to complete, or in the progress of completing $1.9 million worth of projects. We're about 90%. Some of those, we didn't do pictures, but we took care of some safety issues with hot electrical panels. We're installing the fire sprinkler system in the historic courthouse as we speak. And we're making some safety upgrades at the ambulance quarters for Aspen Valley Hospital, or the ambulance district. We've also done the controls conversion. We've converted from Honeywell to Train, and we're making our systems much more efficient. We also implemented a new boiler plant this year. We were scheduled to replace 2 boilers or 5 boilers in 2 different buildings, and we were able to put the entire plant in the basement of the jail. So now we have one system that's running both buildings, less parts, less maintenance, a really solid system, and it seems to be working very well. The other thing is the elections. We do a lot of repairs and capital projects as far as remodels for the elections. We're doing ADA compliance stuff at Health and Human Services, some security upgrades, and we were also able to replace the UPSs in the 911 server room for the jail and the communications department this year. So we have a lot going on. With the facilities condition audit and the energy audit, one of the things that I would note is that their cost estimates when we budgeted are mostly on track. We've had a couple that have gone way over, but we've been able to absorb that based on the contingency that was allocated to us, so that we've been able to do that. And we're still on track for savings to return to the general fund this year. What else?
Can I ask about that? When do you anticipate those being completed? Is some of that carrying over into 2013, or?
I think we're going to be able to finish about 95%. There might be a couple of things that have to carry over due to the weather coming. We may end up contracting out a couple of small things. We had hired a skilled tradesperson to help save with some savings of hiring those that work out and pay overhead. And we've had some shifting in staff, so we are not able to use that person the way that we wanted to because of our operational needs that have been happening. So we may end up contracting out a couple of things, but we still anticipate to have a savings in general fund.
You know, I don't know if it's appropriate at 95% or wait to 100%, but it'd be great to have a really nice closeout report of that. And, you know, at that point in time to be the line of demarcation about understanding what the energy savings are, have been, efficiencies, things like that.
The 2013 projects focus again on our asset, the preservation, capital improvements, life safety, energy conservation, and then also our long-term planning. And on the next slide, you can see in 2013 we have $1.7 million worth of capital projects scheduled. And some of the projects that we're working on are, you know, the same thing. It's just working on our roof replacements, ADA compliance, safety, and those types of things, sidewalk, paving, fire sprinkler systems at the ambulance, in the ambulance district, and just keep making our buildings better so that they're not costing us when we get to the operational slide. Historically, our department has been known as building grounds and maintenance, and over the last couple of years we've really transitioned to where we are more of an asset management team. And we've gone from 9 county buildings that we manage to 20 buildings and sites, with the addition of 9 sites for the translator department. And that's being absorbed all the way through the department, where the guys are actually up on the sites working on the site improvements. The ambulance district, we're actually being more involved in that. The hospital used to take care of it, and through old agreements we discovered it was really the county's obligation to help take care of those because it is our facility, their property, our building. The senior center, we work very closely with the senior center and their programs and how we can help keep them moving along. And then we also took over managing and maintaining the Health and Human Services tenant leases. I think there's about 35 tenants in that building. Historically, Nan and her team were doing those leases. It really did fit more with facilities that were taking care of the leasing and that customer service. And then we're also making sure we work with the energy management to continue to look at ways to save energy and work with our tenants and contractors on that. And we'll show you a dashboard at the end here. Facilities management, again, this is the most aggressive that we've been in capital projects over the last 15 years. We're doing some long-range planning for space needs. We work closely with the library and the library board on what they need. We collaborate with the city of Aspen as far as the Galena Plaza and other projects. We're actually collaborating with them right now on space needs because we do live in each other's buildings and what that looks like. Throughout the year, we have unplanned and unfunded projects, so we always try to work those in with the board approval to make sure that our customers, like the elections, get what they need to be able to work. We continue to look for grant opportunities and submit those grants. We were able to get the, which grant was that? The core grant for the energy efficient, so they paid for the majority of the boiler project. We manage and maintain 75 to 80 maintenance and construction contracts annually, and then we're very much, well, we are the translator advisory board's liaison for the staff, and they are very active. We are working with CORE and trained to install a software package for us to monitor. That monitoring system will create a dashboard where the public can go into a link and see how much energy we're using. We're on track to reduce our CO footprint by 462 tons per year, which is an equivalent of 84 cars off the roads. And that will be based on a 5-year, we're putting our 5-year history in for our baseline, and then we'll move forward from there. And this is basically what CORE has been working with us on of what that might look like. We plan to have that implemented and live for county staff by the end of the year, and we want to make sure we work out the bugs, and then in the next couple of months, January, February, we'll go live to the public.
Michael?
Yes.
So this is a snapshot of what it might look like, but has no relevancy to reality. Up here, because it says Civic Center, Refuge Office, Town Hall, Housing Office.
These are just, this is just an example of what that dashboard is going to look like when it's put together.
Yeah. A replication of something that might.
We're still installing the improvements, so monitoring hasn't even begun yet.
Right. If the equipment and software have been ordered, it's not here yet, and we haven't started to build it.
So this is the maybe quote-unquote type of report result analysis we might be able to get.
Right.
John, a question for you as far as if we apply for a tech grant, a DOLA, would that be under this part of our strategic plan, or would that come under administration, or what? Because I noticed the grant issue here, and this is, it would relate maybe to facility, I don't know.
Well, there are a couple potential grant programs, and in the capital plan in the out years, we've anticipated some monies potentially for remodel on the courthouse plaza to do improvements for both office and meeting room space and that sort of thing. And there is a grant pool available through the Department of Local Affairs that we'd anticipate tapping for those types of improvements. Again, that's more of a facilities piece. And then there's another silo that they were talking about where they have administrative grants, where they've been talking about issuing those for technology improvements and that sort of thing. So those aren't the grants that Jody's talking about. That's something we may keep in view for the future if we're looking at studies and such. How to
So that's another area of the core of the
Two
strategic
different-
plan, not
yeah.
this one.
Correct.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
We're ready to move on to fleet if there are no other questions.
Any further questions? Board? Thank you, Jody. Chris, are you taking this one?
Good afternoon, Chris Ball, Fleet Manager. The slide we're looking at was the projection that we did as we come through the budget process. The red lines indicate fuel prices. The dotted line, of course, is indicating unleaded gasoline, and the straight line is diesel. The fact as of today is the prices have started to come down slightly. Our fuel prices this year are slightly below the levels for 2011. Our projected usage in blue was again based on earlier in the year, and at this moment in time, and the weather's going to have a major factor in it, although we only have 2 months to go, we will finish the year 35% lower than our prediction for diesel and 8% lower for our prediction for gasoline. So basically we're going to look at savings of in the region of $40,000 to $45,000. This has come about by a number of reasons. One, of course, is the weather. The airport is a huge, and Roland Bridge, a huge user of fuel in the winter. But we've also been working with other departments, and particularly the Sheriff's Department, to reduce our fuel usage. We had some areas of the county where we've been able to achieve a 15% decrease in fuel usage by economies, by the perpetual nagging about no idling of vehicles. And we've also looked at, and we constantly look at when we replace our vehicles, vehicles that are going to have increased fuel economy. But while we do that, we also need to look at the end result. Fuel is one part of the cost, but it's the total life cycle cost that involves the initial purchase price, the maintenance cost, the fuel efficiency, and also, which is the big factor at this moment, is the residual value. And at this moment in time, we're seeing large residual value increases in the assets that we're disposing of. We have in our budget request that I believe is being presented to you, we need to do some remodeling at the fleet facility. The facility is over 18 years old, and the size of our snow removal equipment in particularly, especially in road and bridge and airport, is too big for our present facility. We're asking for approximately $200,000 to remodel the facility, again being 18 years old. And we predict that if we do this remodel, we can get another 15 years of efficient life out of the building before we do anything major. Of the $200,000 we're asking for, over $50,000 is identified in facilities budget for safety upgrades. And the rest is to enlarge working areas and to improve the overall efficiency by removing some walls that are pretty much dead space. We hope to increase the workable space by doing this remodel by 20%. As you can see from the picture on the left, that is going down into the pit area. The concrete's deteriorating, walls are cracking, the floors are becoming unsafe, tripping hazards, that type of thing. The lighting in the winter months, especially in the morning, is very inadequate. and there's a safety issue where we could have issues with health and safety for our employees.
Chris, that $200,000 for renovating that building, will that also be energy efficiency as part of that budget savings?
It'll be efficiency. The efficiency part will come in the lighting, an increase in the working area of the facility. You know, we're going to increase the working area, the actual working area that we can use by almost 20%.
So I think you might be talking about different kinds of efficiency.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's an offset in terms of energy savings, if you're going to be looking at any sort of energy, whether insulation or whatever, to help offset your annual cost for.
If we go back to the first slide, this is a snow blower from the airport on the right. When we're working on that vehicle at this moment in time, those doors are open. So of course we're heating the atmosphere. So there will be savings there.
And that's certainly something we could look at in the scope.
It'd be just nice, as with Jody's presentation, where we know we're going to be spending dollars, but we want to see some actual savings. It'd be nice to, whatever projects we're working on, capital projects, it'd be nice to sort of see what that offset savings is and how that will, what the payoff is over X amount of time.
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with that request, and I want to make sure we don't skip over the idea of 20% more workspace without having to build a new building. That's huge, and probably within somewhat of the same heating system. But given that this is not the type of structure, I don't believe it was the type of structure when it was ever originally built, compared to, say, the courthouse that was supposed to last 100 years. I would have a hard time thinking about what type of energy efficiencies I'd want to put in there if the useful life of the building is not that long. You kind of said, Chris, that we could put off any major operational things there for another 15 years. I think that's great. Sometimes 15 stretches into 20 or more, but it does concern me that we're going to have a lot of these capital needs all coming together at the same time later when we're down to a very minimal amount for road repair, upkeep, and capital, and these facilities are going to need to be redone, and it's again going to be past my time on this board, but I want to make sure we don't have too many things converging at the same time for capital needs when we do look at what is the useful life of this building.
Any other questions before we're getting to some decision points finally? We are over halfway through the slides, is the good news.
Thank you.
So this is our proposed 2013 capital plan. We've not gone into detail on information technology. The costs have actually been coming down slightly as Phyllis has been really looking closely at each project and trying to make sure that we have no extra fluff in that budget. So we have seen some savings in that area. This capital plan includes some buy-up requests in the radio and technical services area. And then it includes all of the requests that we've talked about for the roads and the facilities. Overall, we have well over $9 million in capital expenditures and over $6 million in revenues. Are there any questions on the capital fund?
Rachel?
Yeah, I guess it's a comment more than a question. I think you've explained well the components of our capital funding plan. I think they're all needed. The one thing I would like to put a footnote that I think we need to take a longer, in-depth look at in future years would be the senior center. It just seems that we're really looking at a very small amount, $41,000 for its total needs of capital through the year 10 years from now. And
It's not our building, though, and the hospital does take care of most of the capital projects on it.
Maybe to step back a little bit though, because as Jody had indicated, we're working on this shared space analysis, and one of the things we've been doing is having discussions with each of the section leaders and managers as far as projecting future growth. And actually the senior center is one of those that's on our horizon, because we've been seeing demographic information, right, that says the demands on that facility are probably going to be growing. And while we don't have an alternative built in at this point, it's certainly something that we've been looking at. Are there opportunities going into the future that maybe even that service could come back into the core, because we're not going to be building more square footage where it is now. I think that's been fairly well developed around it at this point. And so we are exploring those opportunities, and it may be something that, as you said, we've got to take a deeper dive on and then figure out, is there a way to either partner or fund those needs in the future. But you're absolutely right. Facilities in particular does not have a lot of funding to address what potentially could be increased needs in the future.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, I as I said, it's something I'd like to see looked at next year. But I've been out there on several occasions when all the seating for lunch was filled, and certainly from my eyes, that was a big difference than 10 years ago going there. Mm-hmm. And when we look at potential upgrades for equipment for them, would that, computers or TVs or other recreational items, that they may have in the facility, would that come out of capital, or does that come out of the senior services budget?
It comes out of the senior services budget.
Okay.
They have a replacement schedule of their own for chairs and kitchen equipment and whatnot that's built into their operational budgets.
Okay, thank you for that.
George? Since I missed the first overview budget presentation, I'm assuming that some of these buy-ups that are here were explained more in detail.
We talked a little bit about that. We can certainly go into the buy-ups in more detail.
I don't want to redo something we've already talked about. I mean, some of these I just am not familiar with, but if the board's already seen them and has addressed them, I'm fine with that.
We discussed them. I don't think we made final decisions here. I mean, for me weighing in, I am supportive of the staff recommended general funding capital buy-ups, and knowing the other is pending until we see a need occurs.
Before we get to that, because I need some explanation on our capital expenditures at the bottom of the page, deficit, and how we arrive at that.
At the deficit?
Well, yeah, I mean, how are we funding that?
We have a fund balance that has been set aside for capital. Last year when we created the fund, we set aside both reserves that were already in our road capital fund, in our technology pool. We had a number of different pools of money that were already set for these different purposes, facilities, to combine all together to have a starting fund balance. Then on top of that, we've added in sales tax, a steady stream of sales tax, this year at 46%. And so that is the basis of the funding. Then according to the different projects that are going on each year, there are some different grants. This year we have the EOTC contribution built in, possible CDOT grants and other funding. I
think we also have a core grant in here. And so that makes up the funding. There's also the sale of assets refers to the vehicles. As fleet is being replaced and older vehicles are sold, that brings in a small amount of revenue also into the capital fund.
And so, Michael, another way to explain it is, there's two basic philosophies on how you could fund capital. Pay as you go, where you kind of save up and spend down and save up and spend down, or pay as you use, where you try and finance these out by, either debt financing or what have you, which tends to even out those annual ups and downs. And so we have a pay as you go philosophy. And so what we've done is we've as Connie already said, pulled fund balance into it. And so on an annual basis, you'll see, especially in the early years when we're being more aggressive in our capital spending on facilities and roads, we're dipping into that fund balance. But if you look at the bottom line, the ending fund balance, that stays in positive territory for all the years. So the capital fund is balanced for all 10 years that are shown. But we do have years where we're, spending down that fund balance that we've set aside.
Michael?
Yes, Chuck.
Along the same lines as Michael's question, there's $1 million transfer of fund balance at the bottom here, and it doesn't occur again until 2016. I assume that's coming from general fund dollars.
Yeah, what that
is that
is
extra sales tax in addition to the formula, or?
No, we talked a little bit about this during the first presentation. What it is we started 2012 with $1.2 million more than we had estimated when we adopted the 2012 budget. It is staff's recommendation that with that additional fund balance, it makes sense to apply that to one-time projects so that we're not applying it to operations, and then also to apply it because we have such an aggressive capital plan in these first few years that helps us cash flow that capital plan and keep it balanced. And to Michael's point, we're projecting spending that down. But what that did was it allowed us to take a little bit of the ongoing revenue, which is the sales tax, to apply to operations, and take one-time dollars, which is the unanticipated fund balance, and front load the cash flow for these capital projects, particularly at a time when we think we're still going to be able to get good prices. It makes there's two reasons for front loading this. One is to deal with deferred maintenance issues, but the other is we're still in a period where we believe we're either taking advantage of some deflation in construction or at least minimal inflation in construction. As the economy improves locally and nationally, we won't enjoy those same benefits. So it makes sense to get those dollars out now.
So you're reinvesting.
What's that?
You're basically taking the money that would have been carryover and reinvesting it.
Correct.
Michael, another question. John, I've talked to you about this very briefly, mentioned I was going to ask the question. I'm interested in understanding either from this specific core focus area or the larger organizational focus on buy-ups for staffing.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at it, and though we propose a couple, at the end of the day, hopefully we're successful enough, meaning revenues have been such that maybe even the other two, the plans examiner and the front desk, evolve to where there might be a request.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, I'm trying to get a handle on staffing for this organization. And for example, when I became a commissioner, we had about 218 people. Now, I believe that could have been calculated with different methodologies, so I'll just make the statement. But now I heard at the initial initial presentation, we might be about 270. Now, I don't know if my memory, I was really sick that day, and
Sure.
so my memory might or might not be correct, but the point is, we have, I mean, I thought last year it was 245, so, numbers seem to be changing, evolving, and I'm concerned just that we know exactly where our staffing is at relative to an increased size of workforce. We know there's always a need. We always have to provide more service.
So,
but that's not my question. Just the numbers are so variable from one year to another.
And
I'd like to know what we cut and what.
You bet.
I know where we're going.
So we've got a table of organization that we're going to be giving to you when we get to the economic vitality part and we're talking about staffing. But let me hopefully give you some comfort now, because I know you've got some...
And briefly, I know we have a lot
Yeah,
of...
and I know you've got decision points coming up. And so I just want to talk in terms of full-time equivalent positions, because that's probably the best way, because a lot of times we talk about how many employees we have, and that includes part-time and that sort of thing, versus FTEs, which gives you an apples-to-apples comparison. So in 2009, as an organization, we had 241.8 FTEs. The proposed 2013 budget has 237.13 FTEs. So, that is just under 5 FTEs less still in 2013 than what we had in 2009. And that's as a total organization. The story's a little bit different if we just look at the general fund. In the general fund, in 2009, we had 169.8 FTEs. Proposed for 2013 is 162.13. So we're 7.68 FTEs down, even with the additions in the general fund. And that's included a lot of shifting. In reality, during that same time frame, we've eliminated 13.7 FTEs. We've added 6.03 back in. So that's, we've been making a lot of changes and adjustments as an organization, okay? So total, though, when you add in special revenue funds or other funds that have their own funding source, that story changes a little bit. There, in 2009, we had 72 FTEs in all of our special revenue funds. In the 2013 budget, we're proposing that going up to 75 total FTEs for a net gain of 3 in those special revenue funds. And that's really accounted for. There are some that have gone down, and again, there's been a lot of shifting there. There have been some of those funding sources that, for example, communications and radio techs, we have less FTEs. We have added and are proposing adding in open space and trails, and we added a position in the airport. But all of that has been through careful analysis, making sure that we have the anticipated revenue streams coming in. And as you might also anticipate with some of those services that have their own funding source, oftentimes their growth is much, much quicker, not just on a revenue side, but what they're doing on the ground operationally. So I can go into a lot more detail, Jack, but does that help out with where we're at?
Well, that's that good snapshot that I appreciate. But we will have a form or something provided us with specific data. Will that have any history, meaning going beyond or before '09?
Well, we hadn't planned on that, but of course we could probably provide that. We are going to give you a five-year snapshot of what's happened with FTEs, but we can.
No, 5 years I think is good because it's really kind of an average and a drift, and I couldn't get my hands around the number of positions that we've eliminated and then redefined. So that's some of what you talked about, and actually there are less positions, is what I'm hearing,
That's
for
what
FTEs.
we're good about coming and talking to you about what we want to add. We're not always good about adding what all we've changed in the process to balance things out.
Yeah, well, and I think, though it's my question, I would not doubt the public is appreciative of understanding where this organization is as far as growth of employees. We know we're not building new facilities, so our growth would be internal to employees, and that's a positive.
Well, and I point out that in particular, that decrease in FTEs in the general fund and the operating dollars that were saved there is really what made it possible for us to start shifting sales tax and creating a more stable, though not totally adequate as we pointed out today, but at least a stable funding source to start to address some of our capital maintenance needs.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So we are at the capital plan. I believe in your handouts you were given the detail on the capital plan, so we're happy to answer any questions if you have them about particular projects, or if in general the board is prepared to give us direction on the capital plan and capital budget.
The detail is at the very end of that section in your bindings.
We've tried to highlight the major changes, though, from the previous year.
The only one that's not obvious to me are the voter projects. One is a Wildtech-based voter project, the other is the Red Mountain voter replacement.
Yeah, and what these are, and I guess we do not have Bruce back here, unfortunately, but it has nothing to do with voting. It's an odd kind of terminology, but what it is it's enhancements to improve the redundancy in our emergency radio system, our communications loop and equipment. And so we have improvements both in the microwave loop as well as improvements for redundancy to eliminate single points of failure in the radio system. And that's a goal that we've had for a while and been working towards. We're being a little bit more aggressive in getting that done. It actually, particularly the microwave project, will help us bring down some ongoing operating costs too.
Ms. Jack?
I'd like to ask one question on the skilled tradesperson. You know, we have heard, I guess, when we kind of created the position last year, I think, as some way to move forward. And then now it's in the budget and projected to continue a couple of years. How do we estimate the savings? Why this position is valid? I know from working in construction my whole life, I can understand it, but how do we get a number? How do we put a number to it?
Jody or Jack, you want to come up? What we've been doing is pulling out the portion, you know, our contracts have a certain degree of itemization in them as far as the work that's being done. And so the analysis was really looking at the scope of projects that we have planned, and that, again, that 2 years is kind of timed to having this big bump in projects. What we're anticipating, go ahead and sit down, Jack, you're going to finish this off for me, I think. What we're anticipating in terms of the actual work and workload, and then what are we paying on an hourly rate contract-wise versus what we could get our own position for.
We went through each of the scopes of work for the projects that are on the capital plan and evaluating where we can best use in-house resources to maximize the dollars that are in there. And there were a lot of different ways that we had savings. Obviously, there was the savings of not having profit and overhead and things like that in the contract process, but there was also additional scope put in when we brought things in-house. We could take in smaller items into the same scope to get those taken care of as well. So general maintenance items, things like that. And we took each one of them and evaluated on what it would cost to do it in-house as opposed to taking it out to the market, and what the value there was to the county as a whole. And put all the numbers together based on the entire capital plan projects list. And we savings for Connie. She looked at it out of the labor burden and things like that, and there was real savings. And
So at the end of the day, when a project is complete, there's an approximate number of what we've been able to accomplish.
Yeah, and
Meaning saving, profit, I don't know what word.
we've done
profit
it. We've done
savings.
it two ways, though, Jack, because we had an estimate of what these projects were going to cost. So we've actually reduced the capital budget by the amount that we anticipate the savings. So those appropriations aren't there in capital anymore. They've shifted over to operating. That's another reason you see some of the sales tax shift, right? And we get the skilled tradesperson at, we're saying no net cost, but we're getting more hours. So we're getting more capacity to absorb some of those projects that Jody was talking about that we just don't know are coming our way over the course of the year. And I think we get, is it 250 more hours? 210. We're estimating more hours for the same money of a skilled tradesperson by making this change over the next 2 years.
It's logical to think that we, convenient to have someone on a backhoe when we need it immediate.
Yeah.
So, that's an example, but the reason, I really appreciate this idea. When I was on Water and Sand, we created our own sub-group of employees to do all our pipe replacement, et cetera, in Snowmass Village. And it saved us over years big bundles of money. So this is the same concept.
And in the facilities capital plan, some of the savings are shown if you look at the contingencies in the years. We've reduced the contingency in 2013 based on the savings that we saw.
Contingency project manager under that line item?
Yeah, if you look at the detail charts for facilities at the very end of your packet, it's a little more clear to see the general fund contingency line.
Okay, great. Thanks for the explanation. Appreciate it.
Other questions or?
Well, John, do you want us to go through each one of these, or you have general fund buyout requests, or how do you want us to handle this? This is on page 39.
Yeah, so I would anticipate that right now what you have are 3 buy-up requests that are proposed by staff. And it may be good to take each one of those to see if the board concurs with each one of those buy-up requests. We then have the pending that we already talked about with ComDev. These are not included in the budget numbers now, but depending on workload trends and revenue trends, we may be coming back to you. You don't need to make a decision on those now. And then we have the capital fund buy-up requests. These are really the additions that the budget review team considered, including the fleet capital, the radio tech. And so it may make sense to go through these individually, Michael, and just get concurrence from the board.
So, well, when you say individually, you mean by category individually, not item?
We can do them by category. Yeah.
So the first one's the skilled tradesman, the variable message sign, and equipment to support the new land use software. Thumbs up on that? Guess so. Okay.
I saw 2 thumbs in
Yeah,
these, so.
but I didn't say anything.
2 thumbs and a couple nods.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
The next item is these are the pending items for community development, and we can just allow them to be pending items.
Or you could direct us if you think there's an immediate need and we need to fit those in. That could be a recommendation of the board's.
Well, I didn't hear if it was an immediate need. I heard that it was a pending item, so.
That's what we're recommending at this point.
Is that okay with
And
the
that's
board?
all you can get away with.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. That's the recommended capital fund buyout request. Update the fleet facility. That's the larger door for the.
And the
snowplow.
safety improvements, yeah.
But I just thought it was great to have half the machine outside and half inside. The Law Tech base voter project and microwave loop, the right down the toilet replacement. So how are we on that? Thumbs up on those? Thumbs up? Yep.
I said one. Okay, I don't see anyone saying no. So-
Yeah.
Okay.
Michael, just a technical question, and I'm wondering, will we potentially see some of these not recommended requests come back next year if the individual department proposing them feels the need has become even more acute, or that they'd like to?
You know, right now, when we put them in the not recommended, it's either because we think we might have another budget neutral way of achieving the same goal. So for example, we really need to spend a little bit more time on facilities and translator and looking at their support needs and how the dollars are allocated amongst other resources. And so we're not anticipating that you're going to see budget requests coming back for that. The fleet management data system, I think we have a lot of discussions going on about IT and such right now that we really want to work through and see how that fits in, and we suspect that we actually probably have room for those sorts of things already. So the answer is we don't think so.
Okay.
Unless the
No,
situation
I was just kind of curious. Were they deferred, or were they
And that's
potentially
kinda
not
why we put
needed, or
that
finding other
pending.
ways to deal with it?
Yeah, because we didn't want to say that, we weren't ready to say that we don't need dev positions, but we also weren't ready to say that the triggers came out.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. You're not going to be on the speaker.
Just on one of them that came through our department on the environmental health one, that has been restructured somewhat. I think I mentioned that at our last meeting. Not sure that it'll come back, but as a recommendation from the group as a whole, but we are sort of playing with that one.
And that's part of all of us kind of trying to figure out who's
Funding
giving,
source for
who's
which
funding what,
environmental
yeah.
projects. Okay.
But that's a pretty minor in the whole scheme of things. Capital plan?
It's minor, but the concept isn't minor.
That's correct. Thank you, Michael, yeah.
Michael, we're scheduled for a break at 3 o'clock.
You want to take a break?
Just for a few
Or you
minutes.
want to take a break?
Yes,
Before we move on to landfill?
They're barely able to put their thumbs up, so I think they'd be good to.
Yeah. Hard to hold those thumbs up.
So I've got the wrong, I know.
Yeah, I don't like to know where my jacket
Is that it right there, Jim?
That's Rob.
That's Jim.
Highway 82 underpass, as well as adding those expenditures into our capital plan.
So Jack isn't here, but he'll be here shortly, and I'm sure he would approve the capital. So is there a thumbs up from the board? Thumbs up? Yeah. There's a thumbs up from the board members present. We'll let Jack have a chance when he comes back.
You know, the one thing I think would be valuable is if we add a footnote to this when we get to the final budget package that explains the deficit area. You know, how we're going into deficit, but then either fund transfer or...
That we're using fund balance and
I think it'd be worth
pay-as-you-go.
a footnote to this,
Okay.
so then again, if a layperson is looking at the budget and doesn't have the benefit of Connie walking them through it, that won't strike as an anomaly, and we're, you know...
Okay.
We can also have an asterisk by it with Connie's address on it. George, did you have a question? Okay.
As we move on, we're actually going to ask the board's indulgence to switch the presentation around just a little bit and go ahead and have open space and trails do a presentation, and then come back to resource recovery.
What page is their presentation on?
49.
49.
It starts on slide 49. And I'll just go ahead and ask the open space and trail representatives to come up, and I will get out of your way.
Thank you, Dale, for being here. Would you introduce your colleagues and we'll get started?
Thank you. Yes, I'm Dale Wild, Director of Open Space and Trails, and I have with me today Tim McFlynn, Trustee on the Open Space and Trails Board, and Gary Tenenbaum, who is our Stewardship Manager. We are just coming off of our third quarter joint meeting with you all, and so the story of what we did this year, we told that largely at that meeting. So I just want to recap some highlights here as we're looking at this slide and the next one. In terms of our total protected acreage, we just closed on the Lindsay parcel, which was an inholding up on the face of Smuggler. And so you'll see a little bit of a bump in our total acreage for this year. But the bigger story about protected acreage is, of course, the protection of this land does not stop at the real estate closing. And we have been busy at work in both adopting and implementing management plans. The sophistication by which we are going about this work on plans such as Sky Mountain and Smuggler and others has increased over the years as we've gotten better and better at looking at how to balance human recreation and biodiversity protection. But some of the highlights were this spring we adopted the management plan on Sky Mountain Park. That was a magnificent step with a collaboration between the county and Aspen and Snowmass on a management plan based on a very significant wildlife study. No sooner than that plan was adopted, we got busy implementing it. And on the next slide regarding trails, I'll bear in mind that we have added significant trail mileages within that Sky Mountain Park area. The Smuggler Forestry Plan has also been quite active this summer. We've had a piece of equipment, and you have to say this word carefully, but the equipment is called a masticator. Up on the face of Smuggler, essentially doing the job that wildfire might have done if we were able to let fires burn there, but because we're not, our forestry plan for Smuggler called for actions to bring about a greater diversity in the age of the forest on Smuggler. So we set back some oak brush with our equipment up there per that plan. An unusual piece of open space protection that's happened and is just wrapping itself up is the Emma Powder House. I don't know if you've noticed it driving by, but we now have 4 walls in the Emma Powder House that look like they'll stand for another 100 years, which has been quite satisfying to see that come about. I have to thank the State Historic Fund for their participation, and the funding for that came largely from the state, although the persuasion that it took to make it happen came from within the Open Space Department. And another plan that is reaching a threshold is the Elk Park detailed plan in Redstone. We adopted a conceptual plan a couple of years ago, and we are within a meeting or two of adopting or having the Open Space Board consider and hopefully bring to you a detailed plan that will show exactly how we're going to reprogram that piece of ground that used to be the rail yard in Redstone. So, okay. On the trails front, and if I forget anything, jump in, but you can see we've added some trail mileage here. Two significant trails that were completed this year were the East of Aspen Trail and trails on Smuggler that some trails have been decommissioned and new trails were added. Of course, we are also planning to complete the Hunter Creek extension, and if anyone hasn't yet been up to see how that work is going, I would commend it to you. The Aspen Parks Department is essentially our contractor on that project, and I have to say they do a beautiful job. They have lined the edge of that new trail with white, round river rock, and it kind of meanders around in there. It almost looks like something you might see in the upcoming Hobbit movie that's about to be released. On the trails front, the big news, though, is that we have spent this last several months going through the most intensive public scoping that we have ever undertaken, and that's to look at alternatives for how we're going to complete a paved surface into Aspen from Woody Creek. And we hope to have a recommendation from staff to the Open Space Board on November 1st, and we will be presenting that recommendation to you at our fourth quarter meeting in December. So the slide is pretty generic looking, but there's been an awful lot of activity. There's new trails that people are on, both trails that are separate, the trails that are internal in a couple of mountain parks, and more to come with a very large trail enhancement that we have proposed for next year. This is one of my favorite slides, and you can see that as these trails are put into better shape, and as the public learns more about both what we have in our system, but also about their own health, most of our open spaces are seeing dramatically increased use. Now this translates directly into human health. It's kind of hard to put a dollar number on that or depict it on a graph, but at least if you read the Surgeon General reports and the relationship to exercise, this increase in the use here represents a healthier public that we have, and Open Space is quite proud of the contribution we have there. But also, if you think about the combination between the increased use and the increased trail mileages, all of that needs to be looked after by our staff, and we'll get back to that later. But in terms of indicators and service levels, the increased distances and the increased popularity lead us directly to concern about our internal capacity. This is a chart that Tom Oken was able to help us put together, just showing you the relationship over time between protected acreage, trail mileages, and FTEs in our staff. You can see that those things have been playing sort of tag over the years, but with the last decade that we've just completed, seeing an extraordinary growth in protected acreage as well as trail mileages, and we have attempted to keep up with our internal capacity. Now, a significant watershed on the blue line on this chart was in 2009. We adopted a strategic plan for open space. That was a year-long effort by the staff and the board, and ultimately adopted by yourselves. that plan proposed at the time to add 4 positions to the staff, and the 2 boards decided to defer half of that recommendation, although we did a comparative study of ourselves looking at the other open space departments in the state at the time, and the essential conclusion of that report was that programs, as they mature and as they accumulate a greater amount of open space lands and trails to take care of, it's just necessary that you have to have the capacity to take to steward those properties. And the conclusion of the report was that we had moved to a point where, from an asset point of view, we resembled the mature programs in Jefferson County and Boulder County and Larimer County, but from a staffing point of view, we still looked like a beginning kind of a program. So in 2009, we took a big step to addressing that with the addition of our land officer and our recreation planner. So that brings us to a look at the fund overall. Now, one sort of peculiar aspect of the open space fund, I think unique among the funds that you have the supervision over, is that when we come in for our budget every year, we're not really talking about a very big bite out of our total fund. The fund, even with the budget we have proposed, is a little over 80% essentially unbudgeted. And the way that works is that over the course of a year, we come in for supplemental appropriations as we acquire lands or seek to approve construction contracts for capital improvements. So it's important to bear in mind that the formal budget process we're going through now is only approximately 20% of this fund, and the rest of it will be there as sort of a rapid response fund for you and the Open Space Board to utilize to protect our lands and promote our trails over the course of the year. So this brings us to our recommended buy-up requests. The staff early this spring undertook a kind of a mini retreat to revisit the essential conclusions from our strategic plan in 2009. And that plan had proposed the 2 positions that we ultimately filled, the land officer and the recreation planner, but it also proposed a full-time community outreach position and an additional full-time year-round ranger. The latter 2 positions we put off with the idea that we would annually revisit the need for that capacity. And as Rachel mentioned earlier, sometimes a year turns into 2 or 3 years, and that's what happened to us here. But in our staff retreat this year, we concluded that we felt that, on the one hand, we still needed some capacity, but it wasn't exactly the capacity that we were thinking about in 2009. And specifically, the staff recommended to the Open Space Board over the course of the last 3 or 4 meetings, Open Space Board has grappled with this and has adopted the staff's recommendation. Our proposal is that what we really need is not so much more professional level positions, but we need some more support for the professional positions that we have, and specifically the maintenance of our program is being undertaken by seasonals with a seasonal supervisor. And that's gotten us this far okay, but I would describe it as a very fragile system, because if that seasonal maintenance supervisor were to decide they weren't coming back, Gary essentially has to step back into the role that he had back in 2003, which is running around checking culverts and directing the activities of our seasonal maintenance staff. Now, of course, with things like the Sky Mountain plan going on and several similar things that are in our queue to come, that becomes increasingly awkward for our professional level people to have to jump back into the trenches and grab a pick or a shovel and head back out with the seasonal crew. So We are proposing to make our system more resilient by taking that essentially half FTE of that seasonal maintenance supervisor and making it into a year-round position. We get several benefits from that proposal. Of course, we would have the security of a full-time person who's here for the long term in our system with knowledge of the properties and institutional memory of where everything is in this 18,000 acres of land and 75 miles of trails. We would also have capacity in the winter to do a better job of things like plowing out the Arbor-Kittle trailhead when it gets snowed in, where presently, although we greatly appreciate the help we receive from Public Works, we're not always at the front of the queue after a big storm, and I don't blame them. They've got other things they need to worry about, but having a person dedicated to open space will make us that much more responsive to the needs of the public. And also, in the winter, we have been filling our maintenance needs by employing our ranger in that capacity. And as we have adopted more and more plans that have seasonal closures or other need for supervision of that public that likes to be out there, we feel that the success of our balancing of wildlife and recreation requires that our rangers really be focused on paying attention to what our users are doing out on the trails, and rather than doing things like removing graffiti from the Emma store buildings, which we hope doesn't happen again, or fixing broken pipes in the bathrooms in Redstone, that sort of thing. So overall, we think that this change from this part-time maintenance supervisor to full-time will give us much more resilience and buttress several aspects of our program. Similarly,
Joe, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
So you're really talking about a half-time position being moved up to a full-time position.
Correct.
But here you have the full cost of a full-time position as if it were that cost was being added to the current budget. Really what you're adding is another half to...
Well, you see in parentheses, the seasonal elimination is...
That's a seasonal elimination.
Right.
So that's what we're taking, that's what you're subtracting from the full-time.
Right. You net out that 29,000
okay.
in the total cost of that position.
Okay. I didn't understand that.
I have a
yes.
question on, specifically this one, but you may as well address it to the next one as well. This just strikes me as a fairly high starting range for a full-time position. I realize that number is including benefits, but how does that compare with a starting salary for a sheriff's officer or other positions? But it just strikes me at almost coming in at a real department head level kind of role.
In the buyout section of your binder is the more detailed breakout of what that number is made up of. Okay. And it does include health insurance. It does include the full highest cost family health insurance built into that position. So on top of retirement and other benefits, it has health insurance included in that. So the number that you're seeing on this page does look high if you just take it at that, but if you were to back out the health insurance, then you would see it would probably look more reasonable to you. And so I would refer you to the buyout section of your book to see in a little bit more detail what the salary range looks like.
Gary, do you have some clarification?
Well, it's also to clarify on where the position landed is we looked at other programs and where their, resource technician, maintenance, person was, like in Boulder and Jefferson County. And we also looked at where we've had the land manager in the past, and we put that position right there because that's what this position does. It is more than what the land manager used to do because it also maintains our trails. So it's in a grade level that was at the same grade level as the land manager was in the past, who used to just take care of the county's weeds on the roads. And so when we did a full salary survey of all of the other departments and how they pay their full-time maintenance people and stuff like that, we came out to be into that grade range.
So what's the grade, the base?
So it's,
67
it's 49,000, starting to 71,000 topped out in the range with the midpoint of 60,000.
Are we on page 67 where the write-up is, the buy-up request? Am I looking at the right? Seasonal maintenance to full-time, is that what you're talking about, Rachel?
Yeah, well, I'm on page 55, but 67 is the greater detail, as Connie had said.
Well, and I'm on page 47 because...
We're on page 47.
Well,
So
it doesn't, what page should we be on in order to reference this base pay?
I've got it.
you have to see one of our books. Okay.
It should be page 44 and 46 of the buy-up section in your binder.
Okay, 46 and 47 the buy-up section.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Second tab.
So 67 is the net, that's the answer to your question, I think.
We're getting close to it, I think. Yes, Dale?
Michael, if I might, Tim is here on behalf of the Open Space Board and doesn't have much more time. We can continue to go into the detail of the salary, but I would, if it's all right with you, I'd like to give Tim an opportunity to speak before he needs to.
Sure. Tim, are you going to give the view of the board itself?
Yes, I just wanted to share very briefly, and I think Rachel's question is a very good question, and I begin with that. We all had exactly the same question. When you look at what the base salary is on these two positions, it's very different. But let me just be here on behalf of the board and make 3 or 4 quick points. And needless to say, I think all of the members of the board, certainly myself included, feel extraordinarily fortunate to be part of this program and to continue to work on this, some of us for a very long time. I think the points I want to make is from the get-go 22 years ago, actually built into the charter, this program was designed to try to stay lean, to not have overhead grow quickly. And it's been very slow and very incremental. In 2009, first point, where we hired an outside consultant to do a gap analysis, and we asked everyone on the staff, what are you supposed to be doing that you never get to? We spent a whole day in that exercise. That led to this report that led to adding 2 positions of the 4 that were perceived as eventually needed. That's Lindsay and Paul, if you know the staff currently. Dale mentioned that looking at other programs, we were lean. We looked like startup programs rather than mature programs. What I want to say secondly is that it's very easy to keep acquiring assets. It's popular, it's exciting, it's very opportunistic, but popularity increases, as that slide shows you, over time, almost exponentially of these assets, and it's irresponsible to just keep adding to your open space and trail assets and not really dealing with management, responsibility, document management, stewardship, and those are the things that keep coming up as gaps. And if you looked at our retreat outline for next month, half the day for our board retreat is called unfinished business. And it's exactly what I'm talking about. Howie Mallory, our board chair, Ty, Hawk, Annie, and I, when we went through this, what you call buy-up request, 4 years after it was recommended in '09, we really tore into it, I think. And it was with an eye toward what happens if we don't get to all of this unfinished business? What are the risks? What are the consequences? To the land, to the trails, to a potential need for reauthorization by the voters, et cetera. And we're concerned. And so 100% of us, ultimately, 3 or 4 meetings later, supported the staff recommendation. And Howie sort of led that. He's not here, but he's very good at that. You know that. And so that's the second point. The third point I want to make is the 2 positions that you're going to talk about in detail. If we have someone, they call it an administrative assistant, that's so non-descriptive of what, that would be like calling Fran Soroka an administrative assistant. She does so many things beyond that. And what we've learned by adding 2 positions since '09 is how much more Barb Doddrichet, Gary Tannenbaum, Dale Will, and John Armstrong, the senior staff, get done because they have these positions in support. And that's what these 2, again, do. So I can't say more than we're unanimous, we're enthusiastic, we think we've grown very slow and very incrementally for 22 years. And I personally, as someone who has been involved since the beginning and run the elections, I worry about the risks of not getting things done, not just management plans, but not getting things done so that we don't make mistakes and don't have risks that you all know can happen in all of your departments. And I also think about one of these days this program will sunset. Right now it's 2020. You can't acquire hundreds of millions of dollars of assets and not commit to maintain them in perpetuity. So one of these days there's going to have to be a reauthorization that doesn't sunset, that says we're going to maintain and steward and take care of these, by then, hundreds of kilometers of Nordic trails and miles of other trails and tens of thousands of acres forever. And to do that, my feeling is the voters and the taxpayers need to know we're not neglecting what we already have. And that's my kind of shorthand way of saying why I'm so in support of, and the whole board is, of these deferred 3 or 4 year positions. And I don't want to influence your focus or your time. I appreciate Dale letting me just make those board comments, and I can be here for questions. And if I'm late to where I have to be, that won't be the first time.
Tim, let me ask you, was it a unanimous support of the board for these positions?
It was, and it didn't start. It started out questioning hard, really questioning, can we get by? In fact, we changed the recommendation from 2009 over the course of 3 or 4 meetings to save money. So, but it is unanimous.
Can I ask a specific question on one of the positions? Are we at that point, or wait?
Well, if you have questions for Tim, let's finish up with any questions for Tim, and then let him go to his meeting. Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, just to kind of finish up on my original question. To be clear, I fully support the additional positions. I agree with, you don't buy a house and then just let it get run down, or whether it's the open space lands or whatever. I just, and I hate to be the bad guy in the room. It's not my usual role on this sort of thing. But it really seems that in a lot of ways salaries have reset across society, across our community. And, it's harder and harder to find jobs with insurance benefits. It's harder and harder to find jobs where there's any sort of significant retirement contribution. And I don't know that by comparing wages to existing programs where the position may have been filled throughout the go and exciting climb years of the 90s and 2000s that we're really hitting the mark today. I can't, that's where I have a challenge with this position, because it seems like we're starting at such a high base, even relative to other salaries within our organization and salaries within the marketplace, that I would prefer to see us, start with a lower number. And if you find that you're not able to recruit anyone of the caliber that's necessary for fulfilling the job, that we come back and look at a different salary range. But I just am not comfortable with that as a starting point.
Tim, I just want to, Tim expressed some desire to go to another meeting. So if there's no other questions for Tim, I think we'll let you go and get into this.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Jack and George as well. But I will stay here if you want. I can say on your last question, we on the board do not know the way you do how salary surveys, how human resources and finance and other departments set these job descriptions and starting salaries and all the benefits. That's not our expertise. So I can't speak to that.
Sure.
But John, you had your hand up.
Yeah.
I guess, do you have a question for Tim?
Well, Tim, you may want to answer this, or if you have to, or you could pass it on to Dale, whatever's appropriate. But my question is, when I look at the job description for the administrative assistant, I look at all the essential functions, this sounds like what Fran is doing now. And so if that's the case, what will that open up and give Fran the opportunity to do?
And I can just start by saying, on both of these positions, not just the administrative assistant, what we discussed was all the things because of their talent, frankly. Because of the talent, the seasoning, the capacity of the people who are in these positions now, they're doing so much more. What Fran does in Barb's domain, what Fran does in other domains, these things aren't getting attended to. And I'll just talk about the document archives for the history, the transactions, all of the records that we have to be nimble and have access to. We're way behind, and we can't be. So there's just, you can be more detailed because you work there, but I've watched Fran from day one to where she is now, and Gary as well. And these are use the word support, sort of the word I would use, so that the senior staff can really expand to do much more highly compensated as well as skilled jobs. What Gary does in facilitating management plans, whether it's in Redstone, you've heard the praise that comes from what they go out and do in the community, was not what he came here to do. What was your original job?
Well, do management plans.
Yeah, but you weren't doing that.
Well, no, when I first got here, I was hired to do management plans. When I first got here, and I was basically doing maintenance.
Yeah.
I was just
You were doing land.
maintaining the property, just getting the basic needs done.
And what we discovered was what a gift Gary has in working in the community. So somebody has to do this land maintenance year round. Anyway, that's my short answer. But thank you, George. Thank you all.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
So John was going to have some explanation of this
Yeah,
pay
and
structure, I think.
it is true. I think that the way that we present in budget, which I think errs on the side of great caution, makes it look like the salaries are in fact larger than what's being proposed. And part of that is how we budget for our health insurance, where we assume a family plan, which adds a budgeted amount in that first year of $29,000 is just health insurance. Now, if you do that on per member per month kind of basis, that cost is really $6,900 a year. So there's a big difference. between the two, but as you add, you know, family members and such, that gets cumulative. And it's been the practice of the county for a long time to assume the highest level of health insurance and then see what an employee elects and bring that actual election forward, so if they're just getting single coverage or what have you. So you can see right there, that's a huge percentage. It also includes the county's retirement provision, which is another 12.5%. So to answer your original question, this position is definitely starting less than the deputy. You know, the proposed kind of grading, this would be in with like a radio technician kind of position, a caseworker at social services. Those are right now the types of benchmarks. When we actually go to write the job description, the human resources goes through and grades to make sure that the positions that are, you know, within whatever pay range are both kind of commensurate skill-wise for internal equity, but they also go and look at the market as it stands today, and that's why we're always looking at those market surveys, Rachel. So, you know, really the hiring range, salary-wise, that's proposed right now is between 49 and 59,000. Not close to 100,000 on this position. That could get graded down when we do the final job description as such, but based on what we knew at this point, this was HR's kind of best guess for a budget estimate.
Okay. It's confusing to me because page 47 has the ongoing expense at 65,850 and not 49 and not 59. None of these numbers, I mean, I'm on page 47 of the bios.
I suspect that includes, you know, once we start adding in the retirement. Is that broken
Okay.
in?
No, it's not, and that's where the retirement is a percentage of the salary. So that includes retirement. Okay, well, maybe that would be worth breaking out in the future, so when we look at those things. But I still just in a little, and I'm not saying I think this is wildly off or anything, but it's just the responsibility to the community is there as well. And whether Tim's talking about a reauthorization vote or something like that, you know, and I see it in other issues, the very first thing people key on is, well, what are the salaries and how many people in the private sector are able to accomplish that, even with advanced degrees and things like that.
Dale, then Jack.
If I might, I'd like to go back to George's question and give a little bit more detail on that one. What we're finding now with our administrator is that a lot of her time is taken up in the bi-monthly board meetings for open space, the administrative services that she's providing to me, as well as her assistance in putting together packet materials for you all. And the two primary gaps we have with our administrative support in the program right now are, number one, Gary and Lindsay, to some extent the rest of the staff, but primarily those two, are out doing community-based scoping on myriad projects, and we have a backlog of that stuff that is pretty deep. We've got a lot of properties that have essentially been warehoused that need to have management plans. So for the foreseeable future, we need to have Gary and Lindsay out catching up, getting management plans for Thompson Creek Open Space and the Gervasdale boat ramp, and you name it. We need all that stuff to get caught up. Presently, Gary and Lindsay are providing their own secretarial services in booking meeting rooms and making the packet materials and so on for all of that side of the program, because they're simply, the administrator we have is fully employed, taking care of two boards and a director, basically. So that's part of it. The other part of it, as Tim alluded to, is we now have something like 82 real estate files of properties that the county owns as open space, The ones that have been acquired in the last 10 years tend to be in pretty good files. In other words, where we decide to go spend some open space dollars on something. But that's really just the tip of the iceberg. We've adopted orphan properties from the county. We've got mining claims scattered around the backcountry. And every one of those real estate files really needs to be in tip-top shape, and we simply need archival capacity. We need, on any given day, when someone says somebody may be trespassing or digging a hole on your land, we need like that to figure out where it is and who's got the rights to do what. So those are the primary holes we're trying to fill here. The list of functions that are in the job description in the packet may be somewhat hopeful, but those are the core functions as I'm seeing it.
Jack?
I think Rachel has brought up a very good point, and maybe part of it is within our budget preparation is transparency, because I'm shocked to find that either of these positions, and we're going to only look at these for the moment because open space and trails is before us, doesn't include the retirement component.
That's already built in.
Built in the salary.
It's not broken out.
So that's within the salary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, that's good. But going to the administrative assistant, as it's called here, this is, according to the write-up, an entry-level position. Entry-level positions in Pitkin County are at $75,000? I don't get it. Where in the private sector is there such a thing going on? I want to know. I don't see it. I've been here a whole bunch of years like everyone else. I know what happens when you work for the ski company or one of the major hotels and it's seasonal, and so there's an adjustment there, but golly, I mean, $75,000 is a huge salary. And if it starts here, where does it go? Every year, 3%, 3%, 3%. It's just not digestible for me that we look at surveys in this. Okay, we compare ourselves to Boulder. I'd say, is that a good comparison? I don't know. There's a whole lot of different variables. Of course, we understand the variable about housing, but I think that's the only thing that's out of context here.
Boulder's pretty expensive for housing too.
But I think we're arguing about something. I think the problem is here is that these are costs associated with the county, and they're not a salary. So if you break out your base salary and you break out your benefits, that's what this is all adding up to. And it seems to me that we should, it's going to be difficult to do in budget because we want to know what the total cost of things are. But we shouldn't be arguing about a $75,000 wage for an administrative assistant, because that's not what this is.
Why isn't it, Michael? I think that's what I read. Maybe I'm dense.
Well, because we've been talking about what a base salary is, what the cost of insurance is, what the cost of the retirement is, and various other smaller benefits are. So what we're trying to deal with here is total cost to the county over time on an annual basis and on a cumulative basis. But so this is difficult, and we have to learn how to deal with it in some way. But that is not the annual wage of the administrative assistant.
I think the insurance really skews this. And I think perhaps back to Rachel's original question, if we could just see sort of, as you explained, just a very simple chart of employees, how they are categorized in different grades at a base salary, just like to separate that out, then I think it's easier apples to apples, because insurance, you're assuming sort of the perhaps
the largest usage versus one single individual. So that completely skews this whole scenario. So it's very hard to, and I understand you're sort of looking at the greatest potential of a compensation packet, but we have to look at this a different way.
And that's fine. I think perhaps, I think we've got the message. I would discourage the board from trying to set a salary from the Diaz, but I do think that we could, if the board, I think as Rachel is articulating, agrees with the need, we can certainly bring back more information that shows the breakout, because George, you're exactly right. There's another 29,000 assumed on, because that health insurance doesn't go by how much you're paid. It goes by being on the insurance plan. So there's a 29,000 there, and then there's a 12.5% kicker because of the way that we, do our retirement piece. And so it does really skew if you're looking at it just on a pay basis. This is skewed. So
yeah, just to quickly follow up, I think you've heard the sort of the questions and the concerns and the challenge, but that's your job, staff, to come up with a grade that is compensation to similar grades. I think our discussion here is do we feel there's a need for these positions, and if so, we should move this forward, and if not, then we shouldn't. I mean, that's really the question. We shouldn't get into, the salaries are important, but we've already qualified that we need some more information on that.
Rachel?
Yeah. I can understand why you want to separate them into two areas, need versus what it will cost, but it seems we're always balancing, can we afford what we need, and how can we do that? And, again, I don't like seeing what I think nationally is a downward trend in salaries and for good jobs and for good education. But at least from what I read, and this is anecdotal, that's why any further information you can provide me, I have an open mind to, but you're constantly seeing where companies are saying, okay, old hires, you're at this level, new hires, you're at that level. And unions are accepting new contracts where new employees will come in here and old employees, until you're gone or until you're bought out, you can't, people are doing wage givebacks all the time just to keep airlines flying. It's a challenging economic environment. And so I think it's well worth looking at, and maybe it's because it's open space and trails, it has brought the conversation to a head, as opposed to, is this something that we need to look at across the board? Does everyone keeps saying we're in the new normal, but are we really reacting to the new normal? And are we setting our structure for the new normal? Kind of concurrent with that, but separate, two small things. Maybe we should consider putting our average health insurance cost in when we talk about new positions, and just say that's what we are averaging across as an organization, the number of kids or not, so that we have a better, more realistic number. I want to make a final note, just because I know we're on TV and we have the press attending in person, which isn't the usual here for the other paper, and that the retirement is we are not in the Social Security system, and so there is not a guaranteed benefit, essentially. If someone's money is invested poorly, if it runs out before you turn 85, whatever. So I just want to make sure people don't mistake that we're giving people a 12% retirement payment on top of Social Security. There is no Social Security within the organization.
Let me just add that the other difficulty I think you're dealing with is we'd like to say we're on a scale with Boulder or Montrose or wherever you choose, but the fact of the matter is the cost of living in Aspen is as high as it gets in the continental United States, except for maybe New York City. So to talk about debasing wages to match those areas that don't cost as much, we're working ourselves into a cycle that won't last. I mean, the real problem for us is, how do you get people to survive in Pickton County with a decent wage to match the cost that it costs in Pickton County? And one of the ways we've done it is through affordable housing. But we don't have affordable gas, we don't have affordable food, we don't have affordable energy. I can't think of anything that's particularly affordable about Pickton County. So to talk about wages, keeping wages down, that is a dead-end street around here. Now, it's good to be concerned about those costs, but quite frankly, until you bring down all the other costs, I don't see that bringing down wages is fair to any employee at all. Jack?
Yeah, and I use the example of this administrative assistant because figures speak for themselves, so that's why I use that position, the $75,000. Another problem I have within the definition of this potential position is this person is going to be dealing with public outreach on page 45 under C. Well, there's also a BIAC request for $50,000 for public outreach, so we need to get an explanation about what that means, and separate of this position. I just find, and it shows, some of my thinking on finances, that I'm very concerned. I've always have been concerned, and since I began, about salaries. What makes a person that goes to work for Pickton County, that person's salary so much more in numbers, that person more valuable than the person that's worked for the ski company for 25 years? And you could prorate their salary on an annual basis because they don't work full year, and it's still, we're exceeding what these people are. These are management positions, so I just have a sense of I can't buy the public sector employees are more valuable than private sector.
I've got to say something here. We do salary surveys comparing with the best data we can find that's available. And we can use anecdotal information all day long about who makes this and who makes that, but we do take published data for the public and private sector, and we base those salaries on midpoints, and we compare to resort regions. We figured that, and I'm trying to remember all those counties now, but we've got Summit County, Ralph County, Eagle County, Lake County in there. And that is how we're determining our midpoints on salary. None of us, staff is not suggesting, Jack, that for some reason there's a privileged position on salary here. But we do use Mountain States Employers Council, which surveys over 300 employers in the public and private sector, and we do try and target our employees to the midpoint. We are in the process right now of relooking at all of those. And you guys are going to be surprised. Some of these go up, some of them go down. Regions have been affected differently, okay? We do have, like so many other organizations, we struggle with our healthcare costs in particular. And what we do on the budget side is we do assume the worst case scenario. That's a conservative budget practice, but it's not maybe a politically acceptable practice in terms of, it does tend to, I think, as George was saying, and all of you have been saying, it tends to skew that total cost maybe higher than it really is. And so then we get into discussions like we have. But I don't want to leave our employees, the public, or you with the impression that
Somehow we've set up a privileged wage scheme for employees. That is not true. Based on the information we have, we are going right to the midpoint of when we have private sector as well as public sector comparisons.
Yeah, and you need to understand that you use the term privilege. I didn't.
Well, you were saying better than, and I guess I'm saying we're not aiming for that, but we are aiming for fair and competitive.
Right, and that's all I'm looking for, and government and private sector on the same footing for me. And so I accept your feedback. It just never turns out to be balanced between what's going on here locally and what the government's paid. And that's just my opinion, and I don't see it evolving.
Okay. Rachel, you've indicated support for this, but you have questions about it. George, how do you feel about these two positions?
For these two positions, I support that, and I think once we clarify, look at the grade scales, I think that will answer. I mean, we just have to do this discussion with the DA's request for 2% increase, and I said that it's really important for us and other organizations, certainly in the public sector, the importance of the ability to recruit and retain qualified professional staff. And so, you know, if you want to pay someone $8 an hour, you're not going to be able to get a person that's going to be qualified to do what we're asking that person to do. And that's what it comes down to. And I don't think we can compare private sector to public sector, because there's a lot of other benefits that occur on one side or the other side. So I support this. I think there's a need. There's certainly a need on the trail side, and it's a growing need, and we're going to see this more and more in the next coming years as we continue to accumulate more properties and look for the extension of our current trail system. That is going to require additional staff, additional maintenance, additional resources. So that is a very, very obvious need, and I can understand the need for an assistant to help move your department forward. So I would support this.
Jack, how do you feel about it?
I'm neutral. I'm not going to say any more.
So it looks like you have a majority of board members supporting both the position of the administrative assistant and the, what do you call it, the land manager. So that leaves a discussion of, and an explanation from your part of the public relations outreach.
Right. Well, this one is probably best understood as by comparison to the recent decision of the airport to retain a consultant to help them with the communications surrounding their master plan. Now, that was a specific project, and we're proposing this not for a specific project, but to give us a budget line item that we can use to retain, and it wouldn't necessarily be a consultant, it would be consultants as needed when we need to get our story out, whether it's adopting a management plan or promoting a policy or promoting a public awareness or developing educational materials that we can stream online, all of those sorts of things. We have felt that although internally we know what we're up to, we know that we lead our management, for example, with a biological study, and we're very careful about how recreation gets layered on that. We don't always hear it that way when we go out into the general public. And so the real genesis of this idea is our sense that there has been a disconnect between the way we know we're going about doing things and how well that may be understood. Now, that budget line item here is simply a maximum that we would start out with as with some of our other ongoing budget line items, we wouldn't need to utilize it all unless over the course of the year there was a policy determination that on some matter of public concern we needed to undertake a greater effort in communication. Just to put this in some perspective, I noted at the introduction that we have just completed a public outreach for looking at alternatives on the Rio Grande Trail paving, and we spent over $10,000 on that exercise. Now that is money that we have been pulling off of our line items that we have built into our budget for printing and advertising and that sort of thing. This would essentially replace that sort of ad hoc budgeting of exercises like that and give that type of expenditure a home in our budget, as well as a cap that we can work with, so that next year when we get into the next public outreach exercise, whether it's designing a trail at Castle Creek or whatever it might happen to be based on your decisions, that we've got the possibility of getting some help communicating what we're doing.
Okay, I have one. The other thing is amazingly when staff was thinking about this and consolidating this budget, the Open Space and Trails Board all of a sudden just blurted out at a meeting saying, we get all of this stuff in the press. We're in the press at the time. And sometimes you hear letters to the editor one way and letters to the editor the other way. And they sometimes feel like they have a message that they would like to get out to the public. And having the ability to do that is critical. It's critical to be able to do it in a way that paints the story in the real light. And it's really difficult right now for staff to paint that story because we've got 17 other things to do. And so, instead of doing it ad hoc, it would be really nice to have one line on, we need maps. We need stuff to give to the public. We don't have that. And we just don't have the capacity to do it. We could start pulling it, but I'd rather put it into a line item that we could look out year in, year out and see. We put it in as 50,000 for the next 5 years. It might not be, because we will know every year what kind of projects we'll be looking at. So, we'll be able to adjust it according to our needs. And so that's why it's much better also than going in our strategic plan. We had that as a position. We identified that as a full-time position. And we realized that it would be much better to utilize. We have a lot of consultants in this valley who do exactly that. It would be better to utilize it, much more efficient use of funding, to utilize something that is in this community that can help us do it, than to actually hire somebody, because year in and year out, we don't know which projects are going to go. And then the last thing is really, we have utilized Pat Bingham a lot. And Pat is part of the whole county. She's going to be a big part of whatever we do here, but she agreed that it would be great if we had that extra capacity. So, on these projects, if she's busy or going on vacation or something else, we're have that capacity to be able to go out and do the outreach that we feel is necessary.
Bill, did you?
Well, Gary essentially hit my point, but by switching from what in our strategic plan had been an FTE to this approach, we avoided the discussion that you all just had about the benefits. We're essentially outsourcing, and that's one way not to get into that to that kind of cost is by doing it this way.
Board, do you have any questions? Yes, Rachel?
I'm supportive of the need, and I can support putting this in as a placeholder. I think it's going to be incredibly important to see how the contract is managed over the first year and what the results end up being, what the products and the deliverables are. Depending on who the media consultant is and how they do their work, I've seen people say, I'll give you a discount, my rate's only $150 an hour. Others, $300. How much is, some can be very effective in a very short period of time. Others can spend a lot of time and give you products that you go, what was that? And so I think that being able to see what the deliverables were at the end of the first year would really determine, do I want to go forward with it in future years?
Any other questions? Yes, Jack?
So why did you, or how did you arrive at $50,000? Why isn't it $25,000?
Well, that's a fair question, and if you look at some of the other line items in our budget, we have these flat amounts that historically we have not used all of them. We've got this capital pool that we can use if something comes up, the Stein Trail blows out from the drainage on the ABC. We have some funds within our fund that we manage under the supervision of the Open Space Board, and quarterly we report to you about what we're doing. But there was no particular magic to the 50. It was simply a reflection of our experience with, if we've got 4 projects a year of the magnitude of this Rio Grande outreach, that would utilize this amount of funds.
And also the first year is we're going to probably be able to develop a lot of the basic materials that we need. The first year I have a feeling the cost will be higher, and then as we get understanding and we get contracts and we understand how to do this outreach, I think the cost will go down in the future. But we looked at it and we contacted other organizations like Wilderness Workshop, and even like private sector, one of our board members, and how much they're spending on their media outreach, because they out-consult that, and they put that out for consultants. We were looking, somewhere between $35,000 and $50,000. So, with all the stuff that we'd love to see this position do, I'd rather start it at that number, knowing that that's the maximum, and then we'll get to it. And the great thing is we have an Open Space Board that watches us pretty intently over the year, and we're not just going to magically spend it if we have it. We're going to make sure that we do the outreach that is necessary to do and get that stuff going.
Any question, George?
Comment. Yeah, I'm not ready at this point to support this request. I think that I think given the 2 new staff positions that I think the board is supporting, I think there's some ability to sort of reallocate some of the simpler things to address some of these needs, whether it's be mapping or replies to articles in the paper. I understand the larger projects you may need some help on, similar to like the Rio Grande Trail, or in the next few years the Crystal Bike Trail. And there I can see a need to bring in a consultant for a specific project, but I'm not ready to authorize a line item at this point.
Any other comments? So how does the board feel? Do they have support for this? I hear that George doesn't. Rachel?
As I said, I can support it in a first-year basis and see how it goes forward. And I know we're programming the longer-term budget, but I need to check back in and see what we've gotten from it.
George is not even on a first-year basis, as Rachel's put it? No. Jack?
No, I'd like to, and I agree with George, if the direction of the board is to hire the new positions, integrate them into the organization, and see where we stand. When I look at potential problems, potential projects in the next year, I would hope we don't have another Rio Grande Trail done next year, quite frankly. Let's get some things done on the level that we're already doing, and so I'm not going to support it.
So it doesn't look like we have support for the public outreach person, so we'll go try to figure out an alternative. Okay. Add that to your administrative assistant position.
Can we go back quickly to the pie chart there in the whole fund? I think that's all of our buy-ups, and I just wanted to, although that discussion was very detailed about a certain wedge of the pie here, just to bring this back into context, over 80% of this fund is going out for land acquisition and trail acquisition and construction over the years. So we just wanted that to be sort of the thought that we wrap that up with. Now, I guess there's a decision point in some of the long-range plan. I'm not quite sure. Are we actually adopting this 5-year plan? But I want to spend a little bit of time noting some of these trends here as I kind of wrap up the description of our fund. As you all know, the Open Space Fund is a creature of the county's charter. The revenue is allocated into sub-areas with percentages that are prescribed in the charter. So what we were projecting for this coming year, once you take the total annual revenue and take out our costs out, a little bit of extra revenue we get from the MDSO, so on, we're looking at a open space acquisition capacity of about 6.3 million, trails construction capacity of about 780,000, and we're looking at a maintenance capacity of about 1.17 million. Then as we go out into the next several years, maybe go all the way out, because the real numbers to keep your eyes on as open space works its way towards the, we're 8 years away from the sunset of the fund. These ranges on the total available for these different types of investments, you'll note that on open space acquisition, we're looking at a range of 36 to 46 million through 2020. There's a swing of 10 million in there, and that's reflected in the blue section, this range of 6.1 to 15.4. In trails, that 10 million essentially can go one direction or the other, or be divided between those two purposes. We are going to end our year of meetings with the Open Space Board with a retreat that is going to spend a half a day looking at what has been generally described as unfinished business, but one of the things that we hope comes out of that retreat will be trying to measure the magnitudes both of what we hope to achieve between now and 2020 on the open space acquisition side as well as the trails side, and we will be looking at creating some type of spending plan to start to deliberately allocate back and forth. Although it's apples to oranges, it's hard to trade off land preservation for a trail. Essentially, that's what the county's going to be needing to do as we work through the finiteness of what this capacity is in these out years. And then finally, as Tim alluded to, sometime between now and 2020, we expect we will be looking at a reauthorization, and part of that will be in the story of the open space and the trails always, but another big part of that will be looking at this maintenance part of this fund. We're running it at 15% to show that it will balance through 2020. By the way, that's the maximum that can go in under the current charter. And you can see that we're just barely balancing our maintenance requirements through 2020 at that amount. We will be, no doubt, in our reauthorization looking at taking some percentage of this fund and looking at potentially eliminating a sunset on it, given that we can always stop purchasing and we can stop building new things, but I don't see us wanting to stop taking care of the things that we have.
Any questions for Dale? Yes, Jack.
It's really a question for Tom Oken, if you don't mind. Assessed values. We go in 13, we're flat, then 14, I guess, reevaluation period, minus 15%. Then we go up 6, then 19, 15 is 1, then up 6. There's an up and down. How did you arrive at projections for assessed value? Because that directly relates, of course, to open space.
Yeah, those are just assumptions. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with assessed value in the future. But the next revaluation round, the county assessors so far, I mean, they're in the process of it right now. And just as a ballpark number, he said that you may see valuation fall another 15%. It fell 25% in the last revaluation, so this would be another 15 on top of that. After that, the 1% and the 6% on alternative years is kind of the long-range history of our assessed valuation growth. Basically, you have an off year when we aren't revaluing property, and there all you have is the true new construction addition of property to the tax base, and that's about 1% a year. So that's where that came from. The 6% is kind of a long-term average appreciation before we went down 25% and now possibly.
So it's kind of a historical rebound, as it were, we might call it.
Or return to previous historical trend, but yeah, that's just
good
speculation for what might occur.
Well, thanks. Though I understand that it's just a projection, I wanted to get a handle on how we did the dip, and the historical is the answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions for Dale? Open sound? Open space? Thank you, Dale. Gary, thank you very much.
Thanks.
We're going to approve the budget and 5-year plan for open space.
Doesn't
That would be
happen
the
in
decision
December?
point.
Because as adjusted with the advertising one background.
I think we have agreement on that, don't we, Ford? Given our discussion? Okay.
Yeah. And that's going to include John coming back with the salary and appropriate
Well, that was
categorization.
for, yeah, that was for clarification purposes. That wasn't a condition.
No, it wasn't a condition of approval, but it may end up reflecting an adjustment to this budget. Should it be less or more? Yeah.
But it also depends on who we hire then, too. There's a lot of variables there.
We'll bring back the information and comparisons. Yeah, from a budgetary perspective, I wouldn't expect it to go up.
Yeah, right. Well, we'll hold it there.
Okay, so we have our resource recovery.
Yeah, we're having another good discussion on resource recovery. Come on up, Chris.
Chris, thank you for letting Open Space and Trails go ahead of you. One of their board members had some pressing business and needed to present to us.
You bet, no problem.
So we appreciate it.
My pleasure. Ready?
Yes, we're definitely ready.
Okay, thank you. Chris Hofnagel, the solid waste manager, and I'd like to begin by reporting to you and the folks at home about our recent compliance inspection at the landfill. On Friday, 2 inspectors arrived from the State Department of Health and spent about 5 hours going over every inch of our operation as well as our records very thoroughly. They hadn't been to our site in about 4 years, and we talked about that initially, and they were sorry that they hadn't been able to come. They've been shorthanded for a while, and they pointed out that they directed their resources to other sites in the area, and it's a direct reflection on our reputation. So I wanted to pass that along to you as they passed it on to me. And then the inspection proved that out because we had a very good meeting. There are no violations noted. They did pick up on some blowing litter, which I have to admit is almost impossible to clear up completely. But I wanted to pass that on to you because it's the decisions you make that enable us, staff members, to run the site to that degree. So I wanted to pass that on, and thank you.
Chris, did you say they picked up blowing litter? Is that what you said?
Some staff pick up blowing litter.
No,
they
the
picked
state
up
inspectors.
They noticed it.
I wish they would have picked it up. The landfill budget for 2013, I'd like to begin this by giving a little bit of background and history
I want to remind us that for many years the landfill revenues have been used to support valuable community goals, particularly of free recycling. It's been about 2 decades. And without that support, the recycling programs that we have may not have existed. Also in the last 11 years, the landfill has supported the general fund, and we're phasing that out over time, as you're aware. The trends in the waste business are still declining, and it is my opinion that if we continue this that we can't continue this business model indefinitely, where we're using the revenues to pay for the recycling programs and relying on that to pay for our capital needs at the landfill. So therefore, in order to make the recycling program sustainable in the future, 2013 is going to be a key decision year for the landfill, where I think it'll be important with the board's involvement to go over our business model and look at if there are fundamental changes we need to make that will make our recycling program sustainable. And with that, I'll go on to this first slide, which talks about the waste trends. The blue line on top is the total volume of all materials coming into the landfill. The other lines below are the various materials broken out separately. So they add up to the total blue line. And the big picture here is on that blue line, the trend is dramatically decreasing since about 2008. That is a result of this economic downturn and the decrease in construction activity. In the last 3 years, I call your attention to the blue line that does spike upward. That is directly related to the increase in construction debris that we received in the last 2 years, and that increase is related to the change in our fee structure that we made about 2 years ago. We went from a volume-based construction debris fee to a tonnage-based fee, and that effectively lowered the amount a person would pay for one truckload, and that attracted new business that we weren't currently receiving. And that's why, if you can look down in the very purple line, that line rising is what's contributing to the total volume going up in the last 2 years. The other thing contributing to that is the recyclable soil line, which is the green one. It's been rising in the last few years also. In fact, we've received more soil each year than I projected, and there's a huge stockpile of material on the site right now. That may indicate some activity of construction before the construction begins, but the construction debris isn't rising also. It continues to decline. And so I think the big picture here, what I want to point out is that even though we've had this rising trend in the last 2 years on our volume and construction debris, the overall trend in the waste business is still declining, unfortunately. And in talking to my colleagues in the other area landfills, they've confirmed the same thing. They've only seen the construction waste decline. That's the big picture on this slide.
So if this is a trend, where is that construction waste going?
I think the construction waste isn't being produced like it used to.
Oh, just in terms of building.
Correct, demolition and construction. It's just not, the volume isn't being produced like it used to.
But when they say that the trend is continuing, how far out are they forecasting? 5 years, 10 years? I mean, when you look at the national economy right now, actually housing starts are up for the first time in several years. So you know, how far out are they looking?
I'd be reluctant to predict how long it would last, but I think one piece of this story that's optimistic is the increasing trend on soil. We're seeing a lot of soil these days, which indicates to me excavations for basements are going on, or maybe road building is happening, which may be a precursor to the actual construction activity. I think I heard Cindy say that they have issued permits, but they're not being built on yet. So I might assume there is some work out there planned and some initial site work getting done, but I'm not seeing the construction debris start to turn yet.
Yeah, I just think at some point that trend's going to turn. if I look at the town of Basalt, they have several hundred permits just waiting, that they've already permitted for building. They're just waiting for the economy to turn around to finance it. But eventually, those building permits are going to come to fruition.
And the new housing starts aren't going to generate the construction debris. This is the old, scrape the old house and throw up a new one. And I think Cindy would confirm they're not seeing that either. They're seeing remodels of existing structures. So that makes sense.
I would also point out the 2012 numbers are year-to-date numbers. They're not projections of the year-end. But I don't anticipate them coming up so far as to match the last year's blue dot. I think the last blue dot on our chart will rise slightly. So it may not be as bad as that chart looks, but my general opinion is the waste trend hasn't bottomed out and turned up yet. On the next slide, it looks at the recycling trends. It's sort of the same thing, but there's a bit of a different story here. In 2010, the county started charging a fee to deliver recyclables for commercial haulers at the landfill. I think that alone is what's created this trend, where the recyclables we're processing at our site have decreased almost by half. The red line is the commingle. About 1,000 tons is what we're hauling. That's just what we're hauling from our drop-off centers. All the deliveries from the private sector have gone away. And I think that shows us two things. Number one is that what's different from the past 2 decades, where the private sector wasn't equipped or able or ready to move that material to market, and so the county's been doing that. Today, that's not true. I think they are willing and able to move it to market because they're doing it. And I think it also points out that if we provide a free service, people are going to take advantage of it. And when we don't provide it, the market works to take the materials to the market, to the recycling centers for us. That's all for that slide. The next slide is our net gains and losses by each program. So we do have the overall budget that we look at, but I also look at each separate program and try to determine which ones are the winners and which ones aren't doing so well. I'd like to point out on this slide that the light blue line, which is the waste trend, or trash, we've projected it going forward at 3% per year, which matches the county's growth projections, except for the municipal waste. I've only projected the 3% on the construction waste, because if we're right on the county's other projections, then we should see the waste George was referring to. But on the municipal solid waste, it's the same every year. We get 20,000 tons, and the previous slide shows that. So I'd be reluctant to rise it by 3% each year when really we get the same number of tons on the soft trash. So I just wanted to point out how that trend is calculated. And then the last thing on this slide is the recycling trend, which is the purple line. We've talked for many years about our support to that program. It's around $500,000 a year. And so what this is showing us is our structural deficit at the landfill. The money that we're receiving from the aggregate and the trash lines are almost the same amount we're spending on the recycling lines. And that does include saving for the closure of our site, but it does not include any other capital savings. So we're not doing that anymore. And we're also not planning for any kind of contingencies that may come along for the landfill, which would also obviously be very important. So I think we're making along, we're supporting the recycling program, they're important and valuable, and I don't know if this trend continues that we can continue that in the future. Which leads to the next slide, that is solutions or options. How can we manage this deficit? Over the past few years, we've done it in our typical business type ways. We've reduced expenditures where we can and increased revenues. I'm beginning to sound like a broken record because I know we had this discussion just a few months ago. This business model is tenuous. And what's important, I think, in the coming year is looking at how we may change that if should we need to. On the next slide, oh, it didn't move, okay. In 2013, I think these are the steps we should look at to move this needle. And they're in order of easiest to hardest. In the landfill compaction study, what I'm saying there is I believe that with a different complement of equipment at our site, we can achieve the same compaction density that we have now with 2 pieces of equipment. And if I'm right, then we'll be able to do the same amount of compaction with less expenditure. However, in order to really determine that question well, it's going to take a few months long of a study. What I want to do is survey an area and then fill it. And then survey it again so I know the exact density that we're achieving with our current equipment. Then I would look at possibly demoing a piece of equipment that I'm under the impression might do as well. And if we could bring that in and do the same thing, then we could compare the two in the costs and know if changing our equipment would save us some money and achieve the same compaction density. I think that's an important step we could take next year. The second item is the business model evaluation that we've talked about once before, and now today I want to sort of preview my vision of what that would look like next year, discussing that. I think it's at least 3 meetings, because one meeting would be us discussing our status quo, how we're doing what we're doing. The second meeting would be an evaluation of a business model where we go out and look for another source of revenue for the recycling program. That might be a tax, it might be a fee or an assessment, I don't know. But that would be the discussion I'd like to have so that we could determine what, if anything in that way is palatable. And then the third discussion would be the business model where we get a little more stringent on enforcing our hauler licensing ordinance, because it does compel haulers to bring materials to our designated site. And we could have a discussion about how we want to do that, what impact it might have on not only our budget, but the marketplace. And I think each of those are weighty enough discussions that we would want to have those individually, throughout the year. And then in the end, we may come to a conclusion of how we might change our business model or not. That's a long project. And then finally, assumption of the landfill's operations internally means it's quite possible there's money on the table if we operate the landfill with county staff instead of contracted staff. And I think on the heels of the discussion about our business model, depending on what decision might be made there, it may be prudent to then look at how and when and if we want to change that method of operating from contracting it to doing it in-house. And I think if we were to achieve those 3 goals over next year, then we would be a long way towards planning out our future. With that, the only other slide I have is the 5-year plan, which I would just turn over to you guys for discussion and questions.
You're going to do it that abruptly?
If you, I don't have any prepared comments on this. I've covered where I'm at. And yes, I'd be happy to wing it.
When you're looking at the 5-year plan, I would look at the 3rd line from the bottom where it says fund balance.
What page are we on?
This is 47 in the presentation. The 3rd line from the bottom is fund balance. And we start with the fund balance in positive in 2013, but in 2014 it goes down to very little. And then 15, 16, and 17, it's in deficit. Now that's not the overall fund balance. We have over $3 million in the fund. However, there are closure and post-closure requirements. And so you see in the 2nd line from the bottom what we're setting aside for closure and post-closure. But if you take away the amounts that we're setting aside and adding to annually for closure and post-closure, what's left over in fund balance is positive for 2013 and 14, but then goes into deficit. So that's the structural imbalance that Chris was talking about. that our model is okay for this year, it's okay maybe even for next year, but then it quickly goes into a deficit mode where some other decisions would need to be made that the model needs to change.
And as she said, what's in deficit is are we on track to have the closure money when we're closed? So you've got a landfill that's about just a little over halfway full, and so you're also supposed to have saved a little over half of the money to close it. And you want to have savings each year that puts you on pace so that at the end of the 25 years from now, you have the total amount for closure. The amounts get adjusted every 5 years, so we're sure we're saving the appropriate amount. But what Connie is saying is that in the years where that fund balance number goes negative, we're falling behind on pace to have that number at the end.
George?
Yeah, and actually, that was my question. That fund balance is going into the negative starting in 2015, mainly being driven because of the subsidy that we're doing on the recycle program?
That's one way to look at it, yes.
Or declining revenues.
I mean, that's an easy fix.
But we know that we're subsidizing recycling for about $500,000 a year. So that's got to be a huge chunk of the reason why we're going to be going into a deficit.
If you could just replace that revenue, then you'd see that number go about $250,000 to the plus. That's right.
Questions? Jack?
Chris, under expenditures, payments to other governments, what would that be? Like our inspections or something?
No, that would be our transfer of funds to care for the smuggler Superfund site. So at landfills around the state, a fee is collected on every ton of garbage that is put into a pot, and then the state uses that to clean up brownfields. In our case, we've been permitted to keep that in the county government. It transfers to the Environmental Health Department, and then we're permitted to use those funds specifically and only to manage the Superfund site. If I'm right, that's what that transfer is.
Okay, and a second question on the closure, which I think is very important, and in my thinking, you can't kind of say, well, if we didn't have that cost, we might be okay for 2 years. Yeah, that's just numbers, playing numbers, but it's a cost that we need to incur and save for. Is there a formula, statewide, I guess, a state formula?
Yeah, it's general. It's like I described earlier. We know what capacity our landfill has. We know what percentage we've filled, and we want to we know the total estimate to close the site, and we need to make sure we have the same percentage saved as we have filled. So that's the formula. And next year, if we fill another percentage of the site, we have to save that same percentage of the total.
And so we're really looking at cover. The cost to cover, is that what it amounts to?
Generally, yeah, that's
mostly.
Right.
And how about for future planning? Okay, so we operate for 25 years, thereabouts. We have a fund to recover. How about the future after that? If it becomes a transfer state or whatever, we haven't done any planning for whatever that.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying today. Is while we do have a 5-year plan, and for a few years it's good, and it starts to come back in the last year. Skipping along, we're not saving for capital. What you're mentioning, we're not saving for contingencies. We are saving for closure and post-closure as required by the law. That's where we're at.
Yeah, we're kind of operating very well for status quo.
That's true, and it is a result of this trend. I mean, the waste that we used to receive, this wasn't any kind of an issue. But if it's going to continue to trend downward, if it's not going to come back more quickly like we'd all like, then we need to start thinking about what our change in plans would be. And I think that's where we will be next year.
One last comment, Michael. When I look at landfill waste trends, going back to 96 through about 2005, before the quote-unquote boom, it's pretty stable. Well, we knew there was a dot-com dip and, the big money went away for construction. But it was stable. Then we had this unrealistic jump and a doubly unrealistically dive. So, you can hardly plan for the peaks and valleys like that. Because we got used to that revenue, and then now we do some comparisons, and what do our charts say? Well, everything from 05 went, and now we want to crawl back, and we don't have the materials that were supporting a component of the revenue stream.
I'd point out the blue line, the second line up, when you start back at the back, the blue one with stars is the compacted trash. That one never changes. It would be nice and ideal if we could balance our budget on those numbers. Because you're getting those. They're the same. If your population increases, they'll increase. But that's a pretty steady
1%
trend.
a year. So.
And that would be a goal of mine in our discussions next year is seeing if there's a way we can get a business model together that balances our budget on that known trend, that known amount we're going to receive all the time. When construction booms, then there's a question of what to do. When construction dives, it doesn't affect you if you balance your budget on waste. Add to your discussion.
Yeah, I really see our two biggest challenges going forward into the future with the organization are the one we all know about, health insurance for employees and family, and the second is the landfill, because this really isn't sustainable we don't expect the spec market to come back and reinvigorate revenue streams like they used to. So good work in at least explaining it all.
Yeah.
I don't know where the new beans are coming from, but
Thank you. Chris, has the cost of the recycling program come down concurrent with the reduced waste or recyclables that are coming in?
No, I'd say it's either stayed the same or gone up, depending on how you look at it. If you look at a per ton basis, it's just gone up. Because we've got fewer tons and we have the same expenses. We didn't cut labor. We ship fewer miles and less tons, but in the end, it's not enough of a decrease to make the cost go down.
Okay, well, I agree with your proposal as you put forward to really drill down on this and different opportunities in the next year. I agree with looking at the 3 bullet points you had, and certainly our licensing proposal within Pickens County. But I also think we should look at kind of how we are doing the recycling. It seems that if we have, literally half or a third, about a half decrease from the peaks in 07, that perhaps it's not sorted every day, or perhaps the pickups are less frequent, or I don't know what, but it just seems that if we don't have the volumes, we should be able to find a way to cut back on the expense of processing that. It just to think that we were processing as much in 07 at a kind of fixed cost, and now we're doing half of that and we're still at the same fixed cost. So, again, I'd like to see more drilling down on that. And then the other is to really make sure we're accurate about what is the recycling cost. Because as you said, you really didn't cut back on labor, and they've been maybe doing more miles or some other things. Are we attributing some costs that come from the other things to the recycling program still? That's not an accurate allocation of cost. I just would kind of note, I remember when Tabor first came in place and everyone started making enterprise funds out of various activities because they were going to be self-sustaining and run like a business. sometimes there's functions of government that don't run all that well as a business. And, it was all great during the go-go years, but now we've run into a different time period. And I think the state law is that an enterprise fund can only have 10% taxpayer support going into it. So if that's the case, I don't know, that some of those options are legitimate. I don't know that you could have a tax if you can only put 10% of the current funding from a tax into the program, if something like that should pass. So I agree with looking at a different business model, and then also I think it's something that it's time, for us to get, I know you're very versed in this, a little more of a education about the, recycling business, as it were. I'll leave it at that.
Yes, Jack.
I guess one other component that I know we've made a decision as far as the transfer to general fund, and by $50,000 each year, we're going to reduce that. But when I look at the bottom line, as far as fund balance, and as Connie said, 15, 16, and 17 of a 5-year budget, we're really in the hole. And ironically, even the last 2 years, $20,000 in 2016, zero in 2017, and we're still at a deficit of 293, and we've done better, going down to 246,000 deficit for the fund balance. I'm wondering if we shouldn't consider changing our policy about that transfer and amend it, adjust it, I guess is the term, as far as the general fund. We did tremendous work how we approach capital, and I know we've stretched the general fund by dealing with that. But here we have another fund that's self-sustaining, and what I don't know is what happens after 2017. If it looks like it goes down, the deficit, 50,000 a year, it's still going to take a lot of years to get back to zero. So that's a policy question that I would suggest at least we look at.
Well, I think that's what Chris suggested. That we have to reevaluate how we do business at the landfill. And as to what Rachel was saying, what you're saying, but we can't do that here at this meeting. But this is a warning that it's imperative that this is one of our priorities in the upcoming year. To do this discussion, to have this discussion on alternatives to this deficit. John, did you want to?
I was just going to say, I think there is an opportunity with our current 5-year plan of, the board, what it does is I think it buys a couple more years. We still have the structural issues that we're going to have to work on, the business model issues that we still have to work on, but there is some room within that 5-year plan where we could, either accelerate it or what have you. So it's an option if the board wants to give us direction to look at that. It will not fix all the structural issues that we need to work on.
Yes, Chuck.
Yeah, and I just brought that up as that piece and how, some of those numbers work. But the key is, and I think we get it, staff has told us the last time we met, that we do have this structural challenge. And so, for this budget, I wouldn't look at adjusting that. Here we are in the numbers, projections, but Rachel's absolutely right. And we already, I think, know that we are going to accept this challenge for 2013. So though I mentioned that, it wasn't my intent to let's change policy, but there is just a piece. Well, a couple of years in some enterprises are very important. We know we have a quick fix, only a minor way. But I absolutely agree with Rachel. It's the long term that we'd be looking at for the board going forward.
Yeah, if I can. I had looked at the line item as well about the transfer to the general fund, and I think it's good that that's being phased out. And this seemed like a reasonable accommodation as a first start. I think last year might have been the first year we started phasing it out.
Phasing it out.
Yeah. But, and I know it won't fix the problem, but, you know, I could see reducing this somewhat so that these numbers aren't getting, you know, crossing over that line quite as quickly. And, you know, if we reduce the transfer to the general fund by 30,000 in 2013 and 30,000 in 2014, you know, just kind of continue to taper off, it would strike me that the general fund could probably cover 30,000 a year more than it is now. I realize it'd be tight, but it always is tight, and you guys do very tight budgeting. But it starts to feel a little funny that maybe I'm spending money on road projects that I shouldn't be, because it's coming from a transfer from the landfill, which is making the landfill's problems worse. And so, again, I realize that, especially with John, you coming in, you inherited a budget structure that we're slowly moving away from. But, you know, I would just put it out there that that's a potential that we could reduce that a little bit. I don't know if others would want to do that as either. Or if John would have a comment on it.
Well, I would suggest that if the board is thinking that that's a good idea, we could certainly model a couple options and bring them back to the final, during the final budget adoption. Because I think that is something that can be accommodated. You know, keep in mind, Chris, we did pay Jack Road.
I couldn't afford to do it.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we could buy some time by doing it. I think we've got room to do that, and we could tweak that policy. If the board, I guess
the board is very concerned about this, and so I think we have to have alternatives, and this is it's imperative.
We'll work on accelerating and that, I guess, rolling back.
Continuing to decrease the transfer.
And then in 2013, we'll be working on the business model side and be having more in-depth discussions with you.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So we have a couple more items here, but it's past 5 o'clock our schedule time. It's 5:15. What's the feeling of the board? Do you want to, I think we have Healthy Rivers and the transit sales use tax, BOCC. Rachel?
Michael, my feeling would be that we should push on the staff members with those have been waiting all afternoon through everyone else's presentations. And I do think they're a little more relatively straightforward, especially since we just did EOTC last week. It's somewhat fresh.
Okay, board? Yeah. Hi, Lisa.
Good afternoon, good evening.
So are you going to present to us?
You know, we have really just the 5-year plan for the Healthy River and Stream Board. The bulk of the expenditures are really in the services and supplies, and that's for water projects, and that falls into a number of categories that come up as you know, opportunities in terms of, you know, whether we're looking at the conditional water rights, or whether it is to a lesser degree which addresses water quantity issues, or whether we're looking at quality issues and supporting projects and such that enhance water quality. And those are typically brought back to you, I think, a number of those over the course of the year, and so this is an estimate right now of what would be appropriated from those funds. The wages are really a portion of
John's and Lisa's time for administering the funds and providing support for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. And I guess right now this is the proposed 5-year budget and plan, and we welcome any questions.
So you're not asking for an administrative assistant or water manager at this time?
Well, we were going to, but given our previous discussion, we thought we'd pull it.
It should make it much briefer. Yes, George?
So under the services and supplies, that it really includes any grant requests that come before the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board.
No, it doesn't include anything that might come up throughout the year. There are a few different boards. There's a QQ.
That's about 20,000.
Yeah, not membership. No, I wasn't talking about membership, but that's still a good point. But it seems like the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board always has a dilemma when there's a grant request that comes before them, because I don't know if they have similar or not similar to the open space and trails, where they know they've got X amount of dollars they could utilize for the acquisition of property. But it doesn't seem like the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board has those same parameters, that we have X amount of dollars that we can line item out if and when a request comes in for a grant that addresses our mission. And I'm wondering, should we have that, or is it covered under the services and supplies line item?
It's not covered under that one. And so that's something that certainly could be changed, that they have a pool of money set aside for some of those requests as they come up. They have been bringing them one by one for your approval. And so those requests are not budgeted in this 5-year plan.
Rachel?
Yeah, I had a question similar to that, because we have the 2012 year-end estimates, and in this past year, I think it was perhaps in the spring or late winter, that we approved the $50,000 grant to Roy Fork Conservancy for the Coal Creek Basin project. And so I was trying to figure out where that showed up on here, since we have now expended those dollars.
Yes, that's in the services and supplies line. There were also a couple other supplementals that the board approved throughout 2012. And that's why you see the difference between the initial budget of $335,000 and the estimate at year end of $437,000. They're not going over budget. It's just the increase in the supplemental request.
So why isn't there a line item just for grants? I mean, services and supplies is kind of misleading, it seems to me, because really what you're talking about is grants. I mean, maybe not entirely, but...
Yeah, it's a smaller portion, but I think that's something that we could take a crack at breaking out for final adoption.
Yeah, if I could, I'd love to see it, and I realize this is a new fund, we're just administering, it's about our only single page thing in the whole binder. But that when we do the year-end estimates, if there have been any additional appropriations through the year, we actually kind of line item them so we can keep track of what cost.
They're issued a line item, aren't they already? But they're not showing up.
Yeah, I mean, for us, for the public, and things like that. I mean, and then to this question about creating a grant funding line or pool, I have to say I'm very hesitant on that. I think it becomes something that it will be like a healthy community fund review. Everyone will say, hey, here's a new pot of money, whether it's $50,000 or $150,000, let's apply. And everyone will make sure that they have an application, and whether it's a great project, medium project, or little project, applications come in. I mean, you have to start advertising it to make sure it's equitable, that everyone has an opportunity for it. And I think it'd be more appropriate to see things brought to us as the board wants to consider first, and then us. To elaborate just a little bit, the grants that may be available to some of the nonprofits and our partners aren't on a regular schedule. They're just out there at various times, and the 1177 roundtable does grants cycles twice a year. The CWCB does them twice a year. They're both at different time periods, then occasionally there's other funds from whether it's EPA or Colorado Rural Water. So for us to have a grant fund that had a deadline for application, or is it first come, first served basis, I think it's way too confusing, and maybe that's something for further down the line as this fund evolves. I do want to say that I think the $50,000 grant to the Coal Creek Basin was very well placed and very well timed. The 1177 from the Basin Fund account allocated $25,000 towards that, and the Colorado Water Conservation Board, I think, granted $300 and some odd $1,000 to that project. And so our seed money of $50,000 received a six-fold increase for that water quality improvement. So I'm fully supportive of grant funds, but I think the process of setting up, administering, and then competitively scoring is not where I want to go with a fund of this small size.
Yeah, maybe I didn't make myself clear, but I wasn't suggesting that we set aside a pool. I was just suggesting that whatever grants
show up,
the Healthy Rivers had given, that it would show up under grants. I wasn't suggesting that we set aside a certain amount. And I know that the Healthy Fund is dealing with sort of timing of those grants, how to get people to come in on a quarterly basis so they can actually consider those grants. So that I'm perfectly willing to let all of that happen internally. It was just for clarification purposes that I was suggesting they have a grant fund here of actual grants that they've done, not a set-aside.
Yeah, and not services and supplies for the closeout.
Yeah, services and supplies. It's like, rubber boots and nets and stuff.
Well, it's also professional services for studies or legal opinions, yeah.
Any other questions? Jack?
Yeah, I agree with Michael. We could note from the previous year the grants. Unequivocally, I agree with Rachel, because it would be an expectation, then it would be labor intensive, then we'd have to hire more staff. To me, this fund works because the projection never showed up as far as the $1 million a year. The way we run this with thankfully our staff and the board is right in tune with where this revenue stream, I think, has to be. I would actually, though, because I don't know supplies really, well, what is supplies? I would put consulting or something, just rename it, because then we'd have a little better grasp of what that's for. But I think this whole fund is totally positive, run very well. And I appreciate both the board and staff's manner in which they accomplish the goals. And I like case by case, so there are no expectations out there that we're open for business and we're going to start another program within this fund.
So then, Connie, you alluded to this earlier, but should we have a line item for memberships?
In our budget we do, but it just depends on the 5-year plan, how much detail you'd like to see.
Because right now it's wrapped into this catch-all, services and supplies,
I
correct?
can detail it out.
Yeah.
Okay. The question I have, though, is the accumulation of funds. I mean, there has to be some reason to accumulate $3 million at the end of 5 years. This fund wasn't set up to accumulate money. It was set up to protect healthy rivers and streams. So there's something not quite right here in terms of unless there's explicit goals for saving this money.
Explicit, I don't think so, and it'd probably be a good discussion when John is back. But if we do want to be in a position on a pay-as-you-go kind of philosophy of being able to acquire water rights or properties, it actually does make some sense to build up a significant war chest there to be able to do that. But
Michael, if you were to ask me explicitly what were we looking at, or what was the division, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this just has to be a discussion of why you're
Yeah.
doing it. It might be perfectly good reasons. Rachel?
Well, it really strikes me as being similar, and again, an evolving program to open space and trails, and we just looked at their past budget, and they had, you know, X amount for the operation and X amount for trails, and then a acquisition fund, and there's not detailed properties underneath the acquisition fund, but it's there, and, you know, maybe as this evolves, discussing it amongst yourselves and with John, rather than ending available fund balance, I mean, we'll move that line down one more and then have, you know, how much is accruing towards special projects, potential purchases. And so, you know, maybe there's a goal that, you know, this fund should have a fund balance at the end of the year of X, you know, and that we can have an accrual line to go towards those projects, as Michael's saying, even though some of them still may be evolving as to whether, you know, the RISD case goes through and the water park, is there a contribution from this to help develop that? Are there other water rights for lease or for sale that may come available? But, you know, go ahead and make it the fund within the fund that would be towards those special uses to answer the questions.
Jack?
Yeah, I like keeping it simple, flexible. Why create a line that, you know, with the intent that, well, we're going to earmark this and this. Might be a project that's so astounding we can't miss the opportunity, and it would take half the fund right away and never even, you know, planned on it. And the reason why I don't have a problem with this, and I was actually thinking, God, this is great. We're actually accumulating a fund balance because water rights, a kayak park, all these are very expensive undertakings, and one or two projects will pretty much help clear out a considerable amount of this balance. So I'll kind of keep it simple on this fund.
Okay, let's move on to POTC. Thank you, Lisa.
So we approved this budget as it is?
Yes, I think we did. I didn't hear any objection to it.
Yeah, with some change in the reporting.
Yeah.
Right, do some work out
Yeah.
for you guys. Okay, our next one is ease of mobility via safe and efficient transportation systems. I believe you've actually already seen the plan that Tom's going to talk about, but take it away.
Yeah, you may recall that 4 hours ago, the first pie chart that you looked at showed that the county actually dedicates $14 million to funding transit out of our budget. And of that, really, you only have say over how about 10% of that is spent, about $1.5 million. And how we get there is that the county has a 1% transit sales tax that generates close to $9 million. And that is all distributed to RAFTA, the city of Aspen, and the town of Snowmass to provide transit services. Then there's a county half-cent sales and use tax that generates about $5 million a year, and that's what's indicated in this spreadsheet. And of that, about $3.5 million of the half-cent sales tax is dedicated to RAFTA. So that all of that's passed through, and then you have $1.5 million left to talk about how you're going to spend that. And you don't have exclusive control over that. Spending of the half-cent has to be approved collectively by the Board of County Commissioners, the Aspen City Council, and the Snowmass Town Council. So Last Thursday, you had a meeting of those parties, which is called the Elected Officials Transportation Committee, or EOTC, and considered the budget for next year, and actually approved a budget for next year. So there isn't too much that we need to do here today. But in addition to the base budget, recurring spending, there were 3 requests, I guess we would call them buy-ups, or kind of supplemental requests. And those were, 2 of them were approved and 1 was tabled. The 2 that were approved were $1 million contribution to the underpass at the Airport Business Center. And Brian discussed that earlier with you. There's also $500,000 coming from the county general fund towards that. And we're looking for $1.5 million in grant funding from CDOT to complete that $3 million project. So that was approved. There was also a request for an additional $125,000 for this year's budget, the 2012 budget, to complete the engineering for that underpass. And that was approved on the condition that Brian bring back to each of the entities a detail of the tasks that were represented by that $125,000 request. So that was approved, just pending provision of that detail. The request that was tabled was for planning and design for the renovation of Ruby Park Transit Center in Aspen. And that was tabled basically with the direction that the Aspen City Council needed to look into that deeper and decide really how much planning was needed. So that request may come back next year to EOTC and potentially be added to the budget then. But so for now, actually it's back a slide, but the total budget that was presented for next year was about $5.6 million, but we took $500,000 for this Ruby Park planning off. So the budget here is $5.1 million. Adding that to the $9 million of 1% sales tax is how you get to about $14 million plus that the county spends on transit fund.
Mike?
Yes, Rich.
Thank you. Thanks for your work on this, Tom. Keeping track of all of this is always quite exciting. I think I had a different impression from the end of the OTC meeting, though, about the City of Aspen's Ruby Park request. And I think that was at least a little bit confirmed when Randy Reedy came up and said, well, thanks for trying to find a way to keep that alive, that we can look at that before the next February or March meeting for the city. And I was under the impression that the suggestion was that if the city could provide the detail sufficient for Snowmass and the county to want to approve that money going forward this year, we would add it to the base budget for 2013. Maybe we're just saying it slightly different ways, but at least I wanted the heads up that I think they're going to try, as this is passed, in December rather than waiting for February for supplemental.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that, and I misspoke by saying it wouldn't be till next year if City Council
cleans up the application
and they come back, yes, we would add it to the initial budget. So, yeah, how I see this going forward is each of the boards and councils has to pass a resolution confirming adoption of the budget. And so I saw one, we'd have a resolution amending this year's budget for the $125,000 of engineering. Secondly, we'd have a resolution approving this budget for 2013 without the 500,000 in it. And then, if Aspen comes forward with that request of whatever amount it is, that would be in yet a third resolution, so it could, basically it won't hold up the other actions. That's acceptable, that's how I plan to present that.
That makes sense to me. And if I could follow up on that one, not to get too technical here, but as we got to the very end of the meeting, and Tori from the City Council suggested that we should all have our heads up and be aware that he at least was going to advance the idea that the city's funding for Ruby Park not come out of the entrance to Aspen lockbox area, that it come out of the newly created capital fund. And it struck me as I thought about it over the following days that we really needed a little more background information so that we could all make that decision wisely. And I really think I followed the gist of Tori's point, was that the entrance to Aspen, you know, has been talked about so much on the city side that people have come to think of it as just being the S-curves. How do we finally solve the entrance to Aspen being the S-curves? But I think that if we go back to the original 93 ballot that enabled this tax, there's a description of the project that's pretty clear. The A line, the B line, the C line, and it was, you know, Ruby Park to Brush Creek or whatever. And I mean, it's a decision for the larger group, and there may be other logic points that I haven't picked up on it yet. But if we were to take the $500,000 out of the capital fund, I'm wondering how that would, over the longer term projections, or maybe affect the discretionary money that's there for the constant repayment or these other expenses. I mean, I felt, and I don't know if I'm worried about something I shouldn't be worried about, or it just takes care of itself, but I know there's these multiple years of county payback for the initial design to the entrance to Aspen Fund, and then the discretionary fund is really very key to how much of the free, fair snowmass service can be supported. And if this is and it may be appropriate entirely from the capital fund, but it did seem very odd to me to really kind of split Ruby Park off from the transportation project when that is the terminus. And I thought we should get some of the original ballot language documentation to be able to discuss that reasonably. And then what is also kind of occurring, I do think you have a master notebook somewhere of all the past expenditures, but it would be probably good for everyone's refresher to know how much has been expended on the entrance to Aspen as it is so far. And I, you know, am familiar from my city side of that, but, you know, we really did just complete the bus lanes, which we were able to pay for cash, and I can't remember if that's 4.3 or 5.9 or some odd $1 million. But I think that that needs to also be clear that this fund has been spent on the entrance to Aspen, and it has been advancing the entrance to Aspen. But I don't believe that the entrance to Aspen ends at 7th Street.
Yes, Joe.
And actually, I think I understand your points, but I actually think that Tori was going to put forth the idea of splitting that between their lockbox and the capital project.
And you know, this is just the design work. The capital project itself may be millions or hundreds of thousands, and so that's why even then I raised the bigger concern of, well, how does this satisfy the mode shift and the amount of traffic we're going to see coming in with BRT, you know, in 2020 and 2025.
Yes, John.
When we originally advanced the idea of the $3 million capital pool, it was to have some funds to match potential grants and be able to attract that funding. And we put together a list of potential projects that might be eligible, and Ruby Park was on that list. So we kind of discussed this at the staff level and said, you know, it's really up to the city of Aspen if they want to take it out of their pot rather than the $3 million capital pool, it's really their call how they want to propose it. So,
Yeah, and I can agree, but I also don't think the question also was raised when we struck on the plan for a capital fund. Well, how does the capital fund get replenished? Is it a one-time $3 million capital fund, and then that's it for all other transportation improvements in the Upper Valley that we may need? Or after all these other discretionary actions are repaid and goes towards the free fare and snowmass, do we start replenishing the capital fund? So I'd hate to see us, keep moving money under one walnut shell to another about this was for the entrance to Aspen, this was for the capital fund, now this goes out of the capital fund's depleted, and there's still a lot of money in the lockbox for the city, because at the end of the day, that's going to affect whatever capital the county can pursue in terms of grants. If we made it up and then just immediately spent it, and then as you guys are all familiar with, in this area where you've calculated very carefully, sorry these glasses are just not working for me today, but there's a constant replayment of the lockboxes for having created the capital fund. And so it just seems a little funny that it's not being paid for out of entrance to Aspen, and it's being paid for by the capital fund, but the discretionary has to repay the entrance to Aspen lockbox for creating the capital fund. It's very circular series of buckets there, that if we start saying different components don't belong in the entrance to Aspen, when the ballot question was, again, Ruby Park to, I don't even know, Brush Creek Village, or for the Upper Valley transportation needs. So I just think we need the background to look at that in a complete manner, and that it's not just a kind of arbitrary decision that says, well, it's Aspen's pot, so to heck with it, when the repayment of Aspen's entrance to Aspen pot is going to diminish our ability to build up or replenish the capital fund.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it may be appropriate, it may not, but it's not showing when we only look at a 5-year plan. It's not showing what the impacts of that decision are if we only look at a 5-year plan.
But yeah, really all the EOTC has managed to agree to is actually a 5-year plan. So within that context, there is $3 million for capital, and more the difference, I guess, between this Ruby Park planning coming out of the entrance to Aspen pot, the lockbox, or the capital pool, is that the capital pool is advanced equally from the entrance to Aspen and from the Snowmass Transit Center Reserve project. So that's the difference, is basically whether Snowmass is kicking in half of that to advance it or not, or if it's all coming out of the entrance to Aspen. That's really the difference that it would come down to.
Yeah. It may be either way is appropriate, I don't know, but I wanted to see the implications of both ways.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, let me ask a question. Compliment on staff the way they organize the book, because it makes so much more sense about a date and with the new strategic plan to track the presentation instead of having sections incrementally. So that's great. Now, what should we, after the meeting or at our discretion, get these books back on our desk so they can be input each
Either that, or we'll provide you with just 3-hole punch.
Oh, and they'll be punched.
Yeah.
Good.
Basically.
Thank you.
So is there approval of this EOTC budget? Okay. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, John.
Thanks.
When's our next budget meeting?
November 13th.
2 weeks.
Yeah. And that will be livable and supportive communities on the
November 15th.
November 15th.
is Prosperity.
I'm sorry, Prosperity on November 13th. Thank you all.
See you tomorrow. What time are we at tomorrow? 11 o'clock? Is it the community?
Yeah, that's the
Reception.
Colorado Cares or
Yes.
Pickens County Cares.
Thank you, grassroots.